Hey now, beautiful people. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How y'all doing? Let me scroll up. I see obsidians in the house. Don't, no, that's my line. Good morning, beautiful people. Damn it. Queen talks crime. What's up, baby? Tracy's in the house. Yes, as always, holding it down. Holding it down. These walls have eyes. Hello, hello. I hope my walls don't have eyes. Mm-mm. Yeah, smash that like. We got work to do. These babies been missing 365 real days, allegedly. And one of the main things I realized when I was putting together their video today is that YouTube is really the only one reporting on these babies. Real talk. People can say what they want to say about social media, but man, we put in work. Maybe we're not always right, and maybe it's not always good, but damn it, we say their names. And I can't say the same for the media. Little bitty town like Bakersfield, Cal City, come on, you guys could do better. But we're on it. Hit that share, hit that like, make the algorithm go crazy. A year from their own backyard, for real. We're cool with this. We're just gonna let this go down like this? No. Nope. I have an opinion. I do. Yep, another Maria. Hello, hello. They love. Welcome back, boo. Welcome back. Nightbot is in the house. Respect the Nightbot, everybody. Hello, Lisa Kleckner. Hello, hello. Blair Bush Project. Hello, sweetheart. Hello, Cold Pepsi. Yes, I would love one. But I made a nice steaming cup of cappuccino just before the live started, so I'm good. Thank you. LC Justice for Victims. Hello, hello. Yes, the West Cali boys, Warren and Orson. That's what this is all about. If you don't know, well, now you're going to know. And you will have a right, an obligation, a duty to share this information. We need to know something. Y'all, we don't know nothing more than we knew from day one. So I'm not going to try to act like this live is going to be filled with like breaking news. I don't have any. And that's the frustrating part. But what I do have is a nice little collection of the things that make me say, what the hell is the FBI not getting about this? What the hell is Bakersfield and Cal City Police Department not getting about this? Foul play. Lock them up, throw away the key. Now, I've been working on trying to see people through this thing and not have such a strong opinion, but I have to call bullshit when I see it. I am incapable of anything else. I have tried. It makes me sick, literally. So I don't do it. I'm calling bullshit on this adoptive family. What did y'all do? And where are these boys? That's all we want to know. Where are the boys? The question hasn't changed. We got no answers. Jennifer Marie, my love, you're working, but you can't stay. Oh, I gonna miss you. Thank you for popping in, baby. I know if you could be here, you would. I know. These walls have eyes. You came from Scott Age. Oh, is Scott live? Y'all, I scheduled this at like 6 this morning and I've been working ever since. I hope I didn't bump into Scott. It's all right. I'll replay the hell out of it. It's their day. A lot of people going to be talking about these babies. I hope it'll be coming from their heart. But as long as they're saying their name, well, I'll just reserve judgment, okay? Um, oh, Obsidian. Hey, baby. How you doing, baby? Sat down somewhere. It's so silly. Um, y'all, let's get right into it. Okay, I didn't plan to stick around after the video. I'm gonna be real honest. It's just a lot going on. I still got a week of premieres to lay out, and Christmas is here, and I don't have my gifts wrapped and all that good stuff. So if I decide to go ahead and get up out of here, that's why. But we might chop it up afterwards. But I do want to just like jump right into this. Share this video that I have created for these boys that I feel like tells the story as best as I can. Um, there's a lot of gray area, but there's a lot of black and white area too, which is all I really want to share with you right now. So let me just make sure I got cold Pepsi. Yeah, I saw that. And yep, another Maria. Leslie B is in this house. I must acknowledge my Leslie B. I must. Jan is up in here. Hi, boo. I see you. Glitterazzi, 1 year, baby. 365 days. Allegedly. I'm going to keep saying that because, as we'll see very shortly. Hi, Anna. I'm still scrolling, y'all. Um, they weren't there on the 19th either. Facts. So, let me take these beautiful babies down off my screen so I can share. But before we get started, there's one more thing I want y'all to keep in mind. These adoptive parents are walking around free as birds, okay? With all the signs pointing to guilt. All right, sure. Innocent till proven guilty. Okay. But, what if you're just negligent and something bad happens to your kid? Should you not be accountable? Okay, you didn't do it. You're innocent. But should you not be accountable? So there is a petition going around that was started in Amari Nicholson's name that would hold people like this accountable. And moderators, if y'all would, please, y'all know how to do it. Drop the link. And I'm just going to ask everybody to listen closely to this petition because we need you to sign it. Maybe it can prevent future situations like this from happening. At least a year going on without, come on, nobody's penalized. We need tougher laws. We need change. Amari's Law. Amari Nicholson was tragically taken from this world in a violent murder at only 2 years old. When his mother's boyfriend confessed to police, we knew our mission had drastically changed. Our hearts sank. Our worst fears were becoming reality. Amari was beaten to death. If you turn on the news, you'll hear 3 more children were murdered. And the same tomorrow and the day after. The cycle never stops. Oftentimes we hear CPS was involved, but the child ended up murdered months after. Amari was left in the care of the mother's boyfriend and trusted him with his life, only for him to get beaten to death. We want to introduce a bill to help protect children, improve missing protocols, and hold accountability on those who harm children, including those working in careers meant to protect children. CPS, too many flaws in the laws that keep these children in the grasp of their abuser. And more tragically, often than not, they end up murdered, with plenty of warning signs for CPS. Amari's Law. The caregiver of the children should be held to some accountability if they know the persons or person they are leaving their child or children with have history of abuse or neglect on them, or the child or children, or any others. There's too many options available to ensure that kids have a safe childcare and safe places to live, shelters for domestic violence victims and children. These are extreme abuse cases, meaning they complied to CPS programs just to comply, but still physically abused the child or murdered the child. An example: the responsible custodian of the child knowingly placed their child in a circumstance that results in death or reckless endangerment. If laws are in place, we are hoping that parents might be more responsible with whom they allow around their children. We cannot deny that there is a problem with these very circumstances when every week there are multiple stories: a child was murdered by a non blood relative or caregiver. There will always be exceptions due to circumstances out of the parent's control: babysitter, daycare, foster care. If these cases occur, the evidence will clear the parents of any wrongdoing. Nothing in this bill will hold parents responsible for unknowingly leaving your child with a murderer. That's not what this bill is targeting. If the person chooses to stay in a relationship or home with the abuser, that person should make arrangements for the child or children to live someplace else then. Cases of clear, reckless endangerment need to be held accountable. Improved missing child alert system. Improved programs nationwide that extend the criteria of what meets the standards of an existing program Amber Alert. We already have a nationwide Amber Alert system, but did you know each state can vary? And more importantly, it's the police officers in the abducted area that makes the call of whether or not the child meets the criteria of an Amber Alert. It comes down to whether or not that child meets the criteria in that certain officer's eyes. They use the best judgment system to assist each situation. That time can mean all the difference in finding a missing or abducted child. Certain states, the criteria requires a vehicle description, but in tourist states and areas, this can prove to be a problem. Valuable time wasted while a child has been taken on foot. If a child is taken from a campsite, if a child is taken near the woods, national parks, national reserves, hiking trails, bike trails, should all be considered in the Amber Alert program. No vehicle description? No problem. Also, a text alert system for children lost or taken on foot nationwide. Example: we get an alert on our phones in my community if a child is out wandering or lost. We all receive an alert with the description of the child, age, height, clothes last seen in, and affected area. Not every state has this, and we think it is vital in high population areas. Child Protective Services. If you've ever volunteered for CPS, you know that Child Protective Services and the laws in place that they follow are structured to actually keep families together. But if you've ever had to deal with them from a citizen's point of view, the experience is varied from case to case. Often there are cases children are left to die in homes they should have been removed from. In order for CPS to change, we have to research those laws by state and see where they need improvement. It's not an easy task, but we can fight for it together. We need serious improvements with these government programs that exist to protect these innocent children and help build stronger families. There have been many CPS cases where the mother has also been a victim of abuse, and there has been no protective program to save them. If we can create a special program that specializes in these extreme abuse cases, we can save more families. We also want to work on building community outreach programs in Amari's name. We are willing to team up with other nonprofits in different areas of the country to establish this. This is just a rough draft of what we would like to include in Amari's law. It's open for debate and it's open for improvement. So there it is. Something just that simple. I see 30 people. Well, 29 more because Dreamcatcher already said she signed. 29. And I know some of you mods have already signed. Well, all of my mods. I know you have. If not, shame on you. All right, y'all. Let's get into this. Much love, Dreamcatcher. That's the spirit. Let me just make sure I got the right one on for y'all. Muted mic. Once I get this going, y'all let me know in the chat if there's an echo or anything like that. Okay, I don't want to be any problems. Let me go back and unmute myself. Oh, these babies. There we go. I muted my screen. All right. Just like the Summer Wells, the timing would have had to been so perfect for them to grab two babies, not one, but two. I don't know. Two-car garage with an extra garage in the back, a fireplace, laundry room, a bar, a recreation room, more than enough space for a family. Now, it was a beautiful winter's day. At least it started out beautiful. There were two little boys home alone with their mom and dad. The boys are Oren, Orson West. Their adoptive parents, Jacqueline and Trazelle West. The story goes that Jacqueline was busy inside this home, wrapping gifts, and the boys were with Trazelle outside on the back patio. They were allowed to play with the dog while he was bringing firewood into the house. Now I'm telling this story like it was told to us. For anybody who's going, yeah, no, that didn't happen. I know. But this is what they said. He's out there getting firewood from the big area next to his home that you saw in the video here. She's inside that beautiful home wrapping gifts, and there was nowhere for those kids to run around in that big old 4-bedroom house. So they had them outside on that back porch. And he turns his back in some direction. I love the layout of this house. I love it. And the boys are gone without a trace. Was this area right here that leads to the back patio. That all happened on December 21st. On the back patio. Well, there's this room. 2000. Who has and this room she used for like a sitting area. And the boys are still missing. Much love, Carnage. Welcome in, sweetheart. Hey, you new, Shirley. How y'all doing?
Let's look at some more pictures of their home. Because yes, a lot of people are saying, 6 children in 3 bedrooms. Oh my God. But remember, the other kids were not there. According to them, the other kids were at their grandparents on a vacation, right? So there's only 2 kids in the house, and there are 2 parents in the house, and there are 3 bedrooms as well as bathrooms. Look at all the different places that the kids could have been supervised while the other parent was wrapping the gifts. I just find it very odd that they would choose to put 3 and 4-year-old children in a desert night. I'm just saying. I have edited the interview, what they're saying, and I've cross-referenced it with the security footage that was obtained by AV Watchmen United We Stand.
Sorry, y'all. My cat stepped right on the laptop.
From the neighbor's home. And I want you guys to watch this. You're going to see what they say. You're going to see the footage. You're going to see, and it is just like back to back to back. So suspicious. They are caught in a lie, in more than one lie, actually. Listen.
Do not let them go on the dirt in the backyard and keep them close. They was playing with chalk, and I came to the house. I saw them there. In one house, I came back out. I didn't see them now. I immediately went back in, asked my wife, did you see the boys? She said, no, they should be outside playing with chalk. I said, well, I didn't see them, so I came back outside and I started searching my backyard. I searched the whole thing.
Right here, that's the gate that he said was open, and he was walking in and out of that gate, I guess, throwing firewood. Oh, there he is. You guys can see him walking there. What time is that at? Is that 16:13? Yeah, right now we're at 16:20.
He's still back there. You can see him still back there doing, I don't know what.
No, look, we're able to see him. We could have seen the kids too, bro. They were in the backyard. He's claiming that they vanished from the rear.
Right there at the 28 mark, the light in the front is not even on yet.
And we haven't seen no kids leave out that rear. Even if we did, we would have seen them come out to the front. Boom, the light just turned on now to the van. I'm on the side of the van.
I would figure he would come out running, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Him and his wife, because on the 19th.
They would have been out there screaming and yelling.
But they said they searched the backyard. I haven't seen any heads running back and forth back here yet.
No one.
It's already been 15 minutes since he went in the house. He went in at like the 14 mark, right?
Yep.
So supposedly he ransacked the house and then ransacked the yard. But we haven't seen him ransack the yard at all.
I realized that I left the gate open and I panicked, came inside the house, searched the house, me and my wife. Once that didn't pan out, I got in the van. I looked down the street, both directions. It was getting dark, getting cold, and I got in the van and I hit a bunch of corners.
So that's, what, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
There was a light. There was a light blinking on the van.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
there you go.
There it is. Doors open.
He is in no rush.
Yeah, like if you're gonna run to jump in your car to take off, why would you sit it from the passenger side? Like, you know how hard it is to like jump over the center console, like, right? You're rushing, like,
Yeah.
it's kind of,
Yeah, this hella suspect.
And, but he never went walking down the street at all.
no, he didn't even
Nope.
walk to the front of the street to see if they're on the.
He didn't go back into the rear to look for him. Nowhere.
You look behind the side of the car, like maybe they're on the other side of the car.
Yeah.
He didn't sit from that side.
At the end of the road over here, it tees off to what, an open road, or is that the main road? When you go back like this way, from back like heading towards the road this way?
Yeah. So he left at 16:33 and he's back by 16:38.
Look how fast he's coming back. He's punching it, bro. Look
Yeah,
at
yeah, he's moving.
Look at that. He's from that street to here, and what was that, 3 seconds?
Yeah.
4 seconds?
Hey, back. Done.
I went down this street. I turned my light on. I searched. I called their names. Talked to a gentleman on the street on the other side over there. He didn't see them. So then I came home and I told my wife we need to call the cops. It's getting dark and I need help. We gotta get going. So I called the cops.
When you look at the timestamps on the surveillance footage, everything is sort of happening at around 4:30, 4:45. That's also the same time that Trazelle and Jacqueline say everything happened in terms of when they, everything like that. But then the officer says that they got a call at 5:45.
The 21st of December, we got a call to this location about 5:45 p.m.
At what time did you guys notice your kids went missing? And at what time were they reported missing to the police?
It's about, I believe, I think it was about 4:30, going on 5. It was getting dark, like I said.
5-ish.
5-ish. That's about it. That's when everything played out.
When did you guys call the police to report them missing?
After we searched
Yeah.
a little bit around here, it was dark, so we definitely we got worried.
Would you say it was maybe within an hour, a couple hours?
No, it was within minutes of us getting finished with our search. It was within minutes.
We just want to thank everyone in the community for all the support we've seen. We've felt so helpless, and seeing everybody out here really looking and helping out really means a lot.
So, tell us what happened the night that kids went missing.
Okay.
From our yard.
It was cold. I was gonna make a fire. It's a lot of wood in this area right here next to our house. I opened up the back gate. I'm throwing wood, bringing it inside the house. My wife's inside. She was actually wrapping gifts, so we thought it was a good idea that our youngest two go outside and play with chalk on the back patio. Do not let them go on the dirt in the backyard. We keep them close. They was playing with chalk, and I came to the house. I saw them there. In one house, I came back out. I didn't see them now. I immediately went back in, asked my wife, did you see the boys? She said, no, they should be outside playing with chalk. I said, well, I didn't see them, so I came back outside and I started searching my backyard. I searched the whole thing. I realized that I left the gate open and I panicked, came inside the house, searched the house, me and my wife. Once that didn't pan out, I got in the van. I looked down the street in both directions. It was getting dark, getting cold, and I got in the van and I hit a bunch of corners. I went down this street. I turned my light on. I searched. I called their names. Talked to a gentleman on the street on the other side over there. He didn't see them. So then I came home and I told my wife we need to call the cops. It's getting dark and I need help. We gotta get going. So I called the cops. Cops came. First thing they did was tell us to stay in the house so they can get a hold of us. And they had us just sitting there and we wanted to keep searching. But everybody came out in droves. And I wanted to thank you guys that night, but we couldn't go outside.
The cops told us the best are out here.
The best are out here searching. And we appreciate it. And nobody ever could tell, we could never talk to anybody. And that was the issue.
We just want to thank everybody.
We really want to thank you guys.
Please, if anybody has seen them, please call, let somebody know.
Call the cops. Call California the City Police Department. Call them and let them know what you've seen, if you see anything. Our boys, they are going to be rambunctious, okay? They are going to be here in this area. And I really would like to go in the houses, but it's not because I want to invade people's privacy. I just want to know if make sure. That's it. Because I don't, go ahead, I'm sorry. If you got any questions.
Oh, no, you're good.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to say, this is the first time we're hearing from you guys, and I can't imagine what you guys are going through. I can't even fathom it. For you guys, for people who are thinking that there's some kind of foul play involved, we just spoke to the biological mother. She says she had a conversation with you guys. and that she thinks there's some kind of foul play involved, that she thinks you guys did something.
And that's understandable.
What's your response to that?
That's understandable. I would think the same thing.
Yep.
I mean, that's exactly the point. And we can find our babies, and guess what? That's no. And that's all I want is to find our babies. That's it. And I talked to her this morning, and I really wanted to tell her that I am completely sorry because we were entrusted with her children, and they came to us, and they became our children, and we named them, and they are our children, and so we want them back. So please, if y'all could get back on what you guys are doing, we should be able to get a hold of somebody, but they took all of our tech, so they wanted to, I guess, just rule us out, which makes sense. That's part of the investigation. So that's pretty much it.
Have you guys, you talked with police all last night?
Yes.
So you guys willfully gave them your
Everything.
technology,
Yes.
the car.
Yes.
How did they get a search warrant? Did you guys?
I
no
don't
idea.
see why they got one, but they got one.
Yeah,
We would
they
have let them
didn't
take
need one,
anything.
but
We would have let them take everything. We let them come in and search with us. We asked them to come do that.
What did they take?
Just tech. And that's it. Like our phones.
From the house today?
Should have been out there the first day. Not right now.
Oh, well, I guess, should I answer that? Or?
Answer it does, yes.
Okay. So okay, and I guess I don't even know.
I see. Yeah, we seriously felt like we needed to be out here. We did. Again, we were told the best are out here looking already. Just to stay put. They have more questions. And there was literally a cop with us the whole time in there.
He had sitting down. We would ask him to go help. They had to sit down.
Said nope.
He said, no, we got the best out there.
So
we
it's
need you
not.
guys here in case we have more questions.
I don't want you guys thinking we didn't try. We actually looked before we called police.
Yes.
And I imagine the mind-boggling part is the search for information. What happened? Where are you?
Yes.
Et cetera, et cetera.
And
and just so we are able to present the information correctly, at what time did you guys notice your kids went missing? And at what time were they reported missing to the police?
It's about, I think it was about 4:30, going on 5. It was getting dark, like I said.
5-ish.
5-ish. That's about it. That's when everything played out.
And then when did you guys call the police to report them missing?
After we searched
a
little bit around here, it was dark, so we definitely we got worried.
Would you say it was maybe within an hour, a couple hours?
No, it was within minutes of us getting finished with our search. It was within minutes.
I'm done.
What do you guys want people at home to understand about this situation? For them, even speaking about what you guys are feeling is difficult. What do you want them at home to understand about this whole situation?
We're going through it. It's difficult. I mean, everybody's making their own their own conclusions. They don't know anything. We're not sure everything. We're not sure. We said what we knew, and if anybody has seen them or anything, please call the police department.
Would you be willing to provide pictures, or do you have any?
I have older pictures. All my newest were on my phone.
Okay.
A lot of people are speaking of this as, after the math, past tense. I want to talk about your kids in present tense. What kind of boys are these? Tell us about the boys.
Very playful, very rambunctious, and they do love to wrestle. They do love to kind of get rough with each other.
Kids.
They're kids. Of course, they would love to go out, but so during the pandemic, we wasn't trying to go, out here. And so we stayed inside.
Did you guys ever go out and search?
Yes, we did. We searched before we called the cops. That's what we were saying.
What time did they come up missing?
They came missing right before it got dark. Then we call. I searched that property. I even drove around this neighborhood right here. I even talked to a gentleman on that side, one of those streets over there. I said, "Did you see some little black kids?"
Did you go that way looking for them?
That's the way I was gonna come. But when I came back home, I decided to call the cops because it was dark. They couldn't have got away that fast.
And why did it take 2 people to go in the house and leave 2 kids out here by themselves? It should have been 1 parent going in and 1 parent right here watching the child, not 2 parents going in the house and leaving 2 little kids out here by themselves for 10 minutes.
No, they were in the backyard. And the back gate was open.
Out the backyard.
And the back gate was open, and I was getting wood from this lot here.
Been unresponsible and left the gate open, left some little kids outside with the gate open.
All right. Sorry. You guys were talking about your boys who you're, I understand. For a mother's intuition, I know you were saying, and we'll get your names after this, but you were saying how you feel like they're in this area. Do you feel the same way? And what is the intuition? What is the sense you get? What do you think happened to your boys? Do you think someone took them? Do you think they're lost? Do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely know they're not walking around. They're not that kind. They do not just roam around. These patches. They definitely. I think definitely would have been picked up or something.
That was my assumption.
Have they ever taken off of the
No.
They've never taken off?
No.
You guys are new to Cal City, right?
Yep.
How long have you guys been living here?
3 months.
Ready to create a website quickly and easily? Bluehost Website Builder helps you do just that, and then some. Build a WordPress.
It's crazy because y'all say y'all came out looking for the kids, and y'all got neighbors that say y'all ain't even came out looking for no kids. We out here.
We were looking.
I'm just saying, bro, it's crazy, bro. I got kids of my own.
Where do you live?
The little boys that y'all raised, them is my biological family. I understand, bro. I don't leave kids outside, and I understand.
I have 9 kids. I have 9 kids.
There's outside in the backyard that I was watching.
Leave my kids unattended, not even for a minute.
Like, you sit here.
We get that. We get it.
They were in the backyard.
We feel it.
You don't even look like you worried,
But you said the gate.
I've been going through it all the 2 days.
Y'all finna go inside the house, right?
Yeah.
Y'all are foster parents, right?
No, we're
y'all
adopted.
adopted them,
Yeah,
right?
they are
Okay,
children.
shut the gate. Go in the house. Why did it take both of y'all to go in the house and leave them outside by themselves?
I understand.
And y'all know the gate was
Why
open.
haven't y'all been out with the people around this neighborhood looking with the kids?
We
already told on camera.
I see y'all on no cameras last night. I didn't even see y'all out here praying with them people. Them people was out to take care of my nephew. Not supposed to happen.
I understand.
Y'all was supposed to take care of my nephew.
I understand.
If anybody's watching at home who knows anything, or if somebody who has these kids, if they're watching, what is your message to them?
The message has always been, as soon as possible, call the California City Police Department, and please bring our babies home. And that's that.
That's one of the reasons why we actually didn't want to do this.
This is the reason why. Because we were under orders to stay in the house and stay because they're going to need to contact us, and we cannot go outside, and that was the issue. We were under orders by the cops to stay home in the house and let the professionals look.
But you just said that they were your children. If they were your children, regardless of what somebody told you, wouldn't you want to go look for them?
Well, we have cops actually posted in the front door right there.
Coded as an eye.
We totally understand. If you guys actually have that question, we should ask the police officer.
The situation, but do you see how it seems that the kids was left unattended? You guys went in the house and then the kids disappeared. How did they disappear?
Exactly, and that's the way we try to figure out.
It doesn't make sense. How did they disappear? How did they go out? You guys had the house supervised already, and my question is, why were they the only 2 children out? Where were the kids?
The rest kids went grandma.
Who?
They left. They went on vacation.
So they did it.
No, because they're too young. We didn't. We watched them, and it turns out that that happened.
How did the
All right, guys, I know
They're older.
just really quickly before we forget, first and last name, spelling of both for both of you guys.
So, excuse me, say it again.
Just first and last name.
Spelling of who or what?
Or just your first and last name.
Our names.
Trazelle West. It's Trezell West.
Okay, and for you?
JACQUELANE.
I'm sorry, one more time.
JACQUELANE.
Okay. West?
Yes.
Okay, guys, we'll let you go.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Thank you guys for staying on the live. But we're about to find out his actions and what he did. Hey, can you guys see pretty good or what? Hit 1 if you guys can see. Let me turn this up real quick. Got you. Let me read through your comments real quick. Okay.
December 21st.
All right, so he's going back to the 21st. You know what? Let me turn that off. Ignore phone calls. 4:16:30. Hey, is that what Ricky's in here? Okay, so this good? It's good?
Yeah.
All right, guys, so we are gonna watch the video from the 21st of December, and this is gonna be his actions on that day. Okay, I'm ready, bro.
Alright, so it's 4:30 right now. This is when he reports his kids missing. That's his house. That's his truck right there, his van that was parked in front of the house. So,
hey, you think, is there any way, bro, not to bug? Is there any way we can hit the light? All right, so he's gonna turn, probably off, no? What do you think? Is that good? Yeah, you can see it. Okay, all right, let's do it, guys. Okay, so this is at 4:30, like he's saying.
maybe these little lights are giving him away.
I think so, yeah.
What like that? Dark?
Yeah, you want to black out or what?
It's up to you.
Yeah, let's do it.
Good?
Okay, all right, guys, so we got to turn the lights off real quick, that way we can see a little bit better.
All right, so this is the time he's gonna report his kids missing. So it's 4:31. He's gonna come out right now. You'll see him come out. He should be coming out in a second now.
Okay, so what we're looking at, guys, is here. See that van? So he's gonna come in outside any moment now to make to call.
Well, he's gonna look for his kids apparently, but you're gonna see how he does it and what he does. You know what I mean?
Okay.
There you go. So the light came on. You see it?
Which in the front?
Yeah, the front little like he opened this front the side door. You see the door open?
Okay, the door's open to the van. Yep.
Yeah, you see it?
Yep.
So he's gonna hop in his van right now.
Hey, can you guys see this video? Hit 1 if you can see it pretty good.
Okay, so he turns his van on, bro.
Okay.
So apparently he's looking for his kid, but it takes him about a minute just to sit in his van and turn his car on. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And he didn't even look in the front yard, nowhere on the sides. You seen it?
Nothing.
He didn't come up the street. So he hops in his van. I mean, I don't think he's going in a speed where you're searching for somebody. You're going pretty fast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You made that turn right there. You're not looking for nobody. You know what I mean?
Okay, where's he going?
He makes that turn, right?
Right here by his house?
I mean, you gotta figure your kids are missing. You don't know which direction they went, right?
Right.
So he takes off that direction for I don't know what reason, looking for his kids. But we got lights, Christmas lights on this side. We got a big open lot. He's got his fence line right here. He didn't even come out to look behind his fence.
He didn't do none of that shit.
None of that shit. I mean, your kid missing. Why would you jump in your car?
Yeah.
You're gonna.
Of course.
Correct.
You guys just seen that, right, guys? So he walks out. He freaking gets in the van. He doesn't even come to look in this area here.
No neighbors.
He's not running down the street, freaking looking this way. He's not running that way.
He sits in the car.
He sits in the car. He gets in, starts it up, warms it up for a little bit, and then he just casually drives out.
So about 4 minutes, he's gone. So maybe fast forward.
Okay. Hey, I appreciate you doing this.
So we go.
All right, guys. So this is a neighbor, man. This dude's awesome. He has it on.
So
wait, I see the van is just there right now.
So 6:35.
Who's this? What's this?
It's just a shadow. It looks like a car, but it's not. It's just a shadow right there.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So
that's a shadow, bro?
Yeah, bro. I know it looks like a car, but it's not.
Okay, so
you see him right there. He's driving.
That's him. That's him. So he's in the field right now, right?
These are little streets back here, but the field starts like about there, a little higher than that.
Yeah,
but it's still residential right there where he's living.
Okay, so that was him that just came from right here.
Yeah, but he's on the street, two, 3 streets
over.
You see him coming?
Yeah.
See him, bam.
Yeah.
See that car? Headlights.
Okay, so there he is again.
He came back. That was about 4 or 5 minutes. He was gone.
He was gone 4 to 5 minutes. As you guys see, even on the timestamp as well, he was only gone for maybe 4 to 5 minutes. Boom, there he is.
So he comes, opens the door, gets out, goes in front of his house, and just stands there, bro. You know what I mean? You see him?
Yeah.
You see him? He's just standing there. He's not looking for no kid.
Yeah, he's not.
So he's standing there. He'll stand.
He's behind a tree right now, right?
Yeah, he's behind that tree where he thought it was a car, but it was like a shadow.
Yeah.
And he's just standing there, bro.
Look, so this freaking lane he's not looking for no kids, bro.
Now he's walking back. He's not looking for nobody. You see him getting from this way. He didn't look on that fence.
No.
And you can see his backyard.
Yeah.
If anybody walks in that backyard, you would have seen shadows. You know what I mean?
Right.
So he's not even in his backyard looking for no kids.
None. What was that? I just see something.
Yeah, it was a dog. Dog. So if you see the dog again?
Yeah, you can see the dog.
Yeah, so if it was a human, you would have seen it way better, bro.
Of course.
To see a little dog, you know?
Yeah.
So you would have seen somebody back there searching, looking, and he's got a big backyard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Back shed behind it. You know what I mean?
So he's still right now. Is he on the phone right now? Or?
So what happens is he pretty much stands there right in front of his house for about another 5 to 6 minutes when the cops pulled up. So at this point, I believe he already called the cops.
Okay.
Assuming from the reaction time and the arrival time of the police, you know?
Right. And I appreciate you guys tuning in. Thank you guys for doing that. Spread the word, let other people know that we are alive, and by doing that, click the thumbs up. Hey, so the neighbor, this is a good dude right here, man. He just gave me access to come in here and look at this video surveillance that he has from his house. This guy is a piece of shit, you know? You can tell.
I mean,
He's not looking for.
If he came this way towards my house,
Yeah.
the first place he would look is right here, bro.
He's not acting like someone looking for their child, bro.
You would have seen him come up the street, go to your neighbor's van, man.
Yeah, right away, bro. Running.
Panicking, bro. He's not panicking.
No, he's not panicking, bro. Yeah, this guy's not.
So I watched this video like so many times, and I try to like break it down. You know what I mean? So the next interesting part is that pretty much he's gonna stand in front of his house, you see the dog walking around in the back, you can see nobody's back there.
Yeah.
So the cops are gonna pull up soon.
Okay.
And you'll see what he does next, which is freaking crazy. I still can't believe it. So let me fast forward.
Oh, he's gonna do something right now?
I mean, I wasn't gonna fast forward so you could see that he doesn't come towards this area, but I'm pretty sure you could tell already that he's not.
Yeah, he's not. I see lights coming from the rear.
That's just a neighbor probably passing by or something.
All right.
He's as a neighbor passing by. So he's pretty much still right there. His wife, him, they do not come out, you know?
Right. I will see Joe Dirt.
Come out, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Boom. Something just turned on.
Okay, so this is, what time is this? 4:48 already.
4:48, okay.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It was 4:33 when he hopped in his car and took off the first time or something like that.
Right. And he was gone for like 4 minutes.
Yeah, 4 or 5 minutes.
Right.
He's gone.
Right. And now we're waiting for the cops to pull up now.
Yeah, so we're about to wait for the cops to pull up and watch what he does when they do pull up.
All right, so we're to watch. The cops are going to be pulling up right now, and he obviously he did something that we're going to see right now. So that's 449, 1649. Yeah, 449. Okay, so now we got. I see.
So
what was that?
I went a little too much forward, so I reversed again. So he still hasn't come out.
He's still behind. All right, guys. So he's still behind this tree right here,
just chilling, waiting for
the cops. Right? He didn't put the call, and then while he's on the phone, he's not looking. He's just chilling.
Yeah. That's already 7 minutes. They still haven't showed up. Plus, minus.
Yeah, so as you guys can see, he's not looking for these kids at all. He hasn't even came from behind that tree.
Yeah.
And like the neighbor was saying, you could see through this fence. Like we just seen the dog walk
backyard. That's his
backyard, right? We just seen the dog. Haven't seen no kids at all.
If any kid came out, I would have caught it on my camera too before this. You know what I mean?
So that's what I was gonna ask you. Like
we could go back. So he stated that to the police that his statement was because they came and they took my DVR. The FBI has this recording. So he's told the cops that on the 19th, 2 days before that, all 6 kids, husband, wife, they all went to Bakersfield Christmas shopping. So on the 19th, and this is early, he said 11 a.m. So I looked, and 4 kids only sit in the car, husband and wife. Those 2 little kids on the 19th didn't even sit in that car.
And this was on the 19th?
This was on the 19th.
Hey, did you guys just hear that?
I could go back.
Hey, if you guys heard that, press 1. Did you just hear what he said?
And okay, so I could go back and show you the 19 too. You could count how many heads come out.
Okay. See, so he's telling me that he could go back to the 19th, right?
Now the cops are pulling up. It's already 16:52.
So 4:52 now, right?
See him right there?
Right. Okay, here comes the cops.
First officer pulling up to the scene. So look,
Yeah, the feds, the FBI has it.
He's gonna look at him. He kind of hesitated, then he went. I don't know if you did figure.
I've seen that.
Then his wife hesitated. So now he goes and he tells the cops, and that's his wife walking in the back, telling them, "You might want to put him in just a little bit so they can see him."
Is that good? That should be good.
Yeah. So he tells the cops that, "Hey, my 2 and 3 year old or 3 and 4 year old is missing," right? So the cop takes off. That's her walking. Or him, I don't know, but they're not looking.
They're not looking, bro.
They're not looking.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not looking. You don't have no business to throw you.
No.
So he goes and he's hopping back in his truck. Okay.
Right.
This is what I call him playing the little movie part. You know what I mean? He's setting up the stage pretty much.
He's setting it up. Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, I'm searching too. I'm doing this. So he hops back in his car when the cop pulls up, right? But he was just standing around before that. Doing it comes out the same way how he pulled in. It came out the same. Look what he does. What he's doing, bro. Look what he does.
Exact same.
Look what he does. Makes that same freaking right.
The exact same right turn again.
Why would you go
in the exact same direction again?
Right?
Yeah. Hi. Hello. This isn't me. This is crazy, bro. Where's this cop going? He's
searching. He's searching. Frantically searching. You could tell he's searching.
Yeah, no.
You could tell the difference. Yeah, you could tell the difference right away. Between someone searching and someone not searching. You know what I mean?
Yep. So you guys seen this? He stood here. He was gone for 4 minutes, 5 minutes, but he stood here for what? 8?
Yeah, something like that.
8, 9 minutes. Standing here, waiting for the cops. He wasn't searching at all. Is that the cop again coming back, or?
Another officer. So another officer pulls up, parks in the front, and he's going to go hit the whole backyard now.
He pretty much never let the kids come out and play. Never. They were. So this is the 19th. The cops went to Bakersfield.
Okay, so this is the 19th of December, guys, and he claimed that all of them took off and went Christmas shopping on the 19th. But on this video here, it's going to show that those 2 little boys never went.
You must not go there, Sam. But I thought a king could do whatever he wants. Take any church. Why others such provisions?
Who said that? J.E. Pox? Those kids have been missing since October. Where do you get that from?
Everything you see exists together in
Exactly. There should be some store cameras as well. Okay, so this is December 19th.
11:32 a.m.
11:32 a.m. This is a window here.
Yeah, that's the side window of the house.
That one, it's open right now?
No, you have the morning report. Take a stand. Shoot your off with all decades. The bus from the
I appreciate you guys all tuning in. So If you are just now tuning in, we are at the neighbor's house to where the boys came up missing, and he has video surveillance from his house showing some shady stuff going on with.
Look, he comes out. You see him coming out? Opens that side door again.
Mm-hmm.
So if you notice, he doesn't have neighbors on both sides, just two neighbors in the front, and he blocks his front door entrance with that van. All tinted windows, creepy freaking van, you know what I mean? And,
all the windows.
Yeah, and he never goes that way and sits in the car. It's always, so he opens the door like that,
mm-hmm.
and then you'll see the kids from that little crack right there, from this little part right here. You'll see the kids jumping in the van right now.
How many kids does he have altogether?
So he has 2 of his own, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
2 adopted, which were the ones that are missing, and 2 fosters.
So 6 altogether?
I believe so.
And we're only going to see 4 come out right now.
Correct. So there it goes. That's 1, I believe. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And 4.
And the wife.
And the wife. So he just kind of sort of rushed them in. Did you see that?
Quick, ran them in there.
He rushed them in there quick. So 4 kids only got in the van to go Christmas shopping.
I could go back again if you want to.
Yeah, can we do it one more time? All right, guys, so let's look at this one more time.
The 4th one comes out with the wife, you know what I mean? So you can see the wife and the 4th one coming out.
Right.
Because you can see her kind of like guiding her, like walking.
Wow, this is something else, man. And on my last video I just uploaded earlier, I was telling people that what's done in the dark, it's going to come to the light, bro. Yeah. This shows a lot, bro. His story doesn't add up.
Did he show you the shadows?
I mean, you're not going to leave a 3 and a 2-year-old or a 4-year-old
by themselves.
And no. Go to Bakersfield, right? Christmas shopping?
Yeah.
There's no way. You can't leave none of his kids at home. They're all
underage.
Toddlers.
Right.
All
yeah.
Little dudes. You can see them, you know?
Bro, his body language, just on this,
yeah.
The way he's just like
marched them.
He marched them.
And usually, like, bro, when you let your kids out your house to sit in the car, what do? They run around. You gotta beg them and yell at them, try to get them in the car. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're not sitting in that car right away. This was like he was waiting by the door, like quick, bam, 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 quick. Like
told them, get out there, get in, sit down, shut up. I bet you. If he's a controlling type of freaking dude, look, check it out.
So that's him coming out again, side door.
So he goes out there, he opens up that side door. Now they're all getting in through the passenger door, right?
Yeah.
So what, the sliding door don't open or something, or?
He opens the sliding door, so they get in from the sliding door. You can't really see it.
All right.
Because it's a sliding door, and he has his door open too, so.
See this? I wonder if he knows that you got this camera over here, bro.
I mean, he's thinking maybe if I open my door like that, he won't see it, but I'm pretty sure he could see it.
Like, what if he knows that you got that camera here, and that's the reason why he opened up that door?
Yeah, that's why he did it. That's why his windows are tinted. That's why he parks his van like that, so the neighbors across won't see it. You know what I mean? He may be thinking, oh, his camera might catch all that. You know, I'll go over there.
Yeah. That's what he's thinking, right?
You know that guy's too far from me, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And here we go. So okay, here comes the first one.
You see it?
Yep. 1, 2, 3.
And that's the 4th.
And here's the 4th one. Boom, that's it.
That's it. And the wife.
That is it, guys.
Dude had 6 kids. Where's the other 2, bro? On the 19th.
And this was the 19th. We don't know. Somebody says, so how long have they actually been missing for?
Who knows?
We don't know, man.
I mean,
but we know what we just seen right now. We've seen 4 kids and his wife come out. And now she's going back in, huh?
More amazing than ever.
Honey, is that the dog
Hey, you tell him, there's more getting said, plus oxygen that brings over and everything. Okay, seriously, that's it.
Hey, bro, like this don't have like a little, like a SD card or anything like that. Yeah. You maybe I could like, maybe, try to download it or something.
see, if you download it, it just takes forever, bro.
Does it?
Take you like 2 hours, 3 hours, you know what I mean? Okay. It's gonna be here forever, but
this is good then.
Come by and figure something out.
Yeah. What time is good for you, bro?
Morning time, like around now I go to work, so.
All right. Oh, in the morning I can't. In the morning, I gotta be at work.
Coming back, staying in the car. If you noticed, he didn't even go on the driver's side, open the door. He went in from that side too.
So he didn't even walk around the van to get into the driver's seat. He climbed across the seats.
Just so he could avoid cameras on the other side, you know what I mean?
Just to avoid the camera that's watching him now.
And see that.
And there's one over here too, I think.
Two, there's a bunch of cameras across the street from him pointed at his house, but you can't see nothing because he blocks it with his van. This is the only camera that you can see something with, you know what I mean?
Was that him? He just opened that door?
Yeah, he just opened that door. I don't know what he did. I threw something out.
Yeah, and there they go. All the windows are blacked out. Look at that. Remember, that's the type of van we were warned about when we were kids.
Yeah.
It's true, bro.
Crazy, man.
And why does he always go out that way?
Weird. Go check his mail.
Yeah, this guy's lying, guys. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. It's almost like he's purposely not coming this way, bro. Even the night when the so-called kid went missing, he didn't come this way. He went that way. That's a trip, bro. That's gonna be it, huh?
So, and then he comes back.
Oh, you got him when he comes back too?
I haven't even watched it, to be honest. I'm sure he's gonna come back. He's here right now.
And this is gonna be what, hours later? Because they went all the way to Bakersfield.
Right there, he's back already.
Where? How long were they gone for?
Okay, look, the door's open. I got a perfect timing. 3:45.
Okay.
You go to Bakersfield and come back that quick.
Oh, wait a minute. What time did they leave?
11:30.
11:30 they left.
That's 2:45.
There was one?
That's the wife, though. I think that was the wife.
Oh, no, that was the wife, yeah?
That was the wife. Went to open the door. His kids aren't coming out, walking around, waiting. They're waiting.
But they're like kids usually do.
Yeah.
Kids usually, you open the door, they're ready to get out. They're ready to get out.
He's waiting for the mom to open the door before he can let the kids. And if you're that careful, I mean, shit, how'd you get your kids missing? You know what I mean?
Exactly, bro.
You don't even let them come out the car like that? So he's still waiting. What do you do?
Wow.
Oh, that car passed it already, no?
Maybe.
Yeah, right. They already don't know what it is.
Okay, so Bakersfield, what's it take to get from here to Bakersfield? About what?
45 an hour.
45 minutes an hour.
65 miles.
And then them going shopping, Christmas shopping, right? So they leave at 11:50, give or take, right? They get there by almost 1 o'clock, right?
So he left 11:30. I'm guessing in a van. It'll take you an hour to get there. 1:30 he got there.
Okay. And then they shot for what, 10 minutes or something, and then took off? Yeah, that's
that shit does not.
it. Doesn't that? It's true though. I mean, think about it. This don't. Yeah. Yeah, I know, guys. Yeah, so the feds, right? That got this video. The feds, yeah.
You came to my DVR, bro.
So the feds came and they got the DVR, and I mean, they did. Thankfully, this guy was here and he has his surveillance cameras up. Because we wouldn't be watching this now. Okay, so wonder what presents. I just seen a message they bought for the two boys. I heard, I don't know if this is a fact though, but supposedly there was only like one present under the tree.
That was a few that kind of peeked out the window.
For both of those boys only.
Oh, for both the boys.
With their names on it. It was 1 and 1. That's what Matt was telling me. See, look, somebody else said that too. I heard there was only one gift for each of them.
Yeah.
All right, so right now we're waiting to see when they pull up again, which should be any moment now. It takes about, give or take, 45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic, to get from here to Bakersfield. And so they get to Bakersfield, they might have shopped for just a few minutes and then got right back in the van and came right back. Because that's it. They got back at, what, 5?
No, it's 3:40.
Oh, 3, yeah. Okay.
3:40. So
here they are. 3:40 and they left at 11:30. 11:30. I thought it was like 11:48 or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, if they even went to a store. I'm sure, the cops are they asked them already where they went. So here they are.
Hey, there. Come here.
Yeah, no, I heard that same thing, that they weren't. Okay, doors open. Boom, I think that was the wife.
Hey.
Okay, so that was the wife. We don't know where they went shopping, but okay, now we got the driver's door opening. There he is.
Checking your mail again. Really? Did he check his mail? When was that when he checked his mail?
I think that was the other one.
That was the day before. No.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think.
Or when he was leaving, well, maybe.
So I haven't seen no kids get out. Dude, like, that's not. You know how kids are, bro. When you get home, they're ready to jump out. Did you ever see these boys, bro?
Never. You see how he brings them out and takes them back in?
Yeah.
Never lets them play in the front yard.
Did you ever see these two boys, though?
I haven't seen nobody. I haven't even seen him.
What was that? Sounds like a... Is it a big crazy one or what? Or is it the little one that's here?
Which one?
Yeah, the boy?
Yeah.
Oh. All right, so what do we have here?
One, that was the wife again.
Was that the wife? What is going on? I didn't even notice if maybe she had anything in her hands, like a present or something when shopping for her. Where are the kids at? They didn't come back with any kids. I wonder if that's when they dropped the kids off, supposedly like with the grandparent. Yeah, that's what Matt was telling me. That the kids got dropped off with the grandparent. That's gonna be it, huh?
Get Ro up here. Come on, baby. Yeah, Brenda D. How would somebody know that the kids were going out? That's the whole thing. It's just like the summer wells. The timing would have had to been so perfect for them to grab two babies, not one, but two. I don't know. I don't think it is possible. Ro's in the house. I can't let Ro come with no introduction, y'all, but I suck at introductions. All I know is that Ro is one of the sweetest, strongest people I have ever met. She is family to the boys, and she has been boots on the ground the entire time. Through all the backlash or whatever came her way, she kept a gentle, peaceful spirit for these boys. So that's all I know, and it's a beautiful thing. But Crenshaw, if you would please introduce Ro and just tell everybody a little something. Bring her on.
I mean, I don't have enough to say about Ro. But then she inspires me from the day that I met her to be a nicer person, to be a more caring individual, to be someone who is always positive, even when everything is negative around you. She's just like a ray of light for everyone around her. I don't know how I would get through half of the things that we've had to deal with this case without having her to lean on with this. And she's just so inspiring in so many ways. She's became my family at this point, and so many other people. And I'm just so glad, at least with all of this we've had to go through, and no matter what happens, that I've met such a beautiful soul in her. So yeah, that's
beautiful. Beautiful. That is Ro. It really is.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Ro's in the house. Hi, sweetheart.
Hi, everybody. I've been watching a little bit, and first I want to thank Q Corlock for having this live with all the YouTubers that's been on this case since day one, and I thank you all in the chat and everybody who's been supporting the boys. Sincere and Classic, Oren and Orson. I say Oren and Orson because that's what the adoptive parents, named them, and that's what was put out when they became missing. And so I'm always say Oren and Orson, but we know them as Sincere and Classic. But and I want to thank Crenshaw. Thank you for them kind words, and you've been by my side. Almost every day, whether we see each other out here doing what we do, or whether we're talking in our chat, researching. And I thank you and the group for doing what you guys are doing behind the scene, because it's a lot, man. And my family and the other Ball family, I'm pretty sure that they appreciate you all for going hard for the boys, just like how me and my family appreciate you guys. It's been tough, thank you, John Q and AV, for everything, and all the YouTubers out there doing their thing. It's been tough, and it's been a journey. It's been, an emotional roller coaster ride, and just sleepless nights, and always thinking, trying to balance, this what's going on with the boys to, what's going on in life, period. And, trying to stay humble and positive and keeping our hopes alive. We've heard the good and the bad. So, I mean, it's a lot that, that has been against us. And, right now, I mean, I want to clear up a few things. The tip line, BPD they're the lead investigators of the case now. So just call that tip line, the 661, the 322-4040. I mean, that's the best, number to call if you guys are going to even call a tip line. Cal City, I mean, I had people tell me that they're not taking no tips and this and that. So we don't want you guys to waste your time going that route. Just call the BPD. And then, it's been...
Well, what's that number again? Let me see. Is that the one I got on this?
Yeah, so the the Cal City number, I mean, I in my opinion, I say don't call them because they're not... I mean, I had people call them, a few months ago after the BPD took lead, and they said that the way they responded to them and just, it wasn't, they didn't want to take, they're not taking the tips no more. They were going to tell you to call BPD or whatever, So that's one thing. And then it's been 8 months, you know what I mean? We finally got the right people involved. So like about the EquiSearch, you know what I mean? So, they denied the help at the time. BPD denied the help at the time, but they didn't shut it down like as in, they're not going to accept it. But, the one of the parents from the Bakersfield 3, one of the mothers, because it's 3 families, 3 of their kids went missing. 2 of them were found, their remains was found. 1 of them are still missing. So that mother reached out to, EquiSearch before, probably around the time or before we did or whatever, or before Duty Ron had them on their live or whatever. So, thanks to them, the Bakersfield 3, one of the mothers, she got them to come out here. If you guys really want to really get a confirmation of what was said, go to Duty Ron's live that he did Friday. And I don't know the timestamp, but I mean, he says it, on there. But because of them and the current river right now is low, so this is so that's why they're coming out there here for them. But then I believe on Duty, I haven't really seen it, but I believe on Duty Ron's live he stated that that something about the boys or whatever. So yeah, they're gonna, but they can only fly the drones. You get what I'm saying? So which is amazing because I mean this is the best help that we had to come to Bakersfield for the boys because they have the equipment. You know what I mean? So, me personally, how I feel about the corruption, we all know it's corruption. Somewhere in the CPS and whatever. But I'm gonna put my pride aside. Because I don't want to mess up anything for the boys. You feel me? Like, seriously. And I would ask everybody to do the same, especially when it comes to, I mean, because let's just let EquiSearch do their part. You know what I mean? Let's see what they come up with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah. And then with Desiree Thompson, her mom's name is Cherie Smith. And then it's Desiree Thompson. And so, I mean, yeah, we know that we're behind the scenes trying to help her at the same time. You get what I'm saying? Because her daughter's been missing out of Cal City for almost 10 years now. You know what I mean? And just imagine what she goes through 10 years living this. I mean, it's killing us 8 months. So I can imagine 10 years of this, you know what I mean? Like
no answers,
no help. Like, and I'm pretty sure she felt alone, felt like she still has hope, you know what I mean? And it's just hearing her story and just everything of how strong that woman is. It's like, it only tells me to help and others to help, and reach out and do what we can. So yeah, we would love for EquiSearch to come and help her in Cal City because if they come and help her, I mean, they're going to find a lot of stuff. You feel me? A lot of dead bodies out there, because, I mean, that's just a place that, you don't know what you're going to find. But, I mean, and then it happened in Cal City. So, I mean, that the boys missing in Cal City. So, I mean, just to have her bring them out there, but they haven't confirmed that yet. You know what I mean? So it's not confirmed that they're coming out here for Desiree, but we would love for that to happen for, Cherie.
Yeah.
So
might find a connection.
Yeah. But then like with the Equisearch, Duty Ron's been pushing. He talked to the lieutenant, and they knew he was coming out for the Bakersfield 3 because whatever. So like he said something about the boys, and the lieutenant said, okay, they could come out and use the drones. You feel me? I mean, if that's all we could use, hey, let's use it. You know what I mean? So I mean, like I'm gonna still be working behind the scenes with the girls, the ladies that's been helping, and I don't want to mess this up for the boys because this is the best thing that's happened in 8 months for us. You know what I mean? So I just ask everybody to just do what you do, continue to spread the word and awareness, and continue to do your research and look into whatever you guys are doing. I can't tell y'all what to do. You guys are doing great. Whatever. Let's just really
keep
let
it up.
Keep it up. Let Equisearch do their part when they come out here. And I'm gonna just say this: nobody's gonna know when they're out here. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Because I refuse to let anybody mess up what's gonna happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
they like to be off the radar too.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want all this show, you know what I mean? They don't want all that, and it's cool. Like I agree with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I mean that's all I ask. Is that let's just let them do their job. You know what I mean? And and listening to the interview room, the Chris and all the guys that was on there about the interview.
Yeah.
Oh man, I mean,
crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean that's some real talk right there. And if they see it, and they barely got on this case. I mean, it shouldn't take a rocket science to know that these adoptive parents are responsible for my little cousins being missing. You get what I'm saying? Whatever they did, and then just looking at the video right now that you guys are playing, look how dark it is. You get what I'm saying? Look how dark it is. And then even a neighbor said that he was sitting outside. You get what I'm saying? And he didn't see nothing. So I mean,
it's the desert. It's pitch black at night.
But he didn't see nobody walk up to the house and take the kids. He would have.
Yeah, I don't.
So all that somebody walked up and they didn't find footprints. They didn't find. You get what I'm saying? No tracks. I mean, common sense is okay. They Cal City did what they did out there. They searched. They took pictures. No tracks. No footprints. No chalk. No nothing. So you get what I'm saying? It's just common sense. But people are gonna have their opinions, which everybody has their right to their opinion. Crazy. And then the San Jose tip, Crenshaw went out there. I went out there with her. It was crazy. Yeah. It was crazy. Believe me, we went through some crazy stuff out there. Poor Crenshaw. I feel sorry for her, but she's a soldier. She don't give up. And I respect her. And that's why I deal with Crenshaw a lot because just the what we have grown to become, as in her being by our side and things like that. And she's a soldier and she's really be investigating. Like she's gonna be a private investigator by the end of this. You know what I mean?
Beautiful, beautiful.
I mean, I just respect Crenshaw and and there's other tips that were that came to us that every tip that came to us, we went and checked out. We went, you know what I mean?
Every tip. There's not a door I haven't knocked on.
Yeah. So it's like we're doing our part, and there's only so much we could do because we're not the law enforcement. We can't look at a surveillance camera. We can, but we can let them know what tip and all that. So, we do our part in sending in the information. Now, we just have to trust that they do their part. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it's a lot, y'all, but I'm going to tell y'all like this. I mean, behind the scenes, I mean, this case is not going cold. I'm going to tell you that now. It's not going
beautiful.
Cold. As long as I'm breathing, as long as the girls that are helping us breathe in, and I mean, we're gonna keep going until we get answers, until we find the boys, until we get justice, and until whoever involved is held accountable.
tired of looking on the news to see these kids missing. It just sickens my mood. Now I got an attitude. You think I won't battle food? I will slap the fuck out of you. Maybe I am a radical. Charged up with a matador. You don't love the kids, why do you got them for? Tell the truth, how they got out the door. These cases I can't ignore. You damn right I want your face on the floor. We lacking info pimping, I'ma need more. See, it's the truth that we want. You're supposed to love your kid. The truth is you don't. Somebody bring them parents up to the front. Them kids been missing for months. Damn right I'm mad, pimp, I done had enough. Oh, my business, bitch, I don't give a fuck. I might just tear this shit up. Now we got summer, we got horse, and we got orange. Like the parents, they don't care. I'm like, what the fuck you doing? All of the YouTubers pursuing, they do more than what you do. Now how the fuck you gonna influence? Reputation done been ruined. Why they taking these kids? What's the good shit? Why they taking these kids? What's the good shit? Remember that kid they left in the car? Sydney Dill, she had a bum for a father. Nick Posadas Navarre just break the window, but he wouldn't even bother. He making kids, now that's really a problem. What about that fella Kawan? The lady picked him up was a mom. Now Kawan was a friend with a son. I can't believe what they done. They found his body in the sugar cane field. Now his parents gotta shed some real tears. Ain't how the fuck we supposed to live. If you got a kid, show them that you love them. Cause they leaving on the double attack them. Gotta keep them covered. Cause there's some evil motherfuckers plotting, waiting just to touch them. Don't you think this shit is nuts? They taking kids out by the dozen. It's so many living in your city limits. If you think that they offended, that mean you think this again. It only take a single man. Evaluate the way you live. This was a blessing you was given. It's gonna hit you different if your child just end up missing. Why they taking these kids? What's the good shit? Why they taking these kids? What's the good shit? Why they taking these kids? What's the good shit?
I brought my creativity to YouTube in May of 2021. And the slideshow that you've seen, it highlights every case that I've touched, every story I've tried to tell and shine a light on. That is not me gloating. That is me saying, why the hell is the list so big? Now, all of that didn't happen in 2021. Those were just all the stories I shined my light on because they caught my attention. They moved my heart. But why do I have a year's worth of stories in only 7 months? And a to-do list a mile long. If only I had more months in the year. It's heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking. I didn't set out to make a true crime channel, and I don't intend to become that. It's just that this channel is about things that I admire, things I represent, um, things that I wish that more people at least knew about. That was the whole and only concept. And in doing that, I guess even I've had to realize, and I knew I was true crime, but I guess I'm a lot more true crime than I realized. So it dominates the channel. But it's not the only thing you have seen or will see here. I won't say that. But you will see it, and a lot of it. And I don't share it for fun and entertainment. I don't. That might be what the fair use says, but I don't share it for entertainment purposes only. I don't want to get emotional. And this is not about me. It's about what this channel has made me truly realize. You know, the world is hurting. And people need help. So, for December, we're going to dry our eyes and we're going to use our voices. And I would like to share with you, reshare with you, as many of the stories as I can that I have shared during this year. I pray that in the coming year, these families will have justice and peace. And to help them find it, I only ask that you click that button that says share. If you care about these people, do what you can to help them. That's all I'm doing. So look out for it all month long, every single day. We started with Echo Lloyd, and I don't know what the next will be. I'll pull from my playlist and I'll pull from my heart. One last shot at it in 2021. Maybe even get justice. Well, that's all I got. I'll see you in the comments and every day in December. So, that's in a nutshell. That's what we got. And these babies are somewhere lost in this world. I guess I should have did a mic check, but I see my little bubble bouncing, so I just start talking. I mean, that's all we really know. And the reason why I chose what I chose is because it don't get no better than that. Do y'all realize that security camera is like an eyewitness? I mean, it caught everything except whatever they did with the kids, of course. Unless that's somewhere else in the footage. It caught all their movements. So when he's saying, yeah, I called the cops and I went and raced around the block and asked if they seen some black kids over here and I jogged over here, whatever, we saw you, bro. And I just think that's beautiful. That's the true crime buff in me. That's like, wow, we got footage. I mean, if we got the 19th, we definitely didn't see any kids. We can talk about that in a minute. But if we got the 19th and we got the 21st, and I think they said that camera goes out, I don't know if it was a week, 2 weeks, whatever the case may be, I am positive that the feds got all that time. And I want to know what they saw. I mean, apparently they didn't see a murder or any Chris Watts type suspect activity, or those two would hopefully be in jail. But did they see anything? Did they see any kids? Ever? Because to me, that makes them like instant suspects. If they never saw any kids in that on that footage during whatever time frame that camera recorded, guilty. So I guess that's why I'm not a judge. Because boy, woo, roasting their ass. Guilty. Go. Just go. Get out of here. You know you did it. Come on. Go. Hi, Libby. Libby Lessons. Fuck you, man. What's up, boo? You and your names. But I do love the emojis. I need me some emojis in my life. I mean, I love emojis. I don't have them in my name, though. I'm just like, I'm just cute, for real. So simple, y'all. But it is very interesting to me in this case that, because every case is so different. And depending on, the jurisdiction and resources and all this good stuff, different things transpire. So that's one of the things that I really get into. And in this case, I'm just looking like, wow, we got the footage. Especially the 19th. That day is so freaking critical. Because 2 days before you reported these kids missing, they were not on that camera. So where the hell were they? Because you got in your vehicle and you left your home. And there's no damn way 2 toddlers were still inside of it. So if they're not in the house and they're not in the van, anybody want to help me out here? Because this is like kindergarten level. If Jane had 1 apple, okay, right? How simple. Matter of fact, Libby, you're the teacher. Handle this for BPD and Cal City PD and the FBI and all the other acronyms. What is the problem? I always go back to my comfort zone. They're building a case. They got something, but not enough. Because if we simpletons can see this, I mean, they got all these credentials and all these years of education and training and OJT. If we can see this, how can they not? How can they not? Today, and they're in California, so they're on the same time zone as I am. 12 noon right now, allegedly, a year ago, those boys were still in their care. Alive and kicking, no issues. But in less than 5 hours, their whole entire life changed. It's fucked up. It took these babies out of a system, which sucks as it is that you're in a system for whatever reason. You're away from your mom, your family. You're in a system. These people come in, your knights in shining armor. They rescue you, you and your brother. How cool is that? Only to do what with you? And why? That's how it plays in my head. To think that you are rescued, only to meet your demise. So early in your life. Or not. Let's talk the other side of it. Maybe they were sold. My brain personally just stops right there and go, why would anybody? But apparently it happens, so I have to accept it. Where are the boys? That is all I want to know. We saw for ourselves. We haven't heard a 911 call or any talk of getting one. Um, all we know is that it was cold and he was outside in the backyard picking up firewood. And he went in, he came out, he went in, he came out, back in and out, spin around, turn around. Humpty Dumpty fell down, the boys were gone. Something like that, he said. Gone from their own backyard, a big gated backyard. So either he went in that house for a lot longer than he said, and he's full of shit for lying, or he's full of shit for lying, period. Because he did something else with them. Still negligence. You went in, you left them out there too long. Somebody crept up on your property, crossed all that land, had time to grab them, cover their mouths, get out of there without the dog being alerted. Man, they were good. Either that happened or you did something. Either way, you're bad. Sorry, y'all. I'm just ranting here. Let me see what y'all think. That's how this thing's supposed to work, right? Okay. Let me see. Yeah, exactly, the real tea. It says everything we needed to see. We didn't have to listen to that guy just even, hey, thank you, dude. I think it was Mike. Thank you for sharing your footage. But we didn't have to listen to him just say, yeah, man, this happened, that happened, that happened. Oh, that would be driving us crazy right now. We can just look. We can see what he did. How slow he was moving, how fast he was driving. We can see it. And we're not going to ignore what we see. No sense of urgency. I agree. Ooh, where's Obsidian? Libby called me beautiful. Because Obsidian was talking trash to me. He called, tell me, hey, baby. So I got a beautiful. Jenica, we got to pray harder. Have faith. Keep your eyes open. You might put it up there. You might recognize a missing child. Absolutely. Oh, my God. Isn't that scary? That you got to really think about, like, I might actually run into. Even though most of these cases end with these parents or a close family member or adoptive parents being guilty, you still got to remember there are predators. People do steal kids. And I wish they would stop blurring the lines so that can, still stay its own thing. I mean, I still tell my son, hey, stay close to the house when he walks the dog. Stay close to the house. Take your phone. Things like that. I do. I mean, he's bigger than I am. I mean, it exists. But with all the cases that we talk about, all those people in those slides, in that slideshow, most of them were taken out of this world by their own people. Mama and daddy. What's up with that? Libby said, and then you have Trazelle saying she's like, oh, shoot, sorry, y'all, if you had headphones on. I just scrolled on up. And then you have Trazelle saying she's like, they're going to be rambunctious. Dude, what? Why are you saying that right now? And he said it twice. And she agreed. Yep, oh, yeah. And when they asked him about how he felt about the kids in like present tense. The first thing he talks about, well, they like to play rough, so they would wrestle. They would, you're rambunctious. He went there again. So for me, it was like, what happened to these babies? What type of incident are you describing? Because that's his instant go-to. Like his brain just, it's like he's covering for himself after the fact. So when you find them beat up and bruised, remember they were rambunctious and they like to play rough. They did it to themselves. I don't know what he was trying to do there, but yes, yes. Tanya said, the lies they tell, and they know what happened to these babies. Tell the truth. Exactly. That's the other part of it. All this time, all these resources. Do y'all know how many babies are out here missing? When you know exactly what's up. We just watched Joe Clyde Daniels the other day. This baby is gone. His dad confessed. He murdered him. He won't tell where the body is because he said he don't want people to see what he did to him. You still protecting your pride after you murdered your man. It's crazy. I took the words out of your mouth, Marlena. I'm so sorry. Girl, when I get going, I just get going. Exactly. Obsidian, period. Seriously. It's just getting like, y'all stop. Y'all gotta really stop. Meanwhile, Michael Vaughn is missing in real life. And nobody knows where he is. Well, nobody that we know of, I should say, because somebody always knows something. Always. That's a fact. Unless they were invisible, somebody saw you or a trail of you in this day and age with the digital footprint. What's the word John Q likes? Where you at, John? Metadata. There you go. It's really hard to hide. How do we have unsolved cases? Man, I had a guy, I can't even say a guy friend, a boyfriend, or anything like that. Just a guy I knew at one point. He just rolled up one day at my door, and I'm like, how the hell you know where I'm at? People can find you that have never dealt with you ever. So the print is out there. How come we can't find these people? I was just over in the Beaver's room this morning. She was sharing Echo Lloyd's daughter, talking about her mom. Almost 2 years, man. Like, full grown woman, just gone on Mother's Day. So are they not telling us what they know, or do they not know anything? What y'all think? Most of the time. Obviously, different scenarios, right? But most of the time, or can we even gauge it? Just seems like most of the time, they just don't know. They're just like, they said he was out last seen walking up Beach Creek. You know what I mean? And they're just like, we don't, that's what they said. It's hard to believe. It's hard. Tanya said he should have thought about that before he hurt that baby. Exactly. I don't think they think. I think they react. It's like a snap, crackle, pop. I do. I think most of these cases, I mean, I don't think it's just like, I'm going to murder my child. I think it is child abuse that goes to the extreme, in my opinion. Something happens at the wrong time. In that person's eyes, they just ain't in the mood and they react too quickly. And, oh, damn. I mean, but there are other times. Like we just looked at Letitia Stout, lying ass the other day. How mad can you get to stab a little kid, I think it was like 18 times off the top of my head, and shoot him. So I don't know if that was child abuse, unless she snapped and just it went into rage overkill. Okay, there you go, Jan. Okay, it's a surge of rage because I mean, whoa, that's the next level, and then you put him in a suitcase. I mean, whew, I don't ever want to feel that much rage in my life. That's why I'm so chill. I'm telling you, like you you'll be hard pressed to really get me worked up. The marathon that's about as pissed as you going. It takes something really, really close to my heart to get me there, and I'm gonna go all the way there. But for the most part, I just be trying to chill, man. That rage and stuff. Oh Jesus, I felt it before, and I know it's like, oh no, I don't trust myself. I'm out of here. I don't want to talk loud. I don't want to do any of that. If it gets to that, I'm gonna ask you as calmly as I can to lower your damn voice. And I might say it just like that. But after that, I am done. I am so done. I'm not because it will escalate. What else can it do? Yeah, Tanya, I don't know how you could ever get that mad. I mean, my God, I was talking to my son yesterday, and I'm just like, we giggled a little bit because I gave an example, and we're silly. So I said, like, can you imagine, some of the things I have to remind him about, like sweeping up his crumbs in the kitchen or taking the trash out of his bedroom. I said, can you imagine if I got so mad that you didn't do that I was just like, I'm gonna murder you? Like, who? It's funny to us because it's asinine. See, we can't wrap our minds around it. It's crazy. And in no prejudice sense of the word, it is ludicrous to get so mad that you're going to murder your Nope. I have no understanding for it. TT said it's a build up. You don't just go from Mary Poppins to Mother Dearest. Yeah. I'm trying. I mean, no. I picture somebody snapping, but then the build up, just like so every day you're just getting more and more on my nerves, and then finally I see. Okay. And then it gets to the level that I can picture in my head. I see, TT. Makes sense. Libby, both boys, incredible. Okay. So which one is more miraculous? Two toddlers being able to be snatched from their own backyard without a peep in the daylight because it wasn't dark yet, or two family members coming up missing within a time frame. They're both so crazy, right? These cases are so similar in so many ways. You suffer from no chill syndrome, Obsidian. You can chill. You can chill. I make people chill. I'm telling you, you'll come around and be like, oh my God, I don't know what it is, but I promise you, I make people chill. Because I ain't gonna, you can be speedballing around and doing all that extra shit. I'm going to be right here, same pace. So maybe that's why people just eventually chill out. But when I'm working, when I'm focused, oh shit, you're out of my way. And don't try to make me chill then, because, you'll get so much attitude. Like, come on, man, not now. So, yeah, there's levels to it. Marlena said, I think the whales in the West have been kicking it together. Seriously. I mean, maybe, okay, let's keep in mind the West had their incident first. So it could be safe to say that Donald Wales followed that case if he's involved and took some notes. That could really be said. It's plausible. I have, since we're talking about it and how we feel about some things, we're going to look at this analysis is only a partial analysis that was done by the interview room about Jacqueline and Trazelle's interview. And we can, I think we all agree anyway, but we can kind of see how we feel about how they feel. It's not like the behavior panel with Candace and Don, though. I think they actually call bullshit. So let me see. Let's look at a little bit of that. And keep these boys' names out here as much as I can today before I skedaddle, because I think it's important. Period. So let me share my screen. Don't y'all forget to share. Let everybody know, or hit the like, whatever makes you comfortable. Just get them in the algorithm. If you haven't done it yet and you're a creator, maybe sit in. Make a video about the boys today. Say their name. If you want to use this, you are welcome. The first part was pretty formal, and there was some great footage from some great creators that were boots on the ground. So I just tried to compress it, but say their names. And I don't know, maybe it'll catch fire because the media needs to step in big time, big ass time, for real. All right, let's analyze these fuckers. I mean, Jacqueline and Trazelle.
I call these guys the dream team. We've got Greg Cooper, my very dear friend, who I've known many, many years. Greg, welcome this evening, my friend. Good to see you again.
Thanks, buddy. It's great to be here. Thanks for the invite.
Absolutely. So Greg is humble. So I'm gonna, just kind of set him up here for a moment. But he's with the FBI, ran as a supervisor in the behavioral science unit. And Greg, tell everybody about your career, if you would. And he's the executive director for the Cold Case Foundation.
Okay, so what do I have, about 30 minutes for this?
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, thank you.
Well, I don't want to bore everybody, so let me just say about 40 years of, a little over 40 years of law enforcement experience. I've been a police chief a couple times, and I would say probably the most dramatic experience I've had was my opportunity to serve in the FBI as a criminal profiler, VICAP, or the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program Manager, as well as ultimately the acting unit chief for the Behavioral Science Unit, what is now called the Behavioral Science Unit. Back in that day, it was called the Investigative Support Unit, which housed 3 different programs. The Criminal Profiling Unit, VICAP, or the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, and then also the Arson Bombing Investigative Services. So I did that for about 5 years back at the FBI Academy, and also taught at the National Academy for about 3 years while I was back there. So I've had a wonderful career, no regrets. I would encourage anybody who wants to pursue law enforcement at whatever level to do so. And just grateful to be here with you. Hope we have something to add to your show.
Yeah, and I told you he was humble. He's also co-authored, some work, a lot of work with John Douglas and Ressler and a variety of other people at the BAU Coop. It's so great to have you here. I have just cherished our friendship for so many years. I'm very grateful for that. And the Brady Bunch guy below me is Mr. Dean Jackson, the assistant executive director for Cold Case. Dean, introduce yourself to our audience here.
Well, it's great to be with you tonight, Chris. We always enjoy every opportunity we have to hang out. And I started my law enforcement career back as a deputy coroner years and years ago, and then have been involved with victims and supporting them throughout my career. For the last 7 years, I've had the privilege of being the Deputy Executive Director for the Cold Case Foundation. And the highlight of that is I hang out with some of the most amazing people. And I feel like every
So, FYI, I'm just letting y'all know who's going to be giving their opinion. That's why I'm letting y'all watch their intros. Let me that face. Yeah, it's so funny. All right, let's find out you got to know who you're taking your advice from. It's up to you how you feel about it, but that's what that's about. And they're about to get on into it in just a minute.
every day is a classroom for me. I get to learn and glean from their years of experience. And so it's just a privilege to be here and be a part of what we're doing. And people want to see our resumes. They're all out there. We've got a great team. So they're welcome to look at our website and see who all's hanging out with us.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And there's some information coming with everybody right now. And if you get a chance, get over there to their, you guys have a podcast series, it's like $2 and like $2.99, but you not only get education, they get, podcasts, you guys get videos, and you're actually training the average person if they become a member, right? I mean, on some of the principles. Yeah.
We've actually got an academy that we're starting to roll out.
It's awesome.
And so, yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it's fantastic. All right. So the best for last year, outside of, these two, scoundrels that we just introduced here, is Mr. Steve Johnson. Guys, you're in for a real treat. Steve is the real deal. He's like one of the world renowned, forensic speech analyst and, statement analyst. This guy trains law enforcement all around the world. So if your law enforcement agency is, learning about, statement analysis, they may have gone to Steve's class. So Steve, tell everybody, who you are and your career path. And we're grateful to have you here again tonight.
Yeah,
good to
thanks.
see you, my friend.
Yeah, I'm just grateful to be able to hang out with scoundrels of your caliber. So very, very fortunate. I got into law enforcement back in 1989, and I got to say, it was the best career path I could have chosen. It was just I felt like I fit perfectly in that in that group. So I had a great career. I was a detective for probably 23 of the years that I was there. Worked for a great agency in Mesa, Arizona, really large agency. Shout out to them. And I worked a number of things, areas within that agency. Probably got my best training as I was on an elite call out team that responded to all the major incidents within our city. We were very busy. And my forte was interview and interrogation. That's kind of what I started teaching. And what I'm doing now is you can get a really great profile from what people say. And so we're profiling through the language, and it's just a phenomenal tool. It's making a huge difference everywhere. I get emails from all over the place telling me, hey, your training was priceless. We solved a hate crime using what you taught us, and we solved this homicide or this sex assault or whatever it was. And so it's just phenomenal to be able to do something like that. And last year I met Dean at one of the trainings, and he introduced me to Craig. And so I'm grateful to be working with the Cold Case Foundation. That's exciting. And Chris, shows like yours are just fantastic. I watched a few of your shows before I knew who you were, and I thought, wow, this guy's really sharp. So I'm thrilled and honored to be on your show. Thank you for having me.
Well, you're kind, my friend, and we're honored to have you here. We've got a great community. We've got these folks. I tell people all the time that I think every one of us know, crimes are solved by citizens. we just take that information in, and then, we kind of fit those pieces of the puzzle together. And I think, assembling a group like this on a good, Sunday night where it's probably cold outside, we're not competing with the Super Bowl this time. We went up against the Super Bowl, yay. Oh. Okay.
That'd be fair.
We did good. So that said, okay, so here's the lineup, guys. Here's what I'm thinking. So we'll kind of do a deep dive into the West case, right? And then from there, 8606, you can call also an anonymous line of 661-322-4040. Okay, so next slide. So the next case we're going to get into is Maya, and we're going to call her May. Next, this one is still ongoing. Chula Vista Police Department, down by the border.
We felt so helpless, and seeing everybody out here really looking and helping out really means a lot.
Let's stop right there. Okay. Yeah. So, here's the thing. You have to look at the context. There's kind of a cause and effect thing going on with human nature. And so, the context here is that these parents are under scrutiny, and these toddlers have been missing, which is very, very alarming. And, the biological parents have reached out and have accused this couple, the West, of foul play. I believe that was just, the morning of this press conference. And so with all that being said, now we want to know she was the first to speak, and what is her priority? Well, her first priority was to thank the community. And what she's doing is she's garnering support from the community. And it makes me wonder, why would you need to garner support from the community? And keep in mind, thanking the community for not finding her kids. They haven't found the kids. And, I don't expect that. I expect the first thing to be concerned over these toddlers. We're crying out loud. We're not talking about adults. We're talking about two little kids that cannot fend for themselves. So that's the one thing that I noticed there. The second is she's expressing what they felt, that they felt helpless, and it's an emotion coming out, but it's emotion for themselves and not for the toddlers, which I really want to see. Now, because I'm not here, I know it just started, but the context of this is that, toddlers are missing, and I expect them to dive into what the toddlers are feeling and experiencing, and they're in the cold, and what they, hope they're being taken care of, and the list goes on and on and on. But the first thing they do is they want to garner support from the community, and they're expressing feelings of their own emotion, of how they felt so helpless. And Chris, it's alarming to me. I'm now on alert that maybe those feelings didn't really exist. Like I said, this is a cause and effect. Whatever happened in the past, we'll recall it, experiential memory, their thoughts, and it will transcend now. And as they recall that to their language, and I'm not hearing that right away in their language. And so I'm on alert for neglect, that because it maybe didn't exist. It might not have existed. And that's why I'm not hearing it. I'm not going to make a determination on that, but I'm going to certainly, now I'm high alert, and I'm going to see if it comes into the language later on. And I hope it does. But I'm on the alert for neglect. And so, it's a cause and effect.
Okay.
One of the points that I have in this particular opening that she gave, she said, and seeing everybody out here really looking and helping out really means a lot. That word really is a comparison word. Really looking. So what are they comparing it to? It makes me wonder now if they really weren't looking beforehand. And I'm not making a determination. I'm just saying it's in her language, and so now I'm going to see if that language changes. But she's given me some things to be on high alert for.
Interesting. That's a fascinating. Go ahead, Dean.
So, Steve, I have a question for you. Would that, at least at a minimum, the absence of anything related to the kids be maybe possibly at least consistent with at least neglect?
Yes, and that's exactly, at least neglect is what we're on alert for. Definitely.
Okay. Coop, Dovetail, what do you think?
Yeah, I concur certainly with everything Steve has said. Our backgrounds are a little bit different. Steve is an expert in this area. I've been trained in it as a profiler and many years ago, but have used it often throughout my career. And it's interesting as I listen to Steve to see how similar our observations are. And let me just hit a few of them, highlight a couple things here. The initial observation before they even get started here, which for me as a law enforcement person attracts concern immediately, and that is that they're doing this conference on their own. There's no collaboration with law enforcement. There's no organized effort to put a particular message out there to the community. This is a very personal message, which Steve has already addressed. But they're on their own. And again, consequently, similar to what we talked about in prior shows, in as much as they are doing this on their own, they're responsible for everything that they say. And they're accountable for it. So only they can address it once the questions arrive. So they're on their own. There's no law enforcement participation. Now we know that because of COVID, it's common that everybody's wearing masks. And so there's a good health reason for it. At the same time, I'm just going to make an observation. It's awfully convenient, very convenient, that they're able to wear these masks. And outside of the practical aspects of it, it's not very practical in this setting because it doesn't allow them to be human and humanized. It doesn't allow them to express and show an expression, facially expression, or express their sentiments, their emotions. In fact, it allows them to hide behind that mask. And it gives them a sense of protection. It's a protective mask, all right, not only from COVID, but it's also protective from inadvertently revealing certain expressions of sentiment and emotion, or the lack thereof. And as Steve has mentioned, the primary concern here isn't even for the children at this point. Their statement was, and I thought the preceding question was an excellent question asked by the interviewer when he says, what is the mother's priority? Well, here's the perfect opportunity for a mother, that motherly instinct, if you will, or at least whether it's adoptive or not, whether you have an adoptive mother or not, we're looking for some emotion, some level of emotional attachment with those children. And there's no expression there whatsoever. In fact, they never even refer to the boys in this first statement. They don't refer to them by name. So these are red flags, I think, that pop up immediately.
Okay, perfect. Steve, where do we go from here?
Let's go to, she's asked, the interviewer asked a question, and then mom says a couple little words. And so just before dad starts speaking, let's stop right there, because it's just a small little point right there. Ask the question, let mom speak.
So tell us what happened the night the kids went missing.
Okay.
From our yard.
Okay, perfect. The interviewer asked a very specific question. It's very pertinent. Tell us what happened the night the kids went missing. Now, I'm just going to armchair quarterback the question. I wish it wasn't so pointed. I wish it was left more open. Just tell us what happened, because that we might get a lot more information out of them, but we still get good information nevertheless. It's interesting. She said to the question, what happened the night the kids went missing? She specified from our yard, and it creates a question in my mind. Why is she so specific about from our yard? Out of all the things she could say, I mean, think about the things that she could say and that she didn't say. And so she says from our yard. To me, she is focusing on the yard. And so now it's kind of setting the stage for me. I'm anxious to hear what Dad has to say, Trazelle, the adoptive dad. And I think it's going to shed a lot of light. And oftentimes, what happens is what we're seeing in the beginning of the statement will go full circle, we'll go clear to the end, and the end result will help answer what we're seeing in the beginning of the statement. So I might come back to what she said from our yard. I'm curious now why she said that. I think to me, it's kind of setting the stage.
Okay. Coop, do we want to keep moving here?
Yeah, let me just say that you'll notice throughout this whole interview process and their response that there's a lot of disjointed statements that they make because it's not very well thought out, frankly, and they're not very well prepared for it. But there's a lot of disjointed statements, and I think this is one. But it becomes significant because it's on her mind sufficiently that she makes a statement about it in reference to it.
Okay, Steve, where do we keep moving?
Yeah, let's keep moving. Let's hear Dad. He'll talk about throwing wood inside the house, and we'll stop it right there.
It was cold. I was going to make a fire. So a lot of wood in this area right here next to our house. I opened up the back gate. I'm throwing wood, bringing it inside the house.
Stop.
My wife's inside.
Stop. Okay. This is Dad's opening. And Chris, is a lousy situation, but I kind of get excited when I hear so much information coming out of their brains. It's just like their brain cannot contain it. He doesn't want to reveal it. I think that mask, I think he wants that on. He doesn't want to give away a lot of information, but he doesn't want to reveal his facial expressions, but his words are very revealing. And so what he does is he starts out with, it was cold. He doesn't start out with telling us what he did. He begins with the state of the weather, and it was cold. And I think, okay, that typically is when they make a statement like that, it's typically to set the stage for something. And so we know that it was cold enough for a fire. Right there, I'm thinking, all right, two little toddlers out. It's very, very cold for them. So it's cold enough to make a fire. I know that. And because he did not start out by saying I and whatever he did, I know that this is needed as foundation for something else. So I'm questioning, what is the foundation for? And so the next thing is he says, I was going to make a fire. He didn't say he made a fire. This is his intention. And again, this is more foundation for something, for whatever's coming. So it was cold. I was going to make a fire. He's laying foundation. And then he says, there's a lot of wood in this area right here next to our house. And so it's more foundation, more explanation. And now here we have it. He says, I opened up the back gate. That out of that whole sentence that he gave us, that part of it is I can rely on. I know that he did open up that back gate. He's psychologically in it. It's strong. There's commitment there. I opened up the back gate. I believe you did. And now I know that all that foundation, it was cold. I was going to make a fire. If you don't believe that, there's lots of wood in this area right here, right next to our house. And it's all foundation for, I opened up the back gate. That's very, very sensitive to him, but he's very committed to it. Now,
interesting.
He used past. Let me just finish one more point here. He used past tense, and now look what he does. He says, "I'm throwing wood, bringing it inside the house." He slipped from past tense to present tense. It takes away the commitment that he even did that, and so I'm wondering now, why did his brain allow him to not commit to bringing wood in the house or throwing wood? Where was he throwing the wood? Where was he bringing it from? He doesn't say. It's just kind of left hanging out there. I can't rely on that. No one can rely on that. He wants you to interpret that he was bringing wood in the house, but he didn't say it. And if he can't commit to it, there's a reason why. And it tells me that his brain's allowing him to commit to it. And so there we go. It's something that he wants us to interpret that he did without. So there's no commitment there, and we can't do it. If we commit for him, then we are complicit. If we find that there's deception in here and wrongdoing, we're going to be complicit in that, and we don't want to step into those shoes.
Interesting. Coop, any thoughts, Dean?
Yeah, I agree. He makes 3 past tense references. He makes 3 present tense references, and so he's transitioning back and forth between past tense, present tense. And I think most of the statements, as Steve has said, to the past tense is suggestive of the possibility of factual information, something that did happen at some point. Whether it had anything to do with this particular event, we're not sure. But it reminds me of also what's occurring as he slips from past to present tense. What's the purpose? It becomes confusing. And he doesn't answer the question, what happened the night the kids went missing? He speaks as if he's scripting out of a movie or a story script, similar approach to telling a story to kids, like he's pitching a story. He's explaining what and justifying while he's preparing this scenario of circumstances that lead to the boy's disappearance.
Interesting. Dean, any thoughts from your perspective?
Yeah, I think it just, I obviously agree with both Steve and Greg, but I think it also was striking me that you almost feel like this justification that he's trying to justify something, but we're not clear on what it is he's trying to justify. Is he justifying the gate? Is he justifying throwing wood? Is he justifying being out there? Is he justifying all of those different things? And so it really leaves you. And again, we don't talk about the kids. They're missing from the beginning of this. So it really does cause you to pause, I think, and kind of wonder about it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think that whole Dean hit it on the head is justification. From my point of view, I think because the one piece of that statement that we can count on, I opened up the back gate. That's the only one. That's the only thing we can count on as far as what he did the night the kids went missing so far. I opened up the back gate. It's psychologically strong. And I think that's what all the justification we're seeing is for. He's justifying opening up that back gate. My question is now, why is that gate so important? Why does his brain have to justify it? I mean, we open a gate, so what? We don't have to justify it. Unless something happened that shouldn't have happened, that he knows shouldn't have happened, then you have to justify it. And I think that's where it is that opening the back gate.
So I got a question for you, Steve. If that's the case, would it be enough to just justify in his mind he went out? Let's assume, I'm obviously everybody's hypotheses, but if the theory is that something else happened to the kids, maybe at another location or whatever, but he was trying to set the scene. He went out and opened the gate because he's trying to justify why he went out and opened it, and it fits because he's creating this narrative. Would that be part of it at all? Or
yeah, it definitely could be. We don't know if it's that something happened to the kids somewhere else, or they're at the home, or inside the backyard or inside the house, or the gate was open so someone else could come take them, or someone else did come take them. And he had nothing to do with it, but he feels bad because he left the gate open. And so we're hearing that in his language. Those are all possibilities. Whatever it is, we know that gate opening is a key part of it that has to be justified in his mind.
Okay, let's keep moving. Steve, where are we headed?
She was actually wrapping gifts. So
So I'm going to weigh in right there. I'm going to say that the reason why that gate opening was a key part that he had to justify is it's the only way they could have gotten out of the yard. It's the only way that story works at all. If that gate doesn't open, they cannot leave that yard. So I think that's what they're picking up on. He's trying to drive it home that gate was open, baby, because how in the hell else would they have gotten away? In my opinion. What y'all think about that? I'll check back in a minute.
So we thought it was a good idea that our youngest two go outside and play with chalk on the back patio.
Just stop right
Not
there.
let them go.
Okay. So he says, my wife's inside. She was actually wrapping gifts. Okay. He did not say my wife was inside. He said my wife's inside, like it's at it's present tense. It's in the moment. And it lacks that past tense commitment that's actually what happened. And that word actually, he uses it, and I'm kind of parroting the word actually. Actually is a comparative word. It means that there's an alternative thought in his mind, that actually wrapping gifts or something else. And so he's comparing that as he speaks to her doing something else. I can't even, none of us should accept the fact that she was wrapping gifts, because he wasn't fully committed to that, or using the present tense. And so here's the thing, that whole thing right there, that whole statement, my wife was inside, she was actually wrapping gifts. And he says, so we thought it was a good idea that our youngest two, go outside and play with chalk on the back patio. That first little bit, my wife's inside, she was actually wrapping gifts, that is a reason why, it's a justification for them to think that their kids should go outside and play with chalk on the back patio. Notice he hasn't said that they did go outside and play with chalk. He hasn't said that yet. And this idea of them going out and playing with chalk on the back patio is, he feels such, that's very, very sensitive to him. So sensitive that he had to give a reason for that thought, for that action. He had to set that up. It's more justification. It's actually a cute need to persuade that why they thought that the kids should go out there. So I'm even more concerned that he had to justify that.
Okay.
And the biggest thing for me is that he did not say that they went outside on that back porch and played with chalk. So even more concerned. I want to see if that enters the language later on, that they were actually there. But I'm concerned more at this point in time, and they just started.
Okay, Coop, any thoughts?
Yeah, you'll notice that there are several nuggets that he throws out, justifiable nuggets of information, where he justifies the action of getting those kids outside, putting them out there on the patio. Although, as he's already told us, it's very cold, and so cold that he wants to start a fire.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, so then why would you put them outside?
Right.
It doesn't make sense. You've just contradicted yourself. And so then he has to go through and justify everything that he does consequently. Just this one statement, and there's a couple more statements here, but it's just within a few more words. There are 5 present tense references, 7 past tense references, 12 transitions from past to present, past to present. Very confusing. And it's as if he's creating it as he goes, but he wants to highlight certain things.
Interesting. Very interesting. Those of you who are joining with us, we're grateful that you're here. We have Steve Johnson, Greg Cooper, Dean Jackson. These guys are, experts in the best in the business. And so, Steve, where do we go from here?
Can I ask a question real quick, Steve?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dean. My bad.
I was looking at, is there anything to the my wife?
Yeah. Thanks for asking that. It's an ownership thing, I love those pronouns like that, and so that pronoun suggests to me that whatever's going on there, it indicates a close, good relationship with his wife, and so I'm now thinking that whatever did happen, that it was something that, whether it was accident or on purpose or whatever it was, they were together in it. Whether they're de facto innocent or de facto guilty, whatever it ends up being, but they were together in that. And because that shows a strong, solid, good relationship at that point in time. So that's a great observation, Dean.
Good point, Dean. Great. Let's keep moving. Steve, you good with that?
Yeah, just this next little sentence where he ends with "keep them close."
On the dirt in the backyard, and keep them close. So I was playing with chalk.
Hold on. He said, "Do not let them go on the dirt in the backyard. Keep them close."
Yes, we thought it was a good idea. They got our youngest to go outside and play with chalk on the back patio. Do not let them go on the dirt in the backyard and keep them close.
Okay, there you go. So this is what we call a passive imperative, meaning we don't know where that came from. Do not let them go on the dirt in the backyard, keep them close. Was that something that was said by the wife, Jacqueline? Was that something he thought of? We don't know. It's passive. There's no responsibility or identity to who said it or thought it or whatever it was. So there's no commitment to this, none at all. And it's kind of dangling out there with nothing attached to it. And so again, there's this lack of commitment, which seems to be a theme with him. No commitment to what he's saying.
Yeah, from my perspective, that reference suggests also that it's kind of a jointed comment. He's realizing that his explanation of putting them out on the patio is questionable. Because he's contradicted himself. It's too cold, but not cold enough, evidently, to put him out on the patio, even though he wants to start a fire. And so now he interjects, by the way, we really are responsible parents because we don't let them go out on the dirt in the backyard. We keep them close. It's almost an afterthought, like, wait a second, that didn't sound too good to begin with, so I've got to
fascinating
underscore it.
That's an interesting
Greg, what do you think about the introduction there where he also now brings in that there are other kids? Because he says the youngest, so it's to reinforce, I guess, your point. We're good parents. This isn't just our first experience with it. Is that a possibility there? Because he's introducing the fact that there are other kids as well.
Yeah, and that goes throughout his process of thinking here, and notice that he never makes reference to those children's name.
Yeah,
never makes reference to the personal pronoun my. The closest he gets is to our. He says yes, our. But it's almost an after the.
Yeah.
So in a big picture, when they're not possessing, to that point, right? What does that ring inside of you in terms of behaviorally? And we'll start with Coop and then Steve, kind of dovetail into it.
Yeah, to us, it suggests a lack of attachment. They've detached emotionally. It's either it occurred after or during, or they never had the attachment to begin with. There was some other reason and purpose for the relationship.
Yeah, I agree 100%. That is definitely a detachment, and it brings me back to what I saw earlier, and I questioned in Jacqueline's comments. Was that attachment ever there? Is that why I'm not hearing it? Because it was never there. And Greg Dean, you've made great observations with their portrayal of themselves as good parents. You know what? Good parents are too tired to tell the world that they're good parents. We don't do that. And so just the fact that they are portraying themselves as good parents is very alarming. We see that time after time after time in all these thousands of cases that we've looked at. When a person starts portraying themselves as a good mom, a good dad, a good parent, a good guy, it's usually because in the back of their mind they know I did something that will suggest to everybody. Everybody will know that I'm not the good guy. I'm not the good parent. We're not good parents. But we need to portray ourselves as such. And it's just something, so it's not something cognitive that they're thinking, but they feel it and they have this, they know they need to rehab themselves. And so that's what they're doing. And it's so it makes me wonder, is there some other reason for having these kids that they didn't really have an attachment, but there's some other reason for it? And I'm coming back to the neglect thing again. When I hear that, it's becoming stronger for me now. I'm on more alert for this neglect.
Yeah, I think we're focused on presenting a case of good parenting. They're trying to convince the audience here that we're good parents, but not one time have they referred to those children by name, nor have they even referred to them as, look at, they're missing. We're worried. We want them back. We need your help. They're not even trying to enlist the help of the community or the viewers. There's not one reference to the children. It's all about them as partially victims, and them as, oh, by the way, we are good parents, even though we haven't shown it.
Right.
Wouldn't you both say that, and maybe I'm wrong, but I would think that if you didn't have the missing kids aspect of it, if you had just gone to interview them because somebody maybe suspected that there was maybe some neglect or something there, wouldn't this language alone just tend to lead you towards the path of we need to do more research because of neglect, just the way that it's being phrased and everything?
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Awesome. These are amazing points. And thank you, Jojo Ali, and all you folks who are just coming in. Steve, where do we go from here?
Just the next two sentences that end at, I didn't see him now. Let's end it right there.
I was playing with chalk, and I came to my house. I saw them there. One house, I came back out. I didn't see him.
Okay. All right. It just there's so much here. More passivity. What I mean by that is there's no responsibility under identity attached to what he's saying. So he says, playing with chalk. He didn't say the kids were playing with chalk. That he didn't. Like Coop said before, he didn't use their names. He's not specific. He didn't see them. He just says playing with chalk. It leaves it open interpretation, and we're not going to interpret. If he can't say it, we're not going to say it for him. He says playing with chalk, came in the house. Again, more passivity. He's not committing that he came in the house. Where's the pronoun I? He knows how to use it. He's been using it, but here he drops it. And that's psychologically ejecting himself from that statement, from committing that he even came in the house. So no commitment to either one of those things. Now he's psychologically in it when he says, I saw them there. Well, the context is here, playing with chalk, came in the house, I saw them there. It makes me wonder, is he in the house? And if that's where he saw them, maybe that's why I didn't see the commitment prior to this about the kids going outside. Why I saw this sensitivity, the acute need to explain the justification for why they should be going outside when it's so cold that you need a fire. Why send toddlers out when it's cold? That's asinine. So I'm now on high alert that the kids were actually inside the house. And if something happened to them there at this particular time, that it might have been inside the house, not even outside, which would bring me back to Jacqueline in the beginning when she said from the yard. That's a convincing statement that it was from the yard. She's focused on that. Of course, they're going to focus on wherever they want the public to know, or think that this, whatever happened to the kids happened in the yard. But now I'm on high alert that it was actually in the house if something happened to them. So it doesn't stop there. He says, came in the house, I saw them there, went in the house. Okay, why is he doubling up on the action of going in the house? And notice he didn't say I went in the house again, but now that's twice that without commitment he said came in the house, went in the house, without adding the pronoun I to it, which is that makes it psychologically strong when you add the pronoun I. He doesn't have that. So I have these two references, and it's out of order. And let me just tell you that, over the last 31 years that I've been interviewing and looking at statements, I can tell you that people that are telling the truth can recite what happened forwards and backwards in chronological order. There is a strong, there's so much that happens when they speak from experiential memory, and they can recite it, they can remember those things very easily. And this is just a short time after the night they're being questioned about. You can remember these things. And, he gets them out of order. He goes out of order. And I know you guys have experienced the same thing in your interviews. When they cannot remember those things in the chronological order, there's something wrong. And it's okay to say, oh, you know what? I just remembered, and they go back in time and they tell you what they forgot. That's a good sign. That's a sign that they're telling the truth. But he doesn't do that here. This is different. This is him just getting confused and his chronology and the way that he's remembering and reciting things and rehearsing it back. And so I think it was Coop that said earlier that this kind of sounds like scripted language. And now I'm wondering if it is, because they kind of mess up those scripts. They usually don't get it right. And then he says in that last sentence, he says, I came back out. I didn't see him now. So I know he was in the house. I came back out. I didn't see him now, which he now slips into this present tense. He confuses it with I didn't see him and the word now, which it contradicts each other. It's a past tense slipped with mixed with the present tense, and so his mind cannot keep this straight, and that's very common when someone is scripting or they have any type of deception that they want to portray in their mind. It will come out as confusing, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Thank you, Derek and Darlene, for your super chat. It seemed like he had earplugs in his ears. That's what Derek says. I appreciate you saying that, and we'll get into that. We've heard different things about chalk being the dog or chalk being chalk, and we'll bounce into that stuff. Coop, you want to unpack some more of what Steve just said, or what are your thoughts on that?
No, the only thing I'd add to that is something we've said before, even previously, but how he ends that statement when he says, I came back out, I didn't see him now. Again, this reference to them, but even less formal to him, I didn't see him now, a slang reference. They're objectified. It's as if they're objects. They're property.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, just another observation, but it reiterates others that we've made.
Interesting. Thank you, 12-step. We're grateful for that. And so let's keep moving. Steve, where are we headed next?
Yeah, we're going to go to just the next little sentence that ends with, did you see the boys? He's asking his wife, did you see the boys?
I immediately went back in, asked my wife, did you see boys?
That's good. Okay. I just want to remind you that earlier we saw that there was no commitment in his language that the boys even went outside to play with chalk. So, I mean, that is, I can't tell you what a big deal that is, that he did not actually say that. She never jumped in and said that the boys were outside playing with chalk. It's a big deal. That, with what we just saw, I mean, that neglect aspect you're looking at, to me, it's kind of cemented in. I think at a bare minimum, we have neglect here, if not more. This sentence here, I immediately went back in, asked my wife, did you see the boys? That word immediately is one of those words that we often see when people are trying to convince us of something. It's not needed. It's not, he doesn't need to say, we're talking about toddlers here. Who would think that you didn't immediately try to find these two toddlers that were missing? I know if I was, let's just say I was babysitting. They're not even my boys or my adopted boys. I'm just babysitting. And I see toddlers. I would be out of my mind crazy if I couldn't find those two toddlers and they'd slip even just for a few moments from my view. You bet I'd be running around and everything would be immediate. You wouldn't even need to ask me if I immediately did that. So I've seen this word used in hundreds of statements where people are trying to convince us that they did something right away. It's a timing issue, and when timing comes into play, typically the timing has to be just right in order for it to make sense. And because if the timing's off, then in their mind, it's not going to make sense. And so they use this timing. And that's what the word immediately is that a timing thing. Again, we have my wife. And that goes back to Dean's point that the relationship is strong with my wife. So whatever's going on here, I have to believe that the wife is in it. And again, this is just he's getting into detail about the conversation between he and his wife. I don't think we need all this detail. Why don't we just get to what happened to the boys and our feelings for our emotion for the boys and what they're experiencing? This is what he's slowing down, getting the job done. Why would you have all this conversation? Just tell us what happened. And so when I hear things like that and they're slowing it way down, it's wordy. And the more wordy a person gets, that means that they're employing more emotion, they're employing more persuasion, and it's not good. It's not what I would expect. I wouldn't hear it from a de facto innocent person. And so if I know now from the language and in my personal opinion that there was neglect, and so that's why he's getting so wordy to employ emotion and make people believe, garner that support from the community, everybody that they're talking to. I need to persuade you that I was a good parent. I did what a good parent does. I asked my wife these things like any good parent would do. This is what she said, and it's all persuasion. And so I'm now very concerned that there was at least a neglect going on at that home.
Okay, Coop, any thoughts?
Well, he does refer to his wife as my wife, which is good. It suggests the attachment there in the relationship. But it's followed by, did you see the boys? Again, detached from those boys. Not, Did you see our boys? Did you see my boys? Did you see the children even? Just the boys. And it's a generic reference. There's no personalization there. And to me, it suggests emotional detachment throughout this all these statements.
Dean, any thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I think it came across to me, at least as I was reading it, as more of an acting position rather than just natural. It doesn't have the feel that you would see. I mean, I think when you've interacted with, like we have with so many victims over the years, there's not only is there a cadence, but the areas that both Greg and Steve are pointing to in their verbiage. I almost feel like this statement is trying to convince me. Victims aren't trying to convince you of anything. They're trying to communicate something to you. And this comes across to me as I feel like they're trying to convince me of something.
Interesting.
That's it.
Guys, and for our audience, if you've just joined with us, we've got one heck of a panel here. We've got Greg Cooper here, who is one of the supervisors in the FBI Behavior Science Unit in Quantico. We have Steve Johnson here, who is one of the forensic, actually one of the international renowned forensic statements, forensic analysis guys who trains law enforcement around the world for this kind of problem. And of course, Dean Jackson, the Assistant Executive Director for Cold Case Foundation. If you've just joined us, we're just kind of getting kicked off here. We're going to get into May Miliotti's statements, couple. We're going to kind of take a drive through that one too, so stay with us. And if you haven't had a chance to subscribe, please hit that button down there. So let's unpack the next one, Steve, where we're headed.
All right, let's just start playing his statement. He gives a kind of a lengthy little sentence here. We'll stop it where he says, "Me and my wife."
She said, no, they should be outside playing with chalk. I said, well, I didn't see them, so I came back outside and I started searching my backyard. That's the whole thing. I realized that I left the gate open and I panicked, came inside the house, searched the house, me and my wife.
Stop. All right. Again, there's more of this conversation that he has with his wife. He's giving the details of the conversation. Again, that is a persuasion. Just like to Dean's point, it's persuasion. It's that they are good parents, and so I'm going to break it down a little bit more. She said, no, they should be outside playing with chalk. I said, there's all these little details which I don't expect. I just want to hear what happened to the boys, and I want to hear a closeness, a ownership of those boys. He said, well, I didn't see them. And that goes back to Coop's point. The it's a slang for them, and it's not as close. I mean, we all do it with, I get it, but in the context of this, and we haven't heard that ownership of those boys, I don't like it. So he says, so I came back outside. What he's saying here is that whole first sentence is a reason why he came back outside. That I don't know if I can express how important that is in his mind. It's an acute need to justify going back outside. She said, no, they should be playing outside with chalk. I said, well, I didn't see them. So I came back outside and I started searching my backyard. There's more ownership to that backyard than there is to those boys. You see that? My backyard. I searched the whole thing. This is what a good guy I am, what a good dad I am. I am very concerned because the people that portray themselves as such really are not. And couple that with more ownership of that backyard than there is to the boys. I don't like to hear that. And for those of you that are listening, I'm not biased, but I want to see the parents. I want to hear in their voice that they are telling me the truth. And that's what I'm really looking for. I'm really looking for them to tell me the truth. And I'm going to hang my hat on every truthful part of that statement I can. But I'm so far, I'm not hearing it, and it's troubling. The thing that when I hear strong psychological commitment in his language, I started searching my backyard. I believe that. I searched the whole thing. I believe that. And then he says, I realized that I left the gate opened and I panicked. So he did leave the gate open. I know that from the statement earlier about him opening the gate. He says, I panicked. That's his own emotion. It's referencing what he's feeling. And again, I'm noting that I'm not hearing anything about what those young toddlers are feeling, only what they're feeling, that they felt helpless, that they panicked, that he panicked. And he came inside the house, searched the house, me and my wife. He's connected with his wife here. My question is, and I just ask everybody, just ask yourselves, if you were outside and you're searching your backyard because these toddlers are missing and you realize you left the back gate open, why in the world would you be searching the inside of the house? Why would you be wasting time inside the house? I think that is something in his mind. His mind is going back to whatever occurred with those boys. And I'm going now back to the prior sentences, a few sentences back, where he said, I went inside, I saw them there. He did see them. And that's why I said, I think something happened inside that house. And I think that's why he's focused when he's panicking. And I believe they did something wrong. They're going to panic. Like, what do we do now? Even if it was an accident and they're trying to cover it up, they're going to panic. What do we do now? Where did his mind take him? In the house. And that's what he's that's what he has to justify. The gate opening is another justification. That's to set whatever scenario that he wants set up. Maybe the boys were taking out that gate or something. I don't know, but I'm still going back to something happened inside that house, because this doesn't work. You don't panic that the gate's open and then search the inside of the house. It just doesn't work.
Interesting.
And that statement where it says that she said, no, they should be, when he asked her about where the boys were. Again, I mean, they should be. I mean, look, we're their guardians, we're their parents. Don't we know where they are? These are toddlers. Somebody's not monitoring them, if that's in fact what happened. And it goes back to this issue of neglect. She said, no, they should be. Well, it's not a matter of should be. Parents know where their kids are, especially the little ones, if they're taking care of them. And going back to the leaving that gate open, that becomes very significant. Now he's opening up the potential here of another scenario of this is how they disappeared. The gate was open, therefore they must have left on their own. Because they never allude to the fact that there is even a possibility that someone abducted them. And eventually, as we'll see later, he takes full responsibility for that and makes that reference to it. But what they're trying to do here is position themselves throughout this whole discourse, position themselves that they're good parents.
Exactly. Yeah, that's an interesting angle. That is an interesting angle. And I mean, if we take the angle of a dog backyard too, I've seen some comments, people saying, well, if the gate was open, then the dog left too. I mean, that's a possibility, right? I mean, that's a good point. So let's keep moving. Steve, where are we at?
Hey, can we ask one more question there?
Yeah, Shadeen, sorry.
So I just had a question about, so he says that he said, I started searching my backyard. I searched the whole thing. And then he says, that he came back inside and searched the house. To me,
and my wife.
Yeah, me and my wife. But to me, the significance there is he could have just said, I searched my backyard, I searched the house. But he makes a point to say, I searched the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, how big is it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was listening to to the chief actually talking about some of the stuff they've done. And he talks about one of the places they looked was, I think it was at the Silver Saddle Ranch or something out there. And the chief says, that they had searched the entire thing. Well, I looked it up. It looks like it's like 130 acres, multiple buildings. I mean, that's the kind of phraseology you would have when you're talking about that large of a place. But here he says, searching my backyard. Why does he add in, I searched the whole thing? But then he doesn't, if that's part of his language style, then why doesn't he throw that back out and say, then I searched the house. We searched the whole thing.
Yeah. And then, by the way, me and my wife, both of us are concerned.
Yeah. It's the good dad principle at play. Let me portray myself as the good guy. If you don't believe me, I'm a good guy. I searched the whole thing. You don't believe me? I searched my backyard. I searched the whole thing. It's more persuasion. Yeah. Please believe me that I am a good guy. And with my wife, we searched the house, not the entire house, not the whole house, but we searched the house, me and my wife. And so we're together in this. He does, they want to bury themselves in the crowd, or at least be with somebody else in this type of situation. And that's what he's doing. We're all good.
Yeah, so let's keep moving. Dill?
Let's go to hit a bunch of corners.
That didn't pan out. I got in the van. I looked down the street, most directions. It was getting dark, getting cold, and I got in the van and I hit a bunch of corners.
Okay. When I heard that, I thought, why didn't he just say, I went and I got in the car and I went and looked for the kids down the street. I mean, he could have shortened this way up, but he didn't. And every word that comes out, there's a reason for it. Like I said, it's a cause and effect. He's remembering something, or justifying, or whatever the story was, and so it enters his brain and comes out through his tongue. And every word is important. He said, once that hadn't panned out, that concerns me. That sounds like a predetermined outcome. Once that hadn't panned out, he could have said that didn't pan out. Well, I don't even like the word pan out. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to tell me that there's some kind of pre-planning here, but the way that he said it, let's say that let's just give him the benefit of the doubt and say that pan out is one of those words that he uses in this type of context all the time. Why didn't he say that didn't pan out? There's a difference between that and once that hadn't panned out. So tells me it was predestined. He knew that was going to be the outcome of that.
Yeah, and as if he's going through the motions of something that's again scripted. Okay, here's the plan. This should happen. That should happen. This should happen. So we'll go through this process, reenact it throughout that process. And now that that's done, it hadn't panned out. So now we're going to the next step.
Yeah.
Now we look down, right? And then we look down the street. Well, first he says he got in the van.
Who needs to say that? Yeah. You just say, I looked down.
He takes it out of order.
I drove. People that say I opened the car door, I got in the van. That's wordy. And I see that more often in deceptive statements than any other. And it's just one of those things. You can't drive down the street in the van without getting in the van. It doesn't need to be stated. So why did you say it?
And he states it up front. He says, I got in the van, but then he adds it later after he says, I looked down the street both directions. Well, did you drive or are you looking from the van? It was getting dark and it was getting dark, getting cold, and I got in the van. Now he's restating he got in the van. So he's taking those things out of chronological order.
He is seen by one of the neighbors' cameras getting into the van and driving. And he does do a little cursory and then comes back. But But you're right. He does take it completely out of order there. Let's keep moving on the statement here.
Hold on,
I think we're
one of the points.
Go, Steve.
He said,
go ahead.
It was getting dark and getting cold. Well, who was it getting dark and cold for? Is it for Trazelle or for the boys, which we haven't heard yet? And that is such that is missing. It's so notably missing. It confronts us. It doesn't feel right. Trazelle, why are you not expressing this for the boys? And then if you want to, another word that's in there, it's maybe this might be part of his language. I don't know, but in the context of this, I don't like it. He says, and I got in the van, yes, and hit a bunch of corners.
Yep.
Why does that word even come out in the context of these little boys? I don't like it. All their language that I'm seeing here is the language of neglect. And that is confrontational to me. When I hear that word hit with that language of neglect, I'm really not liking it.
Next. Dill?
I went down this street. I turned my light on. I searched. I called their names. Talked to a gentleman on the street on the other side over there. He didn't see me. So then I came home and I told my wife we need to call the cops. It's getting dark and I need help. We got to get going. So I called the cops. Cops came.
Let's hold up there. Okay. This is more of the good guy portrayal. This is more the little details that tell us what a good guy he was. I want to, on one hand, I want to hear the details of what he did to find the kids. I want to hear that. But what are the details? He gives them to us, and if you break it down, here's what it is. He says he drove, he looked, he called their names, and he talked to one gentleman.
That's it.
What was that, Greg?
That's it. That's all he did.
Yeah. That was the extent of him searching for his kids. That's it. I should have said he turned on a light. Okay, you can add that in too. But was that a flashlight? What? I don't know. I mean, these are toddlers crying out loud. That looks like that sounds to me like a cursory search. Just like you said earlier, you just go down the street, take a little cursory run down the street, then come back and you go on with things. And you know what he says next kind of confirms what we're seeing there. But he says, the old man, the gentleman down the street didn't see them. So then I came home, which sounds kind of soon to me. I told my wife, you need to call the cops. He told his wife she needed to call the cops. It's getting dark and I need help. We got to get going. So I called the cops and the cops came. Okay, small point, but I think that there was probably a little back and forth between he and his wife. He told her, you need to call the cops. And after this back and forth, he said, I called the cops. And it sounds to me that she's probably saying, I'm not calling them. It sounds to me that they're saying, this is your idea. You call the cops. He ended up calling. And by the way, I would absolutely love to hear that 911 call. I'll bet there's so much information in that 911 call. Those things tend to really provide a ton of information. They're way underutilized. So I'll bet there's a bunch of stuff in there.
You hear that, Chief Walker? Give him a call.
Yeah.
I think, one of the other things that strikes me about this is that, I've been with parents when, a child's missing. What I would expect is that he's driving all over everywhere. They're out searching, call from, we have cell phones. He's got a cell phone that comes out. So why isn't he calling from there? I mean, I remember one case when the authorities showed up and the child's body was found, they had to go looking for the father to find him, to make notification and bring him back. I mean, he was 100% committed to, doing that. So that whole experience of, it was almost like I went out, I drove around, and then I'm coming back, and then we're waiting at the house for the law enforcement to show up. I don't know, that whole thing really just is strange.
Yeah,
that's
it's interesting.
Great point, Dean. Great point. You're absolutely right. They would be out there. They'd have the phone. We know he had a cell phone, and that's the way it would be. It's absolutely the way it'd be. But that wasn't his perception of the way things panned out or played out. He's giving us the perception of what it was. It's not good. It's not the norm, like what you and I have experienced. And anyone that's been with someone who's got a loved one missing, especially a kid, you don't come home. You don't care if you eat or sleep or what your own state, your own emotions are. You don't care. It's all about the kid, and you're going to stay out there until they're found. Great point.
Yeah, we these are great points, and so let's keep moving. Let's go a little bit further into the press conference, because we still got a couple other things that we need to cover tonight, and these are just amazing obvious observations here. And thank you, everybody is here with us. So, Dill, Steve, where do you want to go next? What's the big one?
Yeah, we can go. We can go to where just after he talks about he wants to go into people's houses. I just want to, he doesn't want to invade people's privacy. Go to that point.
Let's stay in the house so they can get a hold of us. And they had us just sitting there, and we wanted to keep searching, but everybody came out in droves. And I wanted to thank you guys that night, but we couldn't go outside.
The cops told us the best are out here.
The best are out here searching, and we appreciate it. And nobody ever could never talk to anybody, and that was the issue.
We just want to thank everybody.
We really want to thank you guys.
Please, if anybody has seen them, please call. Let somebody know.
Call the cops. Call the city police department. Call them and let them know what you've seen, if you see anything. Our boys, they are going to be rambunctious. Okay, they are going to be here in this area, and I really would like to go in the houses, but it's not because I want to invade people's privacy.
Okay, that's good.
There's a lot there, man.
Oh, there is. My goodness. I hate to hear it, but I get excited again about how much actually comes out in the language. So obviously, the first thing is that they're taking this opportunity to again garner support from the community, from the public, and they really, I think they really put a lot of emotion into that, how much they want to thank everyone, and their kids haven't been found. But it's this need to garner this support. So they said the boys went missing when it was dark and cold. They're young, they're normal, that we want to hear concern for the boys. We're still not hearing that. I am concerned about that again. That's more language of neglect. The big one for me is our boys. Well, let me back up. There was one other thing. She said if you see anything, I don't remember what exact words, but she says she wants you to call someone. She wants you to call someone. She's not specific. If you've seen them, call someone and tell them what you've seen. But she's not specific about call the cops. And he says, yeah, call the cops and call them and let them know what you've seen if you see anything. He doubles up on that, and it lends this. We have to question whether he knows that maybe there's nothing to see. Maybe if you haven't, that they're not going to be seen. And it's just a weird little slip in his language, but it's coming out of his brain. And then he says that in the context of that, he says, our boys, they are going to be rambunctious. Okay. He does that. And it is a frustration. That is a frustration. It's a memory of how frustrating it was for those boys to be in the house or whatever it is. He's giving away what his disposition, his mental, emotional, and linguistic disposition towards those boys. It's frustration over those boys that they are so rambunctious. And
he makes reference to that about 3 different times, that term, rambunctious. And I think that I agree with you, Steve. I think it's very significant and a bone of contention, so to speak, with him.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
Boys.
Go ahead, Coop. I mean, hey, he's transferring that, right? I mean, he's transferring it. Yeah. Yep.
Well, he's putting some blame on the kids, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. It's a subtle victim blaming. And when we hear that, it's not, I would say 9 out of 10 cases, when you hear victim blaming, it's not good. It's not going to be a good outcome. And now we look even closer at the person that is blaming the victim. There shouldn't be any of that. It should be all concern. What are they? I hope they're being fed. I hope they're being taken care of, that they're warm, that at least someone took them inside the house, all that kind of stuff. But that how rambunctious they were and frustration over them. That all goes out the window when something bad happens. We don't care about that. They become angelic, when they're missing like this. And
we don't care about their privacy either. I mean, at least from a parent. I mean, law enforcement and legally we may have issues, but as a parent, I don't care about anybody's privacy if my kids are missing in that house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, this is great, guys. This is great. And Sandy Lee, thank you. We really appreciate you, and we're glad you're enjoying this. And shout out to Miss Linda in the house, guys. Linda from It's a Crime's here. So yay, finally. we love it. Okay, let's keep moving for the sake of time. We've got a lot. Keep moving. What do we got?
Let's let the journalist ask her question, and let's hear their first 2.
And then we'll go to Q&A. Are you comfortable with the Q&A after that point, Steve, or do you want to go through more?
Yeah, it's up to you. Anything you want to do. It's good.
No, let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. We've got a lot to cover here. So, Dale, let's get to the journalists asking questions, and then Steve, pick it up.
Just want to know if make sure. That's it. Because I don't. Go ahead. Sorry. If you got any questions.
Oh no, you're good.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to say, this is the first time we're hearing from you guys. I can't imagine what you guys are going through. I can't even fathom it. For you guys, for people who are thinking that there's some kind of foul play involved. We just spoke to the biological mother. She says she had a conversation with you guys, and she thinks there's some kind of foul play involved. She thinks you guys did something.
And that's understandable.
What's your response to that?
That's understandable. I would think the same thing.
Yep.
I mean, that's exactly.
Boy, that's a cannonball. Here comes a cannonball.
Yeah. I mean, is there anything about that? I mean,
don't you think that falls under the category of admissions?
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing. Why in the world would something like that be understandable to a loving guardian or parent, adoptive or otherwise? No, that shouldn't be understandable unless it is. And the reason it is because from their perspective, they can understand it based upon the relationships that they had with those kids.
Yeah. Why would you accept being accused of play if there was no foul play involved?
Yeah.
There is no way to accept that. No way. And you can see me, I'm about coming out of my seat here. I'm like, oh my gosh, that is an admission right there. Just like Coop said, it's, I mean,
that was
not
like
a confession. Boom. Not a confession.
Yeah.
That falls in that admission category.
Admission, yeah. It's an admission. And, it should be just the other way around. It should be that they should be coming out of their seats unglued that they are being accused of foul play.
What are you talking about? Yeah, exactly.
It didn't sense, but they accepted it. And so,
I mean, don't remember the days you take that chair and you just sit there and say, so I just have a question. What was acceptable? I'll be right back. So let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Good point.
Yeah.
Go.
The point. And if we can find our babies, then guess what? That's no. And that's all I want is to find our babies. And I talked to her this morning, and I really wanted to tell her that I am completely sorry because we were entrusted with her children and us, and they became our children, and we named them, and they are our children, and so we want them back. So please, if y'all could get back on what you guys are doing, we should be able to get a hold of somebody, but they took all of our tech, so they wanted to, I guess, just rule us out, which makes sense. That's part of the investigation. So that's pretty much it.
Okay, let's stop. So that's a long sentence. It's just more of what we've talked about. I think that one of the things that stood out to me was when he's talking with the biological mom. I talked to her this morning, and I really wanted to tell her that I'm completely sorry. Okay, again.
Sorry for what?
Exactly. Sorry for what?
They didn't do anything, right?
Exactly. There we go. This is on the heels of him accepting there was foul play, and so in that context of foul play being accused, he's saying, "I'm sorry." Again, he should be just coming unglued and not accepting that he shouldn't be sorry for anything if they didn't do anything. Exactly.
And not only sorry, but completely sorry. I'm completely sorry.
Yeah, boy, that's an interesting word choice.
Very, very good. Good point.
And then we were entrusted with her children. So that's an implied message that somehow he violated that trust.
Yes.
Was it through neglect or was it through some other means? So, well, at least he's introduced the open gate and the fact that they were outside. So at least he's basically admitting to neglect.
Absolutely. And then look at what he says next. You talked about a disconnect.
Yeah.
He says, and it came to us and it became our children. That is so cold and disconnected that I can't even begin to tell you how negative that is in his mind. They aren't even kids. He has dehumanized those toddlers. And it makes me question, what were they? Chris, it might have been you in the beginning. It said, was there some other reason that they had these kids? Maybe it was the money they get from the government or whatever. I don't know. But he dehumanized them right there. And all now the neglect cemented in.
These guys became our children. We named them. These are things now. They're objects.
We named them, but we never used their names one time in this interview.
And Coop, help the audience understand from the BAU side. Without going obviously, but tell them how important that is. I mean, that is some critical stuff that Steve and has pointed out, and that we kind of the dehumanization. Tell everybody about why that's so critical.
Well, once you've dehumanized somebody, let's take a look at serial offenders, for example. I don't misunderstand the audience. I don't intend or mean for you to understand that I'm suggesting we're looking at a serial offender here.
Yeah,
I'm just saying if we were to take that as an example, and a serial offender, whether it be anything as extreme as homicide to a sexual assault, typically that's exactly what they've explained to us, that they dehumanize, objectify the victim. so that they're not human to them anymore. They can't empathize. If they're not human, they can't empathize. They can't feel anything for them. And it makes the ability to proceed with the crime, as heinous as it may be, much more palpable for them, much more acceptable, because it doesn't mean anything. The victim doesn't mean anything or anybody to them. It's just an object. And then in all this verbiage here of it and they and the, never things, it never references their name. There's no emotional attachment. So there's not even a personal relationship here. There was some other motivation for them to even have those children. It had nothing to do with becoming parents for them, in my estimation. So going back to your point, Chris, and imagine all the homicides that you've dealt with over the years and investigated. After talking to the offenders, in most cases, they get to a point where they objectify and dehumanize the individual, and that once you take that personalization out of it, it's much easier to engage in those heinous activities because it doesn't mean anything to them.
These are great points. And Steve, what do you want to unpack any of that, or what are your thoughts? And you want to keep moving? What are your thoughts?
I just want to, just before we move on, I just want to add that Jacqueline is standing right there, and she could interject at any time and put some personalization into it, but she doesn't. And so that, what we heard in his language about my wife, me and my wife, they're united. And she, I hate to see it, but she is just as distant as Trazelle is. So it's a very significant point here.
Yeah, Dean, any thoughts? I mean, these are huge red flags.
Another thing was that, I guess at the very end of that statement that jumped out to me was, then when he's telling them basically if they get back to looking or doing, he makes a point of, that all their tech has been taken. So their phones have been taken. So, he's basically saying there's really not a way to get a hold of us. And here again, just going back experientially to working with families, if a family lost all of their phones and everything, by natural, unnatural, or police came in and took it, I guarantee you somebody's going to loan them a phone. They're going to go get another phone. They're going to have a way, a means within minutes, if they can, for people to get in touch with them. So that jumps out at me at his kind of closing remarks. I don't know if that does anybody else, but.
Yeah, let me just dovetail on that, because that's a really good point, and it correlates with the last part of what he said there, the last 5 words. So that's pretty much it. He said that's pretty much it. That's what he's doing. His brain is signaling, hey, Trazelle, you've got a lot more information in your brain, and if you keep talking, you're going to give it away, and you better just shut up. So let's just say that's it. That's pretty much it. Don't ask me any more questions, because I don't want to say anymore, because I think I might be giving too much away here. His brain can sense it, that he's detached, and he's messing up. And so that's very, very typical. Let's say that's pretty much it. Don't ask me any more questions.
Well, it's kind of like, in the movie filming industry, they say, well, that's a wrap.
Yeah.
I'm finished.
Yeah.
I've finished the script. I'm done.
Finish the script. Yeah, exactly.
That's an equivalent. And Becky, thank you for that. And obviously, guys, right? We're not saying that. We're not saying what the problem is with the children. We're just saying, listening and breaking this down. If they were trafficked, if they were victims of sex trafficking, if they were victims, given away, if they're victims of homicide, if they're victims of neglect, if they walked out of that gate together, okay? What we're saying is listen to how the environment that they were in when post-incident, these are the statements being presented to the public. And so we're not calling anybody a suspect. We're not putting anybody on trial here. But what we are saying is our experience as a panel, there, if I had a red flag, it's at the top of the flagpole today, after listening to this one. And that's the way it is, because there are 2 children missing out there. So let's keep moving.
Yeah.
Dylan?
You talked with police all last night.
Yes.
So you guys willfully gave them your
Everything.
technology,
Yes.
the car?
Yes.
Did they get it? How did they get a search warrant? Did you
I
guys?
don't
idea.
see why they got one, but they got one.
Yeah,
we would
they
have let them
didn't
take
need one,
anything.
but
We would have told them to take everything. We let them come in and search with us. We asked them to come do that.
What did they take?
Just tech. And that's it. Our phones.
From the house today.
Oh, well, I just answer that.
Answer it to us, yeah.
Okay. So, into the, okay, I guess, I don't even know.
see, yeah, we seriously felt like we needed to be out here. We did. Again, we were told best are out here looking already, just to stay put. They have more questions. There was literally a cop with us the whole time in there.
He had sitting down. We would ask him to go help. They had to sit
Said
down.
nope.
He said, no, we got the best out there.
So
We
it's
need you
not.
guys here to
And let's stop right there for a second, because from an investigator perspective, that's an honest statement, right? I mean, we're going to, 90% of the time, whenever you have a missing kid, you want to assign somebody with the family, and for 2 reasons. One, to watch them, and that's why we have body camera, footage on some suspects as time goes on. And number 2, listen. And you don't ask a lot of questions. You just listen to the conversations that are going on. So I kind of teed that up. Any thoughts on that, Steve or Coop? Dean, anywhere in that, or we want to keep moving? Where
I felt that absolutely that was normal procedure. And so that's why, as I listened to that, that's why I didn't stop it. It was just because I thought, well, that's normal. That's exactly what I would do. I would want to be there with them all times, and any communication, I want to hear it. See how they're acting, what the response is. Is there any emotion coming to them, concern for the kids? Are they tearing up? Is there mucus when they're tearing up? And all those different things come into play here. So yeah, that's absolutely the protocol.
Okay, let's keep moving, Dill.
Thinking we didn't try. We actually looked
tried.
before we called the police.
And I imagine the mind-boggling part is the search for information. What happened? Where are they?
Yes.
Et cetera, et cetera.
And
and just so we are able to present the information correctly, at what time did you guys notice your kids missing? At what time were they reported missing to the police?
It's about, I believe, I think it was about 40 going on 5. It was getting dark, like I said. 5-ish. That's about it. That's when everything played out.
Let's stop.
You guys called the police?
That's huge.
Okay. Again, there's a couple different things in there. I'll call out the audible. That's when everything played out.
Yep.
That to me sounds like something that was scripted, planned. That's when we set it all in motion. That's when it played out. That's way different than, hey, here's what happened. And speaking the past tense and going through a de facto innocent statement, recalling what occurred, it's just this wording, that's when everything played out, is concerning to me. On top of that, the journalist asked, what time did you guys notice the kids were missing? And he said, it's about going back into this present tense. It's about, that's to me is more of the scripting. It's concerning to me because he's going back to this place in the script where, okay, you you start talking where it says it's about 5 o'clock. You see how that makes sense? It's not past tense experiential memory. Then he realizes, oh, that doesn't sound quite right. And he says, I think it was about 4:30, which again, I believe and I think are not, it was 4:30. Now that's understandable that people aren't quite sure about the time. I get it. But coming on the heels of that scripted language, that now it raises more of a red flag in that context, that little sentence right there. And then add to it, that's when everything played out. I gotta say, I'm laying down the script card on this statement of what he's kind of confirming this is scripted, in my opinion, my professional opinion.
Cool. Any thoughts?
No, I agree completely. Absolutely.
Okay. All right, let's keep moving.
Whenever it played out, I mean, it's played out according to the script, the plan. I mean, isn't that a very simplified summary for a tragic story of two missing boys? That's when everything played out. I mean, that's all you've got to say about that.
Yeah, let's go back to what he said. He goes, and so that's pretty much it. He's like, that's the end of it. Don't ask me more questions. I have more information. I don't want to tell you. If you keep asking questions, I'm going to give too much of it away. And here we go. He was asked another question and he leaked out more information that he probably would have rather not leaked out.
Yeah.
So he slipped.
So what do you guys think about the fact that, because this is a few days after this happened, right? Since they've been missing. What I've seen a lot with families is that by this point, they've sat down and they've tried to find everything to lock things down. I mean, they've got it down detailed. This seems far more nebulous still. The dates, the times, everything's, not the dates, but the times are kind of ish and kind of ish. And it seems to me like you would want to hear something like, we've gone over this 30 times and looked at it, and we know at this point we saw them. They're trying to get firm dates because they understand how important that is. That to me is part of what's missing here.
The detail, it's all basic.
I mean, I would think that this period of time after this has happened, that they're going to have very precise detail that they've sit down and tried to do it, because that's what families do. I mean, they're going to go over it 100 times. And I know I saw those kids at this moment, and then it was this, and that had to have taken. They're going to be trying to really give you, and this is at this stage is still ishish.
Yeah, and to that point, Dean, that's a great perspective. And to that point, all the detail that Trazelle is giving us is detail about their conversation that they had, and there's problems with that conversation. It's not good, but that's all the detail we have. And when he gave detail about searching for the kids, it was 4 little minuscule things that were like superfluous on the fringe of what a person would really do to look. And so that is a great point. It all comes around. It's all folding into itself, and we're seeing confirmation of what we saw earlier in the statement. It's being confirmed by what they're saying now.
I think there's more to the statement also when they say that's about it. It's short, it's brief, and we use that to an extent. But usually, think about it when you do use that statement about it. Well, of course, there's more to it, even within the context of when we're utilizing it. More to it than that, obviously, and they have now stated that's about it. But that's not all of it. But that's about it. That's the only amount of it that I'm going to talk about.
Good point.
Great point.
We have a question about the body language. Who wants to take it?
Well, they're closed off.
He's shut down. There's no question about that. Yep.
That's about it.
Thank you, Mary, for that. Great question. Yeah.
I'm so glad I have this mask on.
And my arms. He's protecting himself is what he's doing. He's protecting himself. He's pulled in. So let's go. Let's keep moving. Gil?
Please to report them missing.
After we searched
a
little bit around here, it was dark, so we definitely we got worried.
would you say it was maybe within an hour, a couple hours?
No, it was within minutes. I was getting finished with our search. It was within minutes.
I'm good.
What do you guys want people at home to understand about this situation? For them, even speaking about what you guys are feeling is difficult. What do you want them at home to understand about this whole situation?
We're going through it. It's difficult. I mean, everybody's making their own their own conclusions. They don't know anything. We're not sure like everything. We're not sure. We said what we knew, and if anybody has seen them or anything, please call the police department. Would you be like?
Let's call that. So again, it's about them. It's not about the kids. And I just can't fathom that, how there can be such an absence of concern for these two toddlers. And it's cold outside. It's cold right there while they're speaking. So what would it be like at night? That absence of concern for the toddlers is absent, but they're going through it. It's difficult. It's all about them. Poor me. Look at us. Never mind the kids. They're just kids. They're not human. So it's blatant.
And their biggest concern, it seems, their biggest concern is the public perception, not about where the kids are.
Yeah.
They're concerned about what people think of them. They make the statement, I mean, everyone's making their own assumptions, their own conclusions. They don't know anything. That's interesting. That's a statement. They don't know anything. They, who is they? Well, it's everybody outside themselves. It stands to reason that someone knows something about what happened because somebody is responsible for this. But they never address that. They never even imply that there's somebody outside of themselves that has had any other additional contact with those kids that facilitated their disappearance. They never introduced that as another potential theory.
Well, and then look at what they do next. They say, we don't. What you said, Greg, but then their statement was, we don't, almost to say we don't know anything either. But then they immediately go into, we're not sure exactly. Like everything, we're not sure.
That they do.
We don't know everything. They say we don't, but then they've got to add in all this other stuff because there's a lot more there.
Yeah, and there may be some missing information about it, even for them, that leaves them ignorant as to the final status or of all the facts. Like everything, they say, we're not sure. Well, they may not know everything, and therefore they may not be sure, but they know something. But it is non-committal. It's elusive. It's evasive.
Yeah,
it lacks conviction.
And I wholeheartedly believe or agree with what Greg just said right there. Is the same thought that I had, that there is something additional that they don't know. They knew so much, and then they don't know the final outcome. There's something.
The introduction of a third party.
Right. And that's kind of where I'd be focusing.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's keep moving. Dill. Thank you, Audrey.
I have older pictures. All my newest on my phone.
Okay. A lot of people are speaking of this as, after the math, past tense. I want to talk about your kids in present tense. What kind of boys are these? Tell us about the boys.
Here we go again.
Very rambunctious.
Yeah, even the reporter caught it. Even the reporter caught it. Keep moving, Joe. It's okay.
They do love to kind of get rough with each other. They're kids. Of course, they would love to go out, but so during the pandemic, we weren't trying to go, out here. And so
that got to do with
inside.
Yeah. So this is unbelievable. The context of the question is key. I mean, this guy is very specific. The reporter is very specific. Hey, everyone's talking about these in the past tense and speaking in the past tense. I want to speak in the present tense. Tell me in the present tense, what kind of boys are these? Tell us about the boys. And so I love what comes out here. Trazelle says, very playful, very rambunctious. He didn't say they are very playful or Orson and use their names, and Orrin are very playful and very rambunctious. Still, there's that disconnect. And he said, and they do love to wrestle. Now, one of the good things here is that he is using present tense. He was just told to. He was led. So that's a contaminated question, a contaminated response. But he is referring to them in the present tense. But look what happens. He says they do love to kind of get rough with each other, and mom jumps in and says they're kids. Of course they're kids. Trazelle says they're kids. Of course, they would love to go out. He was asked to speak about the kids in present tense, and for whatever reason, his brain cannot allow him to continue that on. In just a few seconds' time, he still can't maintain that present tense, that they're alive, they're going to come back, everything's well and everything's good about them, whatever the case is. He goes into a past tense reference. Of course, they would love to go out, but we would sort of, during the pandemic, look where his mind's going. It's going way back in time. During the pandemic, we wasn't trying to go, out here, and so we stayed inside. That solidifies for me that whatever hurt those boys has been ongoing. Through the pandemic, they're not going out. They're inside the house. The boys are rambunctious. They love to play with each other. They love to get rough. Ugh! It's so frustrating that they're rambunctious. He can't maintain this positive linguistic disposition towards those boys. In just a short few seconds, he cannot do it. That you talk about, Chris, you said that red flag is at the top of the flagpole. Well, now, yeah, now we just added more red flags. We're waving multiple red flags here. Whatever was happening to those kids has been building up, ongoing. And I got to say that hopefully it's just neglect, but that neglect has been ongoing and probably from the very beginning. And it's not looking good.
Yeah, it certainly does, right, open up a whole bunch of avenues for an investigation. And that's probably why, the chief is holding so much, close to the chest here, because, you can bet they're going back and they're doing that victimology, right, Coop? They're going back there and they are figuring out what these kids' habits were, shoe size, you name it, they're flushing it out. So there's a lot of direction this thing can still go. And that house is where they started because of the victim continuum. And we all know what that's about here. But so how much more do we have on the press conference?
Thing real quick, Chris, and I was going to
go ahead, Dean.
We don't have, I think we've indicated this, we don't have access to the case. We don't have access to the case file. We're outsiders looking in as well. But I think from everything that we're seeing, at least it appears on the surface. Now, obviously, somebody could bring something up, but I think that law enforcement, all the things they appear to be doing the right things all the way through this. And I bring that up because I think sometimes the public wants to shine a negative light on what law enforcement isn't doing. But I've listened to some of the interviews with the chief and looked into at least what you're able to get, and I think they're doing a really great job from the information that we're seeing. But these things take time. I think one of the problems that I see with the general public is, and Greg, when we do presentations, a lot of times talks about the behavioral science unit and, the difference between what people see on television and what is really happening. Number one, we're not all flying all over the country in these jets, and we're not solving things in 45 minutes. I mean, these things take time and they're digging to do things. And I guess, maybe I'm putting people on the spot, but are you guys seeing things here that you make you nervous about even the investigation? Because I'm not seeing something there.
No, I agree completely. I was really impressed with how the chief handled this investigation. And when you think about the fact that there's only 13 people in that police department, and that includes the chief, you know, he has not hesitated to reach outside of his organization
and brought in other agencies. I thought that was tremendous.
No, he's sharp. He knows what he's doing, and I think he's handled the media very well. He's been as forthright as he possibly can, and shared information that wasn't going to violate confidence or compromise the investigation.
So Jay has a question here, Coop. What are your thoughts of swaying indicative of nervousness and hiding information? And Jay, forgive me, I saw your super chat go past. I just forgot. I'm grateful that it just got popped up again. Thank you so much. So what do you guys think? I mean, there's obvious, barriers to entry there, right? I mean, all of that body language is telling us a lot.
Yeah.
Who wants to take a shot? Mm-hmm.
From my perspective, they're just dealing with that stress and the mental stress, the mental anguish, not about the boys, evidently, because they haven't mentioned anything about the boys here generally. They mention more about this perception or the image they want to portray about themselves as caring parents, and that they did everything they possibly could. That seems to be the primary objective here. But the stress that they're under, which is natural for wherever it's coming from, they've got to relieve that stress somehow. And in as much as it's a mental and emotional experience, you can't see the stress except through how their body is dealing with it, and that's through the behavioral language. The wrapping up of his arms around himself, it's a caressing, it's a sense of security, and they're trying to dispel that stress physically, and their body does it in many instances. Our bodies generally will attempt to alleviate that stress in ways that we may not even be aware of at the time, through our behavior. Maybe tapping our foot, moving our leg, clicking, using a pen. You've got a pen in your hand. People are going like that. It's a way in which to manifest and relieve oneself of that stress level. And I think what she's referring to there certainly falls in that category.
Yeah. And so one thing I'd like to kind of shift gears for a moment, guys, if we can. So and I want to have a part 2 to where we're at right here. So unless there's something earth-shattering, Steve, do you want to tie this together or the end, or would you be okay with maybe we come back? Because I just kind of want to, I promised on the May situation that we'd kind of just go through that for a couple of minutes, and we can come back to this, in part 2. But I really think it's important with this mom that's missing out there in San Diego that we take a listen to, initial cursory run on the husband's statement to the news. Are you guys good with that?
So that is where they cut it. And yeah, there's 2 of me, huh? Can you hear me though? I don't see my bubble. Oh, there we go. I'm bouncing. Hold on. Did I keep the right one? I did. Yay. But you know what? It looks prettier when you have more than one person. Interesting. In order to see your background more, you need a second screen or something. So, well, there it is. I'm on Q squared up by my damn self tonight. So, lost my train of thought on whatever I was saying, but let's talk about this. We're gonna pop over and watch Miss V. She has some coverage at 2:10 on the boys. unless all y'all will go over. If everybody would promise to go over, we could just raid her. But I'd rather take you there and let you see the info than lose the people that are viewing and watching for the sake of the boys, if that makes sense. So y'all tell me if y'all want. We can raid or we can sit here and we will do what I call content creator cruising, and we'll just spy on her. But if we do that, everybody still has to go over and give her the like, and we still want you to give her a view on it. Okay, like in your free time after this, just hit the button, watch it while you're cleaning or something, and still give her the view if we stay here. But what y'all thinking? What y'all thinking? I'm trying to keep the boys' name alive today. I want to share with you the creators that do care and that are saying their name, because a lot of people don't realize that there are some out there. A lot of us just have smaller channels, so it's your bigger influencers that you don't hear it from maybe, but there are people out here that really follow this case and really, really care. I think AV Watchman and Crenshaw are the two biggest ones that I can think of right off the top of my head. But Rayshawn keeping it 100 is excellent. Ms. V is excellent. God, don't get me started. There's more. I mean, Nora Jasmine covered it. There's others, but I know that Rayshawn did a video. He's out. Looks like he was actually at the vigil. So we definitely want to check that out. Actually, we could take a peek at that real quick. It's 20 minutes and hers starts in about 7, but let's just take a quick peek and see what. Let's add the right screen though. Which screen? Looks like not that one. Okay.
Oh, okay. Would I still like your niece? Would I still like your niece? That's pretty. Oh, I thought it was somebody else. Would I still like your niece? That's pretty. Oh, I thought it was somebody else. Excuse me, I just want to get this one. Excuse me, I just want to get this one. We in Lancaster at Big Shots. Big Shots in Lancaster. Off of Trevor and Pillsbury, like right off of Avenue J. We got an update coming tonight. I don't know how much of an update, but news channel is going to put together a segment for the boys. Trevor, yeah, we here in Lancaster. Pillsbury, like right off. You got AV Watchman is here, AV News Crew, Danny, Cheyenne. Kai is here. We got an update coming tonight. I don't know how much of an update, but they're like 6 miles away. That's the last I heard. Yeah, we here in Lancaster. Everybody's kind of late. I was late myself. AV Watchman is here. I'm not even going to lie. I thought everybody had city already. I don't care. I was like, I thought everybody They be watching. I believe so. Yeah, I think so. I don't think they selling it yet. You guys giving this stuff away, right? Yeah, it's all free, bro.
I don't know what that like whistling sound is. Do y'all hear that? Or am I tripping? Okay. MJL, right? Dude, I'm sitting here like, is it me? Is it him? I was checking my devices. Let me go back and just double it. Listen, I'm with you, honey. That's not working for me either. Let me see what's going on. That's what happens when you have umpteen devices. Oh, no, that can't be it. That's so weird. Let me listen to it. Dang it. Well, we gotta go over to Miss V's anyway, so I'll work that out later. Sorry. Please forgive me. Let's go to Miss V. So you're muted over there. Perfect. You're gonna be removed because we're gonna use another screen. Okay. I talk out loud when I work. Does anybody else do that? Because I do. So, yeah, there's that. Thank you, MJ. I was just about to ask you guys, and when I looked down, your comment was there. So it was exactly, Jan, birds. I was like, is it the music or is he outside? I was over here rationalizing like a mug, but it was killing me. So yeah, I'll figure that out. Gonna share this back. And mic is muted. It's supposed to be because I'm not talking over there. Okay. Go up here. Please don't do that again. Damn it. I got no audio to check it. Well, she starts in about 1 minute, so we'll see. Muted. Okay, I think it's a silent video. Oh, it's a trailer. Okay, I see it. All right. And Tracy, stop laughing at me. Girl, I was like, what? And I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt. I still don't know. I'm going to have to check it like on my phone or something once I get this started because I really want to see it. Even though Danielle was in here earlier and she said she's going to be posting up videos after they're done and I could restream any of them that I wanted. So I'll definitely share that. But I just don't know. You know, he's there now live. So that would have been cool. It was still well, it's not. He wasn't live, but he's there now. And he just did it. So we'll try again. But oh, did she just switch it up on me? I think she just switched it up. Because it says 19. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, we just pushed it up a little bit. Unless I misread the time. So I'll pop back over here. See if the birds went away. Oh, Lord. Here we go. I'm gonna mute myself and unmute the screen. So I'll pop back over here.
That way down it puts you right, we get to
See if the birds went away. Okay, here we go.
That's chicken Alfredo.
Yeah, I'll take a little bit of that. Just like one scoop.
Mute myself and unmute the screen.
That's cool. Thank you. What you got over here? I guess you could put that on top of the pasta right there. Mix it all together.
That's chicken Alfredo.
Yeah, I'll take a little bit of just like one scoop.
Mute myself and unmute the screen.
Thank you. That's cool. Thank you. Yeah, I'll take some of those out over here. Thank you, ladies. I appreciate it. That's right. I got some papers. Yeah, I took some of those. Thank you, ladies. Nice to trade it, right? Yeah, that's right. I got some papers. Yeah, I took some of those. Thank you, ladies. Nice to trade it, right?
Yeah, it was better. But I kept hearing myself like a million times. And then sounded like the birds came back. Was it just me? Or did y'all hear that? You know what? Let's try it on a separate device. I got devices. Devices galore. Oh, so we don't know where the babies are. We have been saying their names and we're not going to stop. Thank you so much, Tracy, for dropping that. I'm going to see if I can get this on another screen. Unbelievable. Let me make sure I don't have sound. Oh, that might have been operator error that time. Let me see. Okay, no. I didn't mean to close you, Miss V. But it'll come back because I got my reminder on. Yes, I love that reminder because if you got that on, do y'all know it will just start playing? I mean, if your device is on and you've got a reminder and it's for 10 a.m., at 10 a.m., that live or premiere will just start playing. So you don't even have to be like looking at your computer to remember to click it or anything. I just think that's excellent because I need my reminders. I get so caught up and I'll be doing a dozen things and forget that one thing I had to do right now. So alarms, timers, reminders. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm going to try this again. You would think I've never done this before, but I promise I have. All right. So now I want to add to my screen. Okay, I did that. Now let's go up here. I gotta mute out, y'all. That will cause an echo. So you mute out first.
But I still like your niece. Yo, yo, yo. That's great. Oh, I thought you were somebody else. Here though. Excuse me, I just want to get this one. We in Lancaster at Big Shots. big shots in Lancaster off of Trevor and Pillsbury, like right off of Avenue J. We got an update coming tonight. Well, I don't know how much of an update, but the news channel is going to put together a segment for the boys. But yeah, we're here in Lancaster at the toy giveaway. You got AV Watchmen is here, AV News Crew, Danny, Cheyenne, Kai is here. There's a few people here waiting on Ro and them to come. I think they're like 6 miles away. That's the last I heard, y'all. Everybody kind of late. I was late myself, honestly. I'm not even gonna lie. I thought everybody was in Cal City already. Like I don't stay in Cal City no more, so I was like literally up the street. But I thought everybody was gone because they were supposed to meet here at 9. So I just barely made it myself. But we here though. Huh? I believe so. Yeah, I think so. I don't think they selling it. You guys giving this stuff away, right? Yeah, it's all free, bro. Hey, y'all gotta stop drama in here. I don't know what's going on, but not today, y'all. Your lips taste just like wine. What's up, man? How you doing? I'm DB. Oh, DB. They waiting on the Bio family to come.
Yeah, so the lady said they probably gonna be here till 1.
Okay, so they're getting all set up still, waiting on the bio fam. That's nice though. It's really nice they put that together on these babies' anniversary. Y'all check out Rayshawn Keeping It 100. And the link is definitely in the chat. It'll be dropped again, I'm certain. I'm certain. Yes, I am. Please check him out. Give him a like and some love. He is boots on the ground. Go through that playlist. You'll find some stuff that you probably haven't even seen before because he is so close. Like literally, he just said, I don't live there anymore, but he was living in the same city. So he was all up and through there. Check him out. Miss V is live now. So we're going to pop over and create a cruise to her now. So we'll be dropping that link as well. Please, again, give her like interview. Again, it's not for her, so to speak. It's the view is because that's how AdSense works. Okay, just keeping it real. But it's also so we can learn what she's going to talk about without leaving this room, since it seems like that's what everybody wanted. And then it can get pushed up in the algorithm so that people will know about her content and what she has to share on the boys and get it out there more and more and more. So we do need you to do that. Hit that thumbs up.
Here is the website that you guys, if you have any information, any leads, even if you told it to the cops a year ago, this is where they want everybody to contact, send tips to. It says reported missing December 21st, 2020, which is a year ago today, Orrin and Orson West, aka Sincere Classic. We are not the police, but send tips to tips@calcityboys.org or contact the Bakersfield Police. I am good. That's great. Okay, so I'm gonna play another video here and then I'm gonna go See what they're doing at the event. There's right now there is a toy drive going on. It might be wrapping up, but we're gonna check that out. So give me a few minutes. But in the meantime, here's a video of the adoptive grandparents. And for people that don't know about this case, the adoptive parents of these children never went out and searched for the kids. They never acted like they gave a darn about the boys being missing. And their bogus story, it don't make no sense at all. But here's what the grandparents had to say.
Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video disc under certain circumstances without the authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe on the copyright under 17C USC 107.
With the intensifying search for two young brothers who went missing from their backyard almost 7 weeks ago. The reward for their whereabouts now increasing. This morning, ABC News getting an exclusive interview as we learn about some threats allegedly being made against the boys' adopted family. ABC's Zareen Shah joins us with more. Good morning, Zareen.
Good morning, Eva. For the first time, we're hearing from the adoptive dad's family. Look, these boys have been missing over 40 days, but a small California city determined to find them. This morning, the family of the adoptive father of the two California city brothers who vanished, speaking exclusively to ABC News.
I just know that they were really good parents as far as I was concerned.
We offered a reward out of our own pockets.
That reward for 4-year-old Oren and 3-year-old Orson increasing to $120,000, contributed by multiple parties. Authorities receiving more than 2,000 tips and using imaging devices at their adoptive parents, Trazelle West and his wife Jacqueline's home, to search for the boys. But now the adoptive dad's family says they're targets, not from authorities, but from the public.
It is misguided to blame uncles and aunts and grandparents for children who are missing that we love and care about and are trying to find.
Right now, there are people outside the home talking about where are the boys.
Police have not named any suspects.
I am working so hard, literally day and night, to find these kids.
The boys were adopted in 2019 and disappeared late December. The adoptive parents saying they last saw them in their backyard.
Came inside the house, searched the house, me and my wife. Once that didn't pan out, I got in the van.
Neighbor surveillance showing Trazelle jumping into that van looking for his boys, the couple then calling police. The chief maintaining hope, but still suspects foul play. The biological mother devastated.
I don't have not one evil bone in my body. And for this to happen to me, it's a lot for me.
As the community continues holding vigils, the family reminding everyone they are in deep pain too.
It's like the people don't realize that we are grieving, we are hurting just like they are.
What?
The Wests have 4 other children. They are in protective custody. The chief saying this is protocol because those first 2 kids disappeared under their parents' care. Dan?
Wrenching story all the way around. Zoreen, thank you very much.
Well, hey there, GMA fans.
You know what? The way that they were sitting and the way that they were sitting there in that interview and the way that she spoke like she is a helpless or grieving grandmother. But that's not the image that we see when AV, LV, Crenshaw, and the bio family is out there. They have more of a cocky attitude. It is not that image that we just seen. This shit is almost laughable if it wasn't a goddamn shame. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, these people are incredible. Like she said, as far as she's concerned, they were good parents. Yeah, and you're the only one to think that. I was big mad back then using big words, because it's ridiculous that these babies, he didn't even really look for them. I should say the adoptive parents, all of about 5 minutes they searched for these boys. Um, hold on a minute. And here's some other things that they have been doing to keep the boys' names out there. In the beginning of this case, it was a lot of people involved. There was a lot of trolls attached to the case that was, redirecting things for whatever reason. I'm not sure. But it was a whole lot going on with this case, a lot of attentions, and everybody just kind of fell off and started doing their own thing. I mean, and it's unfortunate that a lot of people are not still paying attention to this case because the boys, they still need to be found. Nothing has changed. A little bit has changed. I mean, the police are, LE, I should say law enforcement, they are, communicating more with the family, treating them more like human now. They feel like they're getting a little traction, feeling like things are moving in the right direction. And one thing that they said is like, I don't remember if it was a chief or somebody said that when they get close to finding out the answer, it seems like they're going down the right road and then a door will close. Is like, it sounds like they're investigating. It sounds like they are on to something, I should say. And usually, I've noticed that when a year comes around, that's when they start, you know, arresting people or something starts to move. Like it's been a year, it's that year mark. So I'm hoping that that's what it means. But the one thing that I was excited to hear was the fact that the family is filing that wrongful removal uh, suit against them. And I hope that they win. But I mean, it's like a bittersweet moment. Let's see. I'm gonna let this video play. Um, let's see. Because actually, okay, so this is KEGT. And I'll first let's see what they said. Let me read what they said first. Because this was actually recorded yesterday, I believe. It says Tuesday marks 1 year since Orrin and Orson West were reported missing. Now, keyword reported missing. Because really, nobody knows when these babies went missing. That's just what they're telling us. I mean, because you just don't know. They moved from Bakersfield to Cal City, and originally Cal City had the case because they believed at the time that the boys went missing from Cal City. They had only been living at the home, I want to say 3 months. But now Bakersfield has the case, which is where they moved from. So to me and, to everybody else is like, okay, then Bakersfield took over. Maybe they don't believe that the kids ever were in Cal City. We surely know that when those kids were brought out of that house, it was only 4 kids and not 6 that it should have been. So, let's see. Hey, Q, thank you for coming in. I am already live. Yes, I seen that you was live. So I'm restreaming you right now with a few friends. Oh, thank you. That's what's up. Hi, friends. Thank you guys for tuning in. I was just about to play this video from yesterday. So it says Tuesday marks 1 year that Orrin and Orson West were reported missing from California. Tonight, 17 News Christian Galino talks about what has happened since then. And this is like a question and answer thing. And it says tune in tomorrow for his 30-minute special. Where are the boys? At 6 o'clock. So I'm waiting for that. But in the meantime, we're going to listen at what he has to say. Let's see what we can hear. I didn't listen to it yet. Only I did share a portion. That video that I just played, that was a portion of this video. So I didn't even hear this yet. And I'm gonna go grab some water.
Hey, Kern County, my name is Mia Salzano. I am the executive digital producer here at 17 News. I am sitting here with 17 News reporter Christian Galeno, and we're going to be talking about the mysterious and tragic circumstances surrounding the missing West boys, Orrin and Orson West. Now, tomorrow marks exactly 1 year since they were reported missing. Christian, can you take us through what has been happening since then?
Yeah, so thanks for everyone that's tuning in to this special webcast. So not a lot has really been going on with this case, and tomorrow we're actually going to go a little bit more and deeper into this. We're going to go over everything that has happened, like as we could recall, for those of us that have been following this case for the past year. It's been a year full of really not a lot of answers, not a lot of leads. We've been following this case with the family for now a couple of months, going into a year, and really a lot of the family members have been left really in the
Hey,
dark
Tracy.
with many unanswered questions as well. Well, since December 21st, 2020.
Okay, Homestead.
Bakersfield Police Department has taken over this investigation, and they've conducted hundreds of searches. They've talked to many people as well. They've also followed up on dozens, hundreds upon hundreds of leads in regards to this case as well. Now, we do have something really big. One of the latest updates that we sort of had in this case, and you guys are going to know or actually learn a little bit more about this tomorrow during our special, is that the biological family, so Charles Pettis, and you guys are actually going to get to hear a little bit about him today and then also during tomorrow's special, but the biological family of the boys has actually filed a complaint or a lawsuit against Kern County CPS for the wrongful removal. And I'm actually going to show you guys this actual complaint that the family, that 17 News has obtained, and we're going to go a little bit more deeper into this during the story tomorrow as well. Now, that complaint filed by the family has because of negligence and as well for wrongful death. And like I said, this has been filed against Kern County as well. So that is one of the huge developments. There is more developments that we're going to be releasing tomorrow during our special, which is set to air tomorrow at 6 o'clock. That's just some of the latest information that's been going on. That's some of the latest information also that we uncovered in this case and in our reporting that we've been following for the past year now.
Thanks so much, Christian. And how about we take a look at what the lawyers had to say when you talked to them?
Yeah.
We believe they weren't a proper home and they weren't responsible. And we believe that they are responsible for the disappearance, and we'll see if that turns into more. And it's incumbent upon these bureaucratic government agencies to do more.
So you also talked to Charles Pettis himself, right?
Yeah, so as you guys just heard, that was actually Darren Ritchie, one of the attorneys that's representing Charles Pettis, which is the biological father of the missing West brothers. You know that West was the last name given to the boys by their adoptive family. They are, their biological parents gave them the name of Classic and Sincere. Now, we do have an interview with the father himself, Charles Pettis, which is the biological father once again. And, he shares with us a pain that he's had to live with for an entire year. It's a pain that a father only understands of him missing, his children as well. In this interview that you guys will get to see a bit during the special tomorrow, he mentions, the pain that he's had to go through, but then also he talks a little bit about the past year and what what he's had to go through. An interesting fact about Charles Pettis, this is actually not the first child that he's actually lost. Previously did lose a child in a terrifying car accident out of state. And he talks to us a little bit about that as well during the interview. So let's take a listen a little bit about just a clip of his interview that you guys can expect to see tomorrow as well. So
somebody know what's going on, but it's not nothing like you should just be like, oh, well, I don't know. If you did something, let people know. If you hurt people's kids, take your family away from them. But you know what I mean? These were babies.
So you've talked to Pettis. You've also talked with their biological mother, correct?
We had some initial contact with both biological parents. For this story, we were not able to get an interview with the biological mother, so Ryan. But we have been in contact with them. It has been very difficult. This was actually the first time that Charles Pettis ever gave an interview with any sort of media outlet. 17 News has been covering this story since the first time that the boys went missing. So throughout the year, it was around 9 months, 10 months since the disappearance, that Charles Pettis actually felt compelled to give an interview to media. Like I said, this was the first time ever that he spoke to cameras or just any media outlet, and it was quite difficult for him as well. You know, it's very, very difficult. We do have some interviews though from the day that the boys went missing from the biological mother, Ryan Dean. You know, it's really painful to have to just really rewatch a lot of these interviews, and I think everyone that has been closely following this case can really agree, you know, having to listen to parents break down in front of, you know, multiple cameras because they don't know where their children have gone to or are missing, you know, and they have no answers. You know, it's very sad. It's very difficult to have to be there. You guys are seeing some footage right now from the searches that happened last year, and you know the community has really been involved with the family. They've been there for his parents. They've been there for the biological family, who's been organizing these monthly community prayers every single month on the 21st, you know, to really commemorate these children and pray that one day these children will be back home as well. So it's literally been a year full of community prayers. It's been a year full of unanswered questions. But the hope for these families that, you know, these children will return home or they're going to get answers one day hasn't died down yet. So you guys did hear a little bit about, you know, from Charles Pettis there as well, that he's talking about, you know, how they took away his family, they took a part of him, and again, it's really difficult to sometimes have to rewatch the interview. But you know, they have a very, very big community that stretched far out of Kern County that's been supporting them, spreading the word about the boys, and mainly ensuring that the name of the boys does not go, you know, just disappear into thin air, and that we're keeping the name of the boys out there as well, in hopes that, you know, more people will catch attention about this, and that attention will stay there, but also that it will serve as a reminder for law enforcement that these families are still waiting for their return, that they're still hoping that the families get some sort of justice.
Thanks, Christian. Now, how about we? Well, I also wanted to ask: Have you gotten in contact with the adoptive parents at all?
Yeah, so you guys will actually be able to see that in our special. We've tried multiple times to get in contact with these adoptive parents. For those of you that are just joining us, you know, in this long year, the last time that the adoptive parents, Trazelle and Jacqueline West, actually gave any sort of public interview was days after the children actually went missing after California City Home. Then the last time that they ever gave any sort of information, any sort of announcement, was through a public statement released by the adoptive grandmother, in which she pled, you know, with the public to provide any sort of information that will ensure the safe return of her adoptive grandchildren, Orson and Orrin West. That has been the last time that we've known or have they spoken publicly with any media outlets. BPP has told us that in the entire year they've been in contact with the adoptive parents, and that the adoptive parents have been closely working with them as well. But other than that, that's mainly the last contact. And we tried and attempted to reach out to them for the story, but had no luck reaching out to them as well. Sort of just MIA.
All right, and like you said, this tragic circumstance has brought the community together, and it's also garnered a fair bit of national attention too. Can you talk to us a little bit about that and why you think people were so drawn to it?
Yeah, so this case has garnered international attention. Speaking to the biological family, they've told us that they've had people show interest in other countries as far as Canada, Mexico. There's been, people that have requested material posters, the shirts that have been worn at the community prayers have been shipped worldwide. Their supporters in England as well. And, to be quite frank and honest, I think the reason why this case has garnered so much attention, not only in our community, but nationally and internationally, is that it's a very complex case. There's a lot of pieces to this case that still have yet to come together. And one of the interviews that we did for this special is actually one of those YouTubers that has been closely following this case. His name is Ron Licardi, who is actually a retired NYPD detective, and he actually spoke to us a little bit about how not how this investigation is going, but usually what he's seen in his experience as a retired NYPD detective, what similarities that he's seen in this case with other cases that he's worked with or worked on in the past. But Duty Ron has actually also been involved in this case by spreading that word in that case, and raising awareness of the case through his channel, which he has a show, like a true crime series called Crime Time with Duty Ron. And something spectacular and marvelous that sort of happened out of this, and you'll get to know a lot of the members of the community that got involved and felt compelled. We're going to hear from Jennifer Nobles, who is a local businesswoman and community member that learned about the story through our coverage here on 17 News and decided to feel compelled. She started off by donating money to keep up a billboard. Then, other people caught wind of her noble actions as well. No pun intended there with her last name. But, she donated, and then she inspired other people to start donating, to the cause as well, and to just get involved. And then that's where Duty Ron comes in as well. And take a listen. He'll explain a little bit better and what you guys can expect on tomorrow's special.
My generous subscribers and friends, as I call them, these are a part of my family with Crime Time with Duty Ron. They sent in donations month after month, and now it's going on about 11 months that we've sponsored the digital billboard. And the reason I thought it was very important to sponsor that digital billboard is because having the kids' face and names out in social media, out to the general public, that highway billboard on Highway 99, that digital billboard, courtesy of Lamar Advertising, that is crucial to have this case not go cold in the public eye.
So, Christian, this isn't the only missing persons case coming out of Cal City. Can you talk a little bit about the other cold cases out there?
Yeah, so, I wish that we could say there's better news out of Cal City as well, but unfortunately, this reputation that this community, desert community has, is not a very good one. It's about 14,000 working class residents, and it's pretty difficult, with a lot of the people that we've spoken with, it's difficult for them to have to hear that type of news out of California City. And yeah, there's been several different cases out of California City that have gone cold, you could say, but there's been cases where there has been no answers for almost 10 years, and you guys are actually going to some of the family members during the special as well. Now, Mia, I do want to back up a little bit just before, when we're talking about the community, because I think it's important to note that these cases that we're going to feature here as well that have sort of gone cold out of Cal City, these family members of these cases have also gotten involved closely, very closely, intimately with the family of Sincere and Classic, Orson and Orrin West. They've been at the community prayers that are held in Cal City. They've been at some other community prayers in Bakersfield. And they've been, it is a community, unfortunately, through all this, the very sad situation, it's brought these families together to be there for them. And they're driven by one thing, and that one thing is to not allow the case to go cold, or to not allow these cases to go on for years with unanswered questions. Now, you guys saw some of the footage in there as well, that those billboards that Ron was talking about are actually billboards that have been up off of Highway 99. If anybody that's tuning in right now has driven through Highway 99 in Bakersfield, that billboard has been able to stay there throughout the entire year thanks to the donations that have been coming in. Through the community as well, there's people like Keisha Stevenson, who is a close friend of the family, and she's actually been the one that has created the shirts that you guys can see in some of the videos that people wear to these community prayers. Now, going back to these cold cases out of California City, there's very numerous ones. A couple of them that we're going to be featuring in the special include the story of Desiree Thompson, whose case is actually, she's going missing for 10 years now out of California City this upcoming January. We're also going to hear a little bit about from the mother of Deborah Schiller, who was tragically murdered in California City and whose body was dumped at Central Park. These are just some of the cases that we're going to be featuring in this special as part of our coverage as well, in an effort to once again just keep those cases and those needs out there as well. So take a listen right now. You guys are going to listen a little bit from one of those mothers.
There's a dark element out there in Cal City. It's a dark element out there. And there should not be so many cold cases not being solved.
Thank you so much, Christian. Yes, you're so right. It's so important to have the community behind you during something like this, especially for the family, for the friends, loved ones, everyone. And thank you so much for your time today. And thank you all for watching so much. We're going to have so much more on this tomorrow for Christian's special at 17 News at 6. And all the stories will be published online at kget.com.
Okay, I guess that is it. Hey, how you doing, Cherie? Thank you for coming in. I'm so happy to hear that they have Desiree's name out there as well, which I expected that to happen. That is awesome that they're keeping her information out there as well. Oh man. So that was a lot of the best thing that I heard was that the they filed the lawsuit, and they also confirmed the adoptive parents haven't said a damn thing. They haven't searched. They haven't never searched, even when he caught himself looking on his own. But I want to find that new article that they're talking about, but I do have a video put up. But in the meantime, I am going to play Desiree Thompson's video. I interviewed her mother, Cherie Smith. You can find that interview under I think it's under Parents of the Missing. And I'm gonna play the video I have here concerning Desiree Thompson. Okay, and that is the mother of Desiree Thompson, Cherie Smith. And I thought it was you. You're probably Sherry that's in the chat. I thought that was her under a different account because she's under I forgot what her name is on YouTube, but I'm glad to know that it's not you. So thanks for that. Because as soon as you said great show, I kind of figured it wasn't the mother of Desiree Thompson. But yeah, she has teamed up with Keisha Day and Roro, and they're getting her story out. Desiree has been missing for 9 years. Or did it make 10? Yeah, it'll be 10 in January, I believe. Missing too long from the same place, Cal City. Cherie Smith came up and basically letting people know that her daughter had been missing all these years and she never got any type of help. Yes, with pain comes strength. Yes, thank you, Tracy. Yes. Yep, her name is Cherie Smith. Okay, so let me change this up. And thank you for coming in, Sherry. Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. I try. Let's see. That's insane. 10 years. Yep. And they never even questioned the guy, the husband or whatever, even though they had fought the night before, that night. And they did nothing to this guy. Nothing. And they know that he did this. Allegedly. I'll say allegedly, but yeah. Yes. Okay, so I have the video put up here. I forgot I was supposed to be changing this. Hold on. What I was showing, that they had a raffle going on up until I think today probably. But they were raffling off these gifts that you see here. And in efforts of getting money to buy at least 120 to 150 children Christmas toys. And today they did have a toy drive. It was sponsored, I think, by a bar and grill. But I'll put that information up. We will be looking at that video. But right now I want to look at this one that was posted a few hours ago by KGET. Boy, I get distracted quick, don't I? There's our boys, man. So very disheartening. Hey, how are you, LC Justice? Thank you so much for coming in. I seen you. I couldn't talk at the time. What's wrong with the police? They have gotten accustomed to not doing their jobs allegedly. It seems like it's been a switch in the roles of who's supposed to be doing the searching and looking and stuff. Like I'm looking at too many cases where the families are hiring PIs, hiring pathologists, hiring people to do the job that's supposed to be free from the people that's in these positions that I don't know. I don't know what if is it COVID? What's in the water? I would like to know. I really would. Thank you guys, everybody, for being here. If you haven't already, please hit that thumbs up and share it out if you had a capability. I would appreciate that. Here we go.
From our 17th follow-up file, it's been 1 year since Orrin and Orson West and Dane Elkins were reported missing. After long and heavy searches, both cases remain full of questions. 1 year ago, twin mysteries struck Central California, altering the lives of two families forever. A 22-year-old college student who left his phone, wallet, and car behind, and two young boys who disappeared from their adoptive parents' backyard. Neither has been found.
I miss him obviously very much. I miss all those life lessons he taught me, and he's a great brother. You know, I hope to see him soon. It's been a really long time, but I hope he's doing all right.
I never heard about this
I
kid.
love him.
A racquetball national champion and engineering student at UC Santa Cruz, Dane Elkins seemingly abandoned his car with a flat tire just north of Santa Clarita. He had recently been experiencing mental distress, according to his mother.
He's a wonderful brother. He's a wonderful son. And he is just suffering from what unfortunately many people suffer from, mental illness.
Elkins has reportedly been spotted in Oakdale, Mojave, and the Kern River Valley. Meanwhile, the search continues for Orrin and Orson West.
I don't feel like they're deceased. I feel like somebody have them, and it might not be in California. But I don't know.
Shout out to Keith.
4-year-old Orrin and 3-year-old Orson were reported missing by their adoptive parents, who say they vanished from the family's backyard. The mission to find the two has been long, and so far has turned up more questions than answers. Anyone with information on the boys or their disappearance is asked to call the Kern Secret Witness Hotline at 661-322-4040. 17's Christian Galeno will have more on the West Boys case tonight. The special report, Where Are the Boys?, premieres on 17 News at 6.
It's a great day to help people.
6 day time is late my time, though. They really gonna be like 9 o'clock my time. Hold on, I don't feel like being on camera.
Thank you for joining us on this Friday evening, everybody. I'm Ryan Kruger. Both Brian and Alicia are off tonight, and we have an Xbox 46 exclusive. A disabled veteran and former casino dealer blows the whistle on Harris Cherokee, claiming unsafe
that ain't what we trying to hear, guys.
Firing. He spoke to our chief legal correspondent, Seema Iyer, about why.
We begin tonight with a story you'll only see here on 17 News. The biological father of brothers Orson and Orrin West is talking publicly for the first time since the boys were reported missing 10 months ago by their adoptive parents in California City. 17's Christian Galeno has more.
Another month and still no answers as to the whereabouts of Orson and Orrin West. But the boys' biological family is still holding out hope they'll be found safe.
So I don't want my kids to be deceased. I want them to come back home because my kids is all I got. After my parents go, it's just me and my kids.
Charles Pettis is the biological father of Orrin and Orson, whose birth names were Classic and Sincere. The boys were removed from their biological mother's home by Child Protective Services and adopted by Trazelle and Jacqueline West in September of 2020.
I was going through family members' phones and they were showing it, and we watched the news, and that's how we found out. We didn't even know that they sent them out to some different people.
The West.
Now, September of 2020, they was adopted out, and by December, they just vanished. So, I mean, it was said that they had moved in that house 3 months ago when the house, so the same time that the adoption was legalized is the same freaking time these babies came up missing. Because once they're adopted out, typically they no longer, CPS and all of them, they don't come to your house and stuff no more. They don't really check to see what's going on. So that's even more suspect, to be honest, man. That's crazy. Nine my time too. Yeah, man, that's crazy. That's super late. I believe they were sold. They sold them as soon as they adopted them. That's exactly what it seemed like, because they didn't even have jobs. They did not have no jobs. How did they qualify to get that house? Excuse me. I feel like it's somebody helping them. I don't think they that smart. And I don't think the police is that dumb. So who is behind this? Who was behind them getting that house, setting up all that bogus information to be able to get the house. Because I do have a video in the boys' playlist where the lady who sold the house spoke about Trazelle and what she thought about him. And she said he was a shady character. And it took forever for that money to come through. And it was some lies told too. Because she was like, why would you even show them this house and they didn't even have an income? You know, this is a couple $100,000 home.
Reported Orrin and Orson missing from their California City home 3 months later on December 21st. Since then, the boys' biological family has held monthly prayer vigils and conducted their own searches, but no sign of the boys. The Bakersfield Police Department, which took over the investigation 7 months ago, insists it's not a cold case.
I want no one to think that it's a cold case, because when it get quiet, it's like nobody think about them no more. But we're gonna keep going until I'm gonna keep going until God called me home, or I just can't, So I'm here to the end.
Pettis, who lost another child in an accident, he's remaining hopeful he will see his sons again.
Because they took my family, they took my life away from me. My kids is my life. No matter how long it takes, how hard it's gonna be, I won't give up. I will never give up.
In Bakersfield, Christian Galeno, 17 News.
Private selection gourmet potatoes can help make these doubly important holidays.
I'm making this hard on myself. I ain't positioned right or nothing. Let's watch this one.
17's Perla Shaheen has been following this case since day one and joins us now in studio with more. Perla?
Well, there are so many parts to this mystery. A 3-year-old and a 4-year-old
Now this is
vanish on a cold, dark night.
This is another thing that was weird about the case. This lady is not even on the. She don't even work here at this news station anymore. Allegedly, she was let go. Some people say she was let go. Some people say she left. But I believe it was something behind this case. I can't be for certain, but it will show a whole lot said when the YouTubers and everybody was really paying attention to this case. Her name came up. I think she pissed a couple content creators off for whatever reason. Nowadays, realtors require a pre-approved so you don't waste their time. Yeah, and that's what she was saying. Like, why did or I can't remember if they got somebody moved some numbers for them. Some money was sitting somewhere. Some money was transferred. Even the person that was somebody that was helping, that was involved in selling a house, allegedly gave them some money. It was all shady. It was so much going on. I agree. Perla is gone because of this case. Yeah, it happened right. It happened right during the case. So I'm not sure what it was. I remember someone had talked to her, and she said that she was no longer with them. Like, she made it seem like she left, but then I think when they called the station, it was like she's no longer with us. Like, it was like they were under the impression that she was fired for whatever reason. Also, no pictures since Thanksgiving. The last picture of them, Jamal is helping them, I believe. Now, I never did know which picture was allegedly the last one. But one thing about it, when they were asking about pictures before, they have our tech, but they been had their tech back. I'm assuming. I don't know if they got it back or not. But no other pictures were put out. And that was very important because these pictures, they're saying these are old pictures. Like, they're bigger than this, They were bigger than this at the time. But yet, they don't have any pictures, which is that's a sure sign too. The fact that they never use their name, that's a sure sign. That's something going on. But I'm going to go ahead and let this play.
Just 4 days before Christmas, while law enforcement continues to search for answers, here's what we know.
Dang, and this was 4 days before Christmas last year, and it's 4 days before Christmas Day.
California City Police say they searched this house. They just disappeared. Where are these boys? The same search warrant.
That we don't know where they're
Precious little boy.
No, anything.
Numerous
interviews, numerous search people are hurt here.
3-year-old Orson and 4-year-old Orrin West were born in Bakersfield. Their mom, Ryan Dean, gave the boys their birth names, Sincere with a C and Classic. Their last names were Pettit.
I was at work. I noticed my baby cry wasn't normal when I got home, and I took him straight to the hospital.
The baby she's talking about is Orrin West.
And they say he had a femur bone. His femur bone was broken and twisted.
He had a broken thigh bone, but she says she doesn't know how it happened. She says this injury led to Child Protective Services taking the boys from her.
I come from a good background. Like, I don't have a police record, never been in jail.
The last time Dean saw her boys was at the end of 2018. That year, 34-year-old Trazelle West and 31-year-old Jacqueline West became the boys' foster parents. The Wests, then living in Bakersfield, adopted them in 2019 and renamed the boys Orrin and Orson West. The West family already had 4 other kids, 2 biological.
Now, she just said they adopted them in 2019.
2018. That year, 34-year-old Trazelle West and 31-year-old doesn't know how it happened. She says this injury led to Child Protective Services taking the boys from her.
I come from a good background. Like, I don't have a police record, never been in jail.
The last time Dean saw her boys was at the end of 2018. That year, 34-year-old Trazelle West and 31-year-old Jacqueline West became the boys' foster parents. The Wests, then living in Bakersfield, adopted them in 2019.
Now, I just want to remind everybody this part, because they said, okay, so the lady that was standing next to Ryan Dean, that was their adoptive, that was the foster mom that they took the boys from. They were happy in their home. They were fed. They were taken care of. Ryan even said that. And allegedly, some CPS worker that didn't care for Ryan didn't like the relationship that she had with the other foster parent, allegedly. Okay. And they removed the kids from that home because Ryan had access to the kids when they were there, because her and the lady was really cool. The kids loved her and everything. And they took them and gave them to these people. And allegedly didn't even tell them that the kids was being adopted out. They didn't even know until this happened.
The boys, Orrin and Orson West. The West family already had 4 other kids, 2 biological and 2 adopted. They moved to California City the next year. And on December 21st, 2020,
they are our children, and so we want them back.
Trazelle West says his wife, Jacqueline, was wrapping Christmas presents that afternoon.
We thought it was a good idea that our youngest 2 would go outside and play with chalk in the back patio.
Trazelle wanted to build a fire in their fireplace, and he went out the back door with the boys. He opened a side gate and left the yard to gather wood, walking past the boys as he carried the wood into the house.
I came to the house, I saw them there. I went in the house, I came back out, I didn't see them there. I realized that I left the gate open and I panicked.
A neighbor's security camera shows that at 4:32, Trazelle jumped into the family's white van. Police said later that the camera was an hour off, and the time was actually 5:32.
I searched, I called their names. Talked to a gentleman on the
See, and that's that BS. You know what I'm saying? Anytime the time discrepancies, it just make it seem shady. You know, they even said that because it was, this time was off, and the freaking 911 call or the dispatch call, that was even off, I remember. So, I mean, it's always something shady, like, because that time is everything. You know? I don't know. That's the part that made me say, okay, what's really going on? Well, one of the parts.
I don't dare you didn't see them.
He then called police just before 6. California City Police and dozens of locals searched the area for the kids that night, but the adoptive parents say police told them to stay inside their home.
The cops told us the best are out here. The best are out here searching.
The best are out there searching, and it was 13 of them, including the chief. Welcome, Marianne. How are you? You said, yes, I agree. You said that sounded like the perfect placement. Yeah, happy and loved. They are filthy, deceitful F's, UCKS's, I think.
Had no luck, and concern grew as the boys remained missing overnight. The next day, after searching the town and nearby desert, California City Police got a warrant for the West House. It was the first of many examinations of that property on Aspen Avenue. They sent canines inside to track the scent of the boys. The chief says the dogs found the scent inside the home, but didn't smell the children leaving the house.
What I do truly believe is that night, there is no way that they could have got out of the neighborhood without some sort of assistance from an adult.
Law enforcement has gone in and out of that house many times, occasionally removing evidence.
We've searched every possible nook and cranny in.
The chief says the dogs found the scent inside the home, but didn't smell the children leaving the house.
What I do.
So, I mean, their story was that they were outside. So why wasn't the scent out there? Why was it only in the house? That could have came from some items that they had stored in plastic bags with their scent on it. Like, yeah, that part. Hold on. Okay.
Truly believe is that night, there is no way that they could have got out of the neighborhood without some sort of assistance from an adult.
Law enforcement has gone in and out of that house many times, occasionally removing evidence.
We've searched every possible nook and cranny in that house multiple times.
They even dug up the backyard in the beginning of the investigation, but the chief says these searches didn't reveal any new information.
I'm 110% certain those boys are not in that house.
The FBI and Bakersfield police quickly joined the investigation as supporting agencies.
Almost everybody I run into, that's the first thing they say, have you heard anything about those babies?
Police say the adoptive parents have been cooperative.
And we've questioned everyone around them. Again, like I say, we start with the immediate family and work our way out.
Chief Walker confirms the other 4 kids of the adoptive parents were taken into foster care and will remain there until a court case is settled.
And the parents are given a court-ordered case plan, and if they complete what's asked of them, then they do and can get their children back in their custody.
Trazelle and Jacqueline West haven't spoken to the public or given any information on the boys since December 23rd. They left their house in California City and haven't returned since around Christmas.
We just dropped off some gifts. The only thing that we could do is give gifts because they weren't able to give gifts.
In my opinion, they need to question everybody, and I would assume they did. All the workers, whoever the caseworker was, whoever the judge that approved all of this. Like, why did they do that? Because they used some other type of rules when it came down to Ryan Dean and her boys. So everybody that was a part of this should have to pay. Since they can't arrest the people that had them, who should have never freaking had them, they need to investigate the people that allowed this to happen. Because I remember it being said that Ryan Dean had weed in her system. Okay. Big deal. It's legal in California, right? So she allegedly had weed in her system. The judge wanted her to get some type of treatment. Well, nobody would treat her for that. She let them know that, hey, I can't find where to get treatment. Well, find something, basically. And still didn't let her get her kids because of some damn weed, allegedly. Yeah. This is bigger than just Jacqueline and Trazelle. Somebody is helping, allegedly.
Then someone threw a rock through the house's front window. Someone also
Shady as
drove
hell.
into the
For
driveway
real.
and screwed a large sign into the porch.
Hold on. I remember.
Where are the boys?
Yep, and that's where it came from. Where are the boys?
And haven't returned since around Christmas.
We just dropped off some gifts.
Wait, hold on. They left
do is give gifts.
Adoptive parents were taken into foster care and will remain there until a court case is settled. And the parents are given a court-ordered case plan, and if they complete what's asked of them, then they do and can get their children back in their custody. Trazelle and Jacqueline West haven't spoken to the public or given any information on the boys since December 23rd. They left their house in California City and haven't returned since around Christmas.
What? Wait a minute. Marion? Where you get that information from? You said the copper that was working with CPS was shot dead on a house call? I believe the answer lay with him. What's his name? I ain't never heard that before. Never heard that. Yeah, that come on, man. I was watching I think it was Leave It to Beaver, and she talked about a case where a baby 3-year-old was taken from a home because of some freaking marijuana, and the baby was killed in this foster home. They could have just kept the child with their parents. It's a lot of money being made with these kids, you know. You got CPS workers sitting up here taking food stamps and not reporting what they see at homes because they want to get some yamps, free food. Yeah, Marianne, way back in the beginning, I never heard that, ever. Do you know this cop's name?
Thing that we could do is give gifts because they weren't able to get gifts on Christmas.
Since then, someone threw a rock through the house's front window. Someone also drove into the driveway and screwed a large sign into the porch, asking, where are the boys?
I don't think this is the time to start getting rambunctious with the situation. We're supposed to come.
There that word again.
We're
Rambunctious.
to one and find these kids.
Police say the Wests are now back in Bakersfield. Their extended family has released 3 statements.
I've been following this case since day one, Marianne, and I've never heard that. I watched every video. I do know that you miss some things sometimes, but ain't nobody I ever watched talked about a cop being killed that had anything to do with this case.
$1,000 reward for anyone with information leading to the boys. The second asked for the community to stop attacking their family. And Trazelle's mother wrote a 3rd statement, pleading for help in finding her grandsons.
I can't get any peace.
Wow.
These are my boys. These are our boys. Our California City boys are missing, and we want to know where they're at.
Several businesses and individuals have also put up reward money. The various rewards now add up to $125,000.
There's more than just a certain family that's hurting here.
Ryan Dean, the biological mother, still lives in Bakersfield. Members of her extended
And
family
Shay be
have held
everywhere.
multiple prayer vigils and search parties, spreading the word through social media and banners.
They will be found. They will be found. They will be found.
It is hard, but we have to stay strong for the parents, the mother, and them, and the community's been doing their part in a major way. So it's like without them, we would be lost.
The extended biological family also raised money to put up 3 billboards in Bakersfield, seeking information on the boys.
Their faces shouldn't be on a billboard at all. They should be with their family.
Then 2 people with no relation to the boys took money out of their pockets to put up 3 more billboards, making for a total of 6 throughout Kern County.
A large part of the interviews and follow-up needs to be conducted in Bakersfield.
On March 1st, Bakersfield Police became the lead agency on the investigation. 5 days later, more than 50 officers and FBI agents searched for evidence in a dirt lot in southeast Bakersfield. It's located near the Casaloma Apartments, where Trazelle and Jacqueline West used to live.
I believe there's a large amount of case development in this investigation.
BPD also served a search warrant at a neighborhood in East Bakersfield.
Bakersfield, where the mother of Trazelle West lives.
We're not going to end this case until we know the facts. So it will be brought to light based upon the continued investigation and where the details lead us.
Welcome, Lima. Probably jacking your name up. My fault. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you being here. Please hit the thumbs up, and everybody that can share, please do. This is crazy. Okay, I guess. Wait, I don't know if that was the end or if it's just a commercial. Hold on, y'all. Whoa.
It's incredibly uncommon for that to happen.
It was surreal. She had a lot of.
Wow, this is we're not gonna watch this, but this is called Bakersfield Secret Serial Killers. I've never seen this. Wow. I'm interested, but it don't have nothing to do with the boys. So hold on. Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. Make this go viral. Tune in to the latest update concerning Orrin and Orson West, Sincere Classic, the two Cal City boys who went missing December 21st, 2020. And also come back because I have an interview set up for Keyshaw Day and Roro, who are the biggest supporters of the boys. And they're going to update us on what they've been doing, if there's been any changes, and to let you know how you can help. Please stay tuned. Leave it in the comments. Let me know what you think about this video.
Held today in California City at the last known place where those boys lived.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's been 10 months this week that brothers Orrin and Orson West, known as Sincere and Classic to their biological family, that they were reported missing from this house right here, right behind me. That's the last place where they supposedly lived with their adoptive parents.
Right now, Lord, in the name of Jesus, Lord, right now, God, we need them, Jesus. And this is where they was allegedly supposed to be taken, so we're going to pray here.
The 10th month has gone by and brothers Orson and Orrin West are nowhere to be found. But another month has not diminished hope.
You know, searching for the boys and, you know, just trying to bring it back to the house, you know, where remind everybody that we're still out here.
A community prayer as a sign of gratitude for supporters in California City and to those that continue the search.
There's a lot of Cal City supporters that's been here since day one, and we wanted to come out here and pray with them.
The case has drawn attention and support from many in the community, including family members of other missing people out of California City.
Them coming, supporting us, we're able to support them. So it brings us together, you know, and it got us real close, and you know, we're like family.
And we want people to know that we're not silent. The case will not go cold, and we want the people in the neighborhood, if you know something, please, you know, I'm just asking if they know something, say something. You don't have to be scared.
And we should note that today's community prayer was organized for the neighbors here in California City that helped out during the search parties when the boys went missing. And there will be another community prayer this upcoming Tuesday in Bakersfield where the community is invited. For details on that or for more on the case of the missing Cal City boys, head over to our website, kget.com. From California City, Christian Galeno, 17 News.
Just a week prior to the shooting, young Dolph was seen outside of his favorite... Wrong video. Hold on, I'm looking for... Shay, yeah, I do know that. I actually have the video. So I'm looking for it now. Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. Make this go viral. So yesterday I had my first...
See that? We will never give up.
Okay. Let me play. Let me see if this is different. Maybe.
We're going to turn now to the disappearance of two little boys in California. It is part of our continuing Missing in America series here on Prime. Orrin and Orson West, brothers, vanished from the backyard of their family home just days before Christmas. That was 10 months ago. And since then, the search for the then 3- and 4-year-old boys has been relentless. News Nation's Nancy Liu is digging into their case and the investigation into their disappearance. And she is joining us live tonight with their story. Nancy.
Marnie, a prayer gathering is underway right now here in Bakersfield because today marks exactly 10 months since Orrin and Orson West were reported missing. But even before, these young boys, these toddlers, they had gone through a lot of change in their lives, much of it in foster care. Their most recent stop was allegedly at a home in California City.
Not a good feeling. It's not nothing that you want to just sit up and think about all the time. You got to make yourself think about something different, positive, something happy, something better.
Biological father Charles Pettis is racked with heartache. In an exclusive interview, Pettis talks publicly for the first time about the mysterious disappearance of 4-year-old Orrin and his 3-year-old brother Orson.
They might not remember me, but I remember them. And also, it don't matter how long it takes, how hard it's going to be, I will never give up.
It's been 10 months since the brothers were reported missing from this home in California City. It was around 5 p.m. on December 21st, and Christmas was close. Adoptive father Trazelle West says the boys were outside that afternoon playing with a family dog named Chalk.
She was actually wrapping gifts, so we thought it was a good idea to go outside and play with Chalk on the back patio.
West claims he checked on the boys when he went out to get firewood.
Came to the house, saw them there. Went in the house, came back out. I didn't see him there. I immediately went back in, asked my wife, did you see the boys? She said no, they should be outside playing with Chalk. I didn't see them, so I came back outside and I started searching my backyard. I searched the whole thing.
The boys were gone, and West says he realized he had left the back gate open. The West spoke with local media 2 days after they called police, but they have not commented publicly since.
I don't want you guys thinking we didn't try. We actually looked before we called police.
Police were called around 6 p.m. Soon after, the neighborhood and the West home were thoroughly searched. The West eventually had their 2 biological and 2 other adoptive children removed from their care. And in March, Bakersfield police took over the investigation due to more resources and family ties on both sides.
It's a puzzle, and there are key pieces that are missing, and we are using every legal means to figure out what happened and get the facts and circumstances behind what occurred.
Police admit to withholding over 90% of the evidence in this case to protect their investigation. And while the Wests aren't speaking with the media, police say they remain in contact with the Wests.
It's one of those situations where you open a door and that door leads to another hallway, which leads to another hallway, which leads to another hallway. So we haven't reached the end of our journey yet.
The boys were born as Sincere and Classic. Their biological parents lost custody in 2018 due to a suspect leg injury, which relatives insist was not inflicted.
They took my family. They took my life away from me. My kids is my life. That's my family.
Biological cousin Rosanna Wills is among the loved ones convinced the boys were never in Cal City. The Wests had moved into the home in September and reported the boys missing just 3 months later. Something happened. The Wests have moved away, but are said to return periodically to check on the home. They have not attended any of the prayer gatherings or recent searches.
But we're the only ones out here, including the supporters, who are pushing for the boys. We haven't heard nothing from their side of the family, the adoptive family.
There is a hefty...
Shay, if you still here, can you get rid of that VOI crap? Hide that person, please.
In the case, and it's hoped more national awareness will bring the boys home.
So many other kids have coverage, but these 2 boys did from day one. I don't feel like they're deceased. I feel like somebody have them, and it might not be in California, but I don't know.
I have children. I have 3. And,
CT.
Most people have children. Most people, we don't expect anybody's child to go missing and just disappear.
Jennifer Nobles has generously made sure that billboards and banners featuring the boys are widely disseminated, even though the only available photos are well over a year old.
Even if they're a little bit old, I hope there's some feature, that they see on their face, their nose, or their lips, or their eyes, or anything that just stands out to them that makes them question, like, could that be, one of the boys? Could it be just possibly?
There is a secret witness line just for this case. That number is 661-322-4040. The family and Bakersfield police implore anyone with information from before or after the boys disappeared to please call. Marnie?
Just vanished. Nancy, police aren't saying too much about their investigation all these months later. Can we read anything into what they have revealed and shared so far?
Well, there is a clear indication. The switch from Cal City Police to Bakersfield Police indicates that the heart of the case is here. Cal City is 70 miles away. Did something happen here in Bakersfield before that family moved to Cal City? We were out there yesterday. We talked with a neighbor who said he never saw those boys in Cal City. He also never heard children playing in that backyard. You would hear children squealing or laughing or talking to each other. He said he heard none of that.
So much heartbreak for this family and for the friends who you interviewed. We've covered a lot of missing persons cases, generally adults. When a child goes missing, it is even more heartbreaking. And harder, I would imagine, for police to search for little boys like Oren and Orson.
Absolutely harder, because adults, we have a digital trail, we have our cell phones, we have computer searches, we have acquaintances that they can talk to. These are little boys. They didn't have any phones. They may not also have memories of their early lives, and they're physically smaller. So finding them is so tough. Hopefully they are together out there somewhere.
I share in that hope. They are babies, and they also don't know how to ask for help if something happens to them. Nancy Lou, live in California. Nancy, thank you. This past 4 weeks, we have brought you each and every story, these important stories. Daniel Robinson, Lauren Cho, Kira Coles, Najib Monteith, Alicia Navarro, and now these little West boys. Every missing person matters, and if you have a family member or a loved one who is...
But it was a video I seen that was from, I think it says 7 hours ago. Let me find it. It's weird how this stuff don't be in order. It's so crazy. Oh, it says, that ain't the one though. Oh, here it is. Oh no, that's actually Duty Run. I was looking for the video that had Duty Run and Jennifer Nobles in it. Let's play this one.
Lit classic recipe, exceptionally sweet.
This is about the toy drive.
Years since brothers Orson and Oren West disappeared from the California City home of their adoptive parents just days before Christmas.
A toy drive in honor of the boys will mark the long year of unanswered questions, but will also teach children about stranger danger safety. The ongoing toy drive is gathering toys, books, and winter clothing that will be distributed to children in Lancaster, California City, and Bakersfield. This is a yearly tradition for Pull It Off Foundation founder Keisha Johnson, but this year she wanted to do things different in order to help the biological family of these two boys.
Let's just make it in honor of the boys, and therefore we keep the awareness out there. So when we give the toys, we speaking about the boys also, and we're giving out the flyers, because you never know what child seen them, what adult seen them. So we just like to just keep it, and we're going to keep doing this until they're found.
Every year, the foundation delivers toys to over 50 children, and this year they hope to gather enough toys and clothing to not only brighten up the holidays of more kids, but to spread awareness as far as they can. For details on how you can donate or for full coverage of the Cal City Boys, head to our website, kget.com.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to my own videos because I have a couple. Like I got interviews with Keish and Roro.
Parties are getting smaller, but there are a few people
I can't find that one with Duty Run in it though. But I'll go back to that. I seen one. Oh, here's one.
Very good. Thanks, Ms. Sora. 1 year later, and the community is still searching for any clues in the disappearance of Oren and Orson West. The boys' adopted parents reported them missing from their backyard in California City 1 year ago today. They say the father left the backyard gate open and left them alone briefly, and when he returned, he said the boys were gone. Since then, multiple searches have taken place in both California City and here in Bakersfield, with many in the community joining in to try and find those missing boys.
Someone knows something, and they didn't just disappear. So keeping these shirts and stuff out there, it keeps the awareness out there.
Well, tonight at 7 o'clock, 23 ABC will take an in-depth look into the disappearance of Oren and Orson West. You'll hear from the biological family of those boys, as well as those who have been searching for them ever since.
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe not. I don't remember her doing that. They showed Keish making her shirts. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Give me a second, guys, to pull up another video.
We are back now with our 17 follow-up file. It has been 77 days now since Orrin and Orson West were reported missing from their home in California City. There's been a lot of rumors and some misinformation surrounding this investigation. 17's Perla Shaheen is in studio tonight with what police have to say. Perla?
Well, Jim, this case has caused a lot of infighting between members of the public who feel deeply connected to the boys. This civil war has caused the spread of many rumors online that sometimes are harmless, but not always. Today marks 2.5 months since 3-year-old Orson and 4-year-old Orrin West were reported missing.
The facts of the case are still going forward. The boys have not been located, and there has been no arrests made.
Bakersfield Police Department is now the lead agency on the case. Around 50 officers and FBI agents searched for evidence in a dirt lot near the Casa Loma apartments on Saturday. But they've given no information on developments in the investigation.
On a daily basis, there's case movement. There's interviews that occur. There's items of evidence that are searched.
This leaves time for the public to speculate, and that speculation results in online arguments and finger pointing.
I get it. These guys believe that they're trying to make a difference and they're trying to help us out. But it appears to me that they're just fighting with each other.
One YouTuber, Doug Hutton, accused the neighbor of the adoptive parents in California City of being connected to the boys' disappearance. That neighbor then put pictures of Hutton all over the adoptive parents' house, along with a banner asking Doug Hutton, "Where are the boys?" On Friday, Hutton saw the postings and took them down.
Then he went to the neighbor's house, was walking around at the neighbor's house. One of the people who lives in that house showed up. They had a confrontation in the street. We responded and had to deal with the confrontation. And he ended up going to jail because he had some outstanding misdemeanor warrants.
Police say Hutton was then cited and released.
Now I have to use my resources to respond to these incidents and deal with these incidents when that again is taking focus away from the actual investigation.
Anyone with information is asked to call the secret witness line at 661-322-4040. Perla Shaheen, 17 News.
Okay, why the heck I don't have this video?
Tonight, people will gather
right on
in
deck.
downtown Bakersfield to pray for the safe return of Orrin and Orson West, the toddlers who disappeared last year out of California City. 17's Raphael Stroud has more.
It's hard to believe half a year ago when Orrin and Orson West were first reported missing, their pictures weren't even in the original alert. Now it's nearly impossible not to know their faces, whether it's on TV, social media, posters, billboards, and masks. The West brothers, born sincere and classic before their mother lost custody in 2018, reportedly disappeared on December 21st. And in their first and only interview, adoptive parents Trazelle and Jacqueline West said the toddlers vanished while playing outside their home in California City, over 70 miles from downtown Bakersfield.
I came to the house, I saw them there. One house, I came back out, I didn't see them there.
But since then, this case has gone far outside Cal City. Just 3 months later, 3 months ago, the BPD took the lead on the investigation, citing the boys' many ties to Bakersfield. And on June 1st, BPD released a slew of statistics saying the case was not cold. The department said detectives followed up on over 200 tips and interviewed 83 people, including family members. But after 44 search warrants on homes and devices, 16 sweeps of large areas, and 3 searches outside the state, we still don't know where the boys are.
We don't know what happened to them. And because we don't know, we're looking at everything. We're looking at what was reported, when it was reported, what was going on in the days, weeks, months leading up to that date. Is that the date that they were missing? We just don't know. And because we don't know, we're looking at everything, and we will not stop until we know what happened to these young boys.
By now, both boys are just 4 years old. 10 days after BPD's update, Orson's birthday was celebrated in Southeast Bakersfield. A party held for a toddler who wouldn't be there to enjoy it. All while the mystery remains unsolved.
17's Raphael Stroud reporting. Now, BPD would not comment on the case today without checking in with its lead investigator, who is not available. The prayer vigil begins at 6 o'clock right outside Bakersfield Police Headquarters. If you know, again, anything about the case, call Kern's secret witness. That number is 322-4040.
Calling all you thirsty curls. Are your curls lacking definition? Coils feeling a bit
About these two missing boys is Bakersfield Police Chief Greg Terry. Chief, thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Good morning.
So let's talk about this. 163 days since the boys were first reported missing in Cal City. Of course, we've talked about this months ago, that your agency, the Bakersfield Police Department, has become the lead agency on this case. 163 days. You're saying the case is not cold. Why?
It is not a cold case. As you can see yesterday from the stats that we released, this is still very much an active case, and we are looking at every possible lead. One of the things about this particular case is two young boys, they don't just disappear. They don't just walk away on their own. Something happened at that day or in those days or at that residence. And so we are paying attention to every possible detail about what was reported, how it was reported, what was going on at the time, what had been occurring in the previous days or weeks or months even. So attention to detail is very critical in this case. Yesterday, we released some details to give a little bit of insight into how much we have been doing, but it's very much an active case.
Well, let's go over those numbers one more time. So 170 items seized, 44 search warrants, 16 mass area searches, 3 outside California, and more than 200 tips. These are big numbers. It sounds really impressive. What comes from this?
Every single day, we have a detective dedicated solely to this as a lead investigator, and he's working with a team of experts and analysts, even from other agencies such as the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, technical experts from the FBI. They're diving into every part of the items of evidence, what the statements were, what the just the smallest of details are looking. So whether it was in a statement, whether it was in an item of evidence, the digital evidence is going to be very important in this case, and we're very much actively searching those items as well.
So the boys were reported missing on December 21st. 163 days ago, they were reported missing. Is it possible that, is this something that your department is looking at, that they may have been reported missing on that day, but something could have happened days, weeks, or months prior to that?
The short answer is we don't know what happened to them. And because we don't know, we're looking at everything. We're looking at what was reported, when it was reported, what was going on in the days, weeks, months leading up to that date. Is that the date that they were missing? We just don't know. And because we don't know, we're looking at everything, and we will not stop until we know what happened to these young boys.
You talked about all those little details that your department is looking at. You have a lead investigator that is dedicating his time to this. What have you found? What has the department found in all of these search warrants, items seized, searches, all these tips, 200 tips? What has come from that makes this case go forward?
Leads, little bits of information, a little bit of a breadcrumb from a witness statement, from an item of evidence that gets seized, from a tip that comes in. We're actively and aggressively pursuing every lead. And so the point of going piece by piece and paying attention to the closest and smallest detail in each of those things provides leads, provides us another step, provides us a potentially additional evidence to find out what happened.
Can you assure the community that you're moving forward, your department is moving forward in this investigation?
Absolutely. Like I said, we do not know what happened to them, and we're not going to stop until we know.
But there's nothing that has, in those tips and searches, you have been able to find things that have kept this investigation going.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about what comes next for the department. 163 days. We here at KGT have been counting the days. At some point, though, there's going to be a dead end, whether if you do not find these boys, if we don't know what happens to these boys, there is going to be a dead end. At what point does the department say, you know what, we've used all resources, we've done absolutely everything that we can to try to find answers, and we can't? At what point do you get to that point?
We'll have to see if we get to that point. We are not at that point.
and we are continuing to find little bits of information, enough to keep going, another lead, another location to go search, or another tip that comes in. This has continued over the last 163 days, and like I said, we are committed to finding out the truth about what happened to these young boys.
All right, I got to ask you, because there's a lot of people invested in this case. We know of people who have raised money for a reward to find these missing boys and to search for answers. We know of people who have raised money to put billboards, not just locally, but across the country, saying we need help. We need to find these missing boys. And there's also been groups that have formed to do their own searches, to help the police department, to help other officers going out there. What is the most effective way to get involved? How can people out there in the community that want to do something, how can they get involved in finding these boys?
The most effective way for them to assist us in this search is to provide us information that they have. If they have reason to believe that there's a location that needs to be searched, give us that information. Because one of the things about this coordinated investigation with multiple agencies is we have a lead detective that knows the full scope of everything that we're looking at. And it might—
Here's a location they need to search. Needed to search. Hey, welcome in. At It Again Media. Thank you for coming, and thanks for dropping a fire and horns. Yeah, it should have been the West home, the parents' home, before they hauled everything out of that backyard. That freaking place looked like a circus. Or should I say a zoo, like Chris Madonna said about Don Wells and them. But yeah, looked like a freaking zoo. A freaking junkyard in that backyard. It was immaculate by the time, and they did that right under the nose of the people that was standing around. They felt the need to clean up their backyard. They should have searched there. Yeah.
Be a very important piece of the puzzle, so that information needs to be provided to us. We recognize that there's great—
Thank you, At It Again Media.
Boys just disappearing.
Appreciate
we want
you.
to find out what happened to them, and we will find out. But we don't want people out searching and potentially disturbing or destroying evidence. If you know, or if you have a tip, or if you have information that you think might be important to us, call us so that we can put it with the rest of the pieces that we have to see if it's significant.
Bakersfield Police Chief Greg Terry, thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Brett.
All right. Now, the previous video that we watched, they said that they were holding 90% of the information that they have. So that's a whole lot. We only got 10% facts, I guess, and 90% bullshit. But they're holding 90% of the information that they have. And then he also said, I think it was a chief that was talking, or I don't remember who it was talking, but it was somebody, some type of law enforcement, who says they get closer and then doors close, doors are closing. So that's like, let them know. To me, when a door closed, because Keish actually pointed that part out to me. And if I remember correctly, she was basically like, okay, so these doors is leading them, their investigations is leading them deeper into some rabbit hole or something. And then it's another door, that one closed, and then another door lead them another way. It's like I don't know how to really look at it. And I forgot how she explained it, but it did stick out when he said it. This is the video this is the information Shay was talking about, and I actually posted this 2 weeks ago. This is one of the ladies that's on the support team of Orrin and Orson West. This is New York. And they did a live on Rayshine 100's page. As a matter of fact, I might pull that live up just so we could get different information outside of the news articles and stuff. And I'm done pretty much with the news articles, and I know I'm not gonna be on here at 9 when they report again. That's kind of late. And it's only 7 o'clock. I don't think I'll be on here that much longer. But so I'm gonna just play some stuff that you probably haven't heard unless you came to my channel, which I doubt. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this, and then I'm gonna play the video when I interviewed with Roro and Keish all day. But this is the information from 2 weeks ago where Keish all day speaks about the adoptive grandparents on the mother's side.
And we gotta try.
all y'all have is the grandma, the adopted grandma now, moved to Oregon. If no one knew.
Yep. So Jacqueline's family's no longer in Casaloma. They moved to Oregon. They up and left. What? Yep. They took their foster kids with them too. Wait, so they got their foster kids back? No, Jacqueline's mother always had foster children and adopted children. She had been a foster mother for some time, for years actually. I think about 15 to 20 years. So she had up and left, took the family out of Casaloma, and went to Oregon to live with Jacqueline's sister.
And we have to remember too that when all of this stuff was going on, everybody's attention was on Trazelle. Nobody was really, well, the majority of the people wasn't paying Jacqueline and her family no attention. But you just heard her. They moved. The West didn't move. Jacqueline's parents moved. Why? You've been living in these Casa Loma apartments for how long and you just up and move? For what? Hiding something much? Anyway. Okay, so here's some more information from that same night. And this is New York also from 2 weeks ago.
Can you hear me?
And that's Ray Shine 100. This was on his channel.
All right. How are you? I'm good. But, first of all, we want to thank you, obviously, for putting this out there.
At it again, media. Do you mean a law enforcement consultant, a medium, or the family? Because, okay, so I don't know if law enforcement consulted him, but it is a bunch of them that was on the case, on YouTube talking about it. And if I had to guess, Roro probably don't believe in that because she's a Christian. So I'm not sure if the family consulted it or if they even listen at it, but they have been on the case.
Just want to make sure that everybody understands that, we're coming up on a year and we haven't really made much progress as far as we know in finding them. I know that, BPD may be working behind the scenes and doing their thing, and obviously they're not going to release everything to the public, which is understandable. So with that being said, I'm sure everybody who's been following this case can agree that, there was a lot of tips that were given out, were given either to BPD, to YouTubers, Facebook, whatever it was along the way over this past year. And a lot of stuff has been overlooked or possibly not followed up on or, misplaced or, it was given to, somebody that maybe debunked it and it shouldn't have been. So we had been in contact with two of the detectives that are on the case and, wanted to follow up on a lot of these tips that came over the past year. So when we were talking to them, they let us know, they said, listen, get us the tips because a lot of people say that they're giving these tips, but we're not getting them. Stop giving it to YouTubers, stop giving it to your best friend or your favorite person. Doesn't matter who it's about. It doesn't matter what side of any family it's about. Doesn't matter if you submitted this tip 9 months ago 55 times. We're asking the public to submit all tips going forward to this email only, and everything is going directly to BPD. It'll be handed over to them. They told us, bring it to them, and that's what we're going to do. Because we noticed that, along this past year, that, we'll find stuff in other people's lives or chats, and we're like, wow, we didn't see this 6 months later. And it's just information everywhere. And everybody has to sit at the same table when it comes to finding these kids, and that means getting all these tips in one spot so that we can move forward and try to find them and bring them home. So if we're all here for that same purpose, you can remain anonymous. You do not have to put your anything. Yeah, whatever you can put. We don't care if it's hearsay. We don't care if it's possibly not true. Listen, put whatever you can. We'll take everything. We want to take everything, the raw data, right to them. So they asked us to do it, so that's what we're doing. And again, they did contact BPD. They didn't get crossed back, or they say they did, but BPD says that they didn't.
My whole table just fell, y'all. Hold on.
If everybody's here for the right reason, again, doesn't matter who it's about, that tip. It doesn't matter.
I'm all right. It was my tray table fell.
And let's keep it like that. And everybody, please send it to this one email, and let's see what we can do.
Dude.
Yeah, it's very important that, like, a lot of people may say, oh, everybody spoke to BPDS, but
Damn. Did y'all hear that? My whole damn table just fell. Hold on, man. Hold on. Well, I'm going to just let it keep playing.
Running back through this email, no matter who it's about. Yes. The story, if it's in regards to the boys, just go ahead and send it back to this email right here, which is at the bottom. tips@calcityboys.org is where you can send it to.
Yeah, it's very important that, like, a lot of people may say, oh, I already spoke to BPDS, submitted it. That's fine. And we believe you. Nobody's saying anything about that. Please resubmit it, because they want everything all in one, because you never know. Your tip may answer someone else's tip, and that may connect. So we need to hit everything at one time and try to get this information in one spot for them. And, no more excuses for anything or anybody, not saying on them, just in general. But let's do the best that we can as a community to help. And if that's what's needed to get it all together collectively, then let's do it.
Basically taking it back to square one.
Exactly. I want everybody to pretend like it's December 22nd, 2020, and let's hit the ground running and throw these tips in that email, and let's get it right over to them.
That was annoying. Did y'all catch all that? Oh, damn table fell all over the place. That wasn't supposed to happen. Dang, now everything all wires all twisted up and hold on. Let me get it together. At it again, media. You said family. I don't think so. I don't think Roro is the one in charge of the family, and she is really the only spokesperson for the family. And okay, you're good. Yeah, you good. Yep. She's a Christian, so I don't think she follows psychics, but I could be wrong. Okay, let's get this thing back on the stand. So freaking annoying. Okay, let me pull up a portion of our interview. This is when Roro and Keish came on. Cherie also came on. Cherie Smith, the mother of Desiree Thompson. And if you want to watch it, okay, so I have a playlist of over 100 videos concerning Orrin and Orson West. Sincere classic. If you want to check out some more information about them, I got just about every video that was out. Might have my little spin on it, and you might, because some of them were early on, of course, some of the information, some of my confusion was cleared up. I don't know. Just check it out. It's 122 videos is what it is. And that is not what I'm looking for. I should be looking for interviews. YouTube interviews is what the interview is under. I got so many playlists, man. I'm kind of regretting the way that I split them up. I should have left it alone. I actually split them up in times. Like 1 minute, 2 minutes. I got so many playlists now. I got to look through. But it's good to have at the same time because, man, I have over 1.3K videos. So if I didn't have this stuff organized from the beginning, I would be in bad shape right now trying to find certain things. It's a pain in the butt when you're trying to find a video like what I'm doing right now because I'm flipping through so many. And they don't have this in no type of alphabetical order. which is annoying. Here it is.
Closure. We are connected because, so I mean, it's a lot going on.
This is the place you can go for updates concerning the boys Orin and Orson West, Sincere and Classic. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for coming in. I have two of my favorite ladies on here. They don't know I'm fans of them, and I love them both. I admire their strength. They are very busy, though, so we're going to get to it. So if Miss Roro and Keisha, they could unmute and cam up. So they're going to let us know what they're doing. They, as I just showed you guys, that they went to the Cal City home, and they prayed there. Keisha had me crying this morning when I watched that. And I just wanted to catch up with them and find out how you guys are doing and if there's anything we could do more to help. And how are you feeling? Roro, you can go first.
You know, we're trying to keep our hope alive, and it's just 10 months already, and you know, it gets overwhelming. Just the thought that they're still missing, and you know, we got EquiSearch came out, and we have a little hope now because you know we are getting help from behind the scenes with and we're doing interviews on other platforms with you know that could really help spread the word. We have interviews coming up, so I mean it's a lot going on that you know we're just praying, keeping our hopes alive, and just soon hopefully we get answers. And just you know the prayer yesterday was it was touching. It was emotional. It was a few other like Cherie Smith. You know her daughter's been missing for almost 10 years now. In January.
Hi Cherie, I see you in the chat. Welcome. Thank you for coming in. Yeah.
So I mean, from Cal City too. So I mean, that really connected the boys and her daughter because she knows exactly what she's been going through the past 10 years. You know, by herself. So I thank God for you know having us cross paths and thank her for supporting the boys going through what she's going through. There was another lady out there. I think her name is Queen. What's her name, Keith? Queen Joy. Queen Joy and her niece and her son, her niece's son, was in a car accident about 3 months ago. They said, and both of them passed away. So for her to come out there too and to stand there with us, going through what they're going through, it's like you know God's bringing us all together to you know support each other. And you know it's tough, you know, and we're just on behalf of my family. You know I'm always going to be the spokesperson because you know YouTube, the news, they could tear you. Parents don't need that. You know what I mean? They already took laws from them removing the kids when they shouldn't have. And then now they're missing. So it's like they got robbed of their children, you know, twice. And any parent, I mean, I want people to put themselves in their shoes. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's saying they would this, they would that. But honestly, I mean, you can't say what you would do if you're not walking in those shoes. And so, I mean, I mean, we talk to them and, you know, try to keep them posted, but we can't tell them everything because they don't, like my cousin, which is a Wildfather, he don't do social media. He's not an interview person. He's always been quiet. So people ask where the Wild parents at. They're exactly where they need to be. Because, you know, that's why me and Keisha go hard or, you know, to represent them. Keisha knows she's friends with the foster mom, and it's sad because the shirts that we had on yesterday just showed how happy them babies were with the foster mom before they got to again, you know, removed again. So it's tough, you know what I mean? It's tough, and it's just, you know, we got to keep going. We're going to keep going. We're not going to stop. I mean, we pray that we don't have to go till a year, but I mean, if we do, then we're going to keep going. You know, we're going to keep spreading the awareness and digging and researching and doing our own investigation on top of the, you know, BPD's investigation. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I know that you guys have like been quiet on a lot of stuff because trust me, I've been here from the beginning, and I've seen a lot of auto drama too, and I've seen you take a lot of hits. But I mean, you didn't start really cussing until the you know just when it got too bad. But I still see your heart, like, and you. I mean, you have to speak up for yourself, you know, especially when they bad in your family.
Exactly. And I'm not, like me, I'm a caring person. I'm a loving person. I reach out to people and help them. But when you got ignorance and with no facts and things like that, people still, after 10 months and you don't see the actions, then, I mean, what can we say? I mean, people are going to have their opinions, and that's fine, but come with facts, you know what I mean? They don't know the truth because we know the truth. We got the paperwork, we've seen it, like, you know what I mean? So we have facts, but it's still a lot of drama and so we just move in silence because they can't stop what they don't know, and we got smarter on that. And I was trying to stay focused because all this drama is not going to help on the boys. And I suggest anybody who's out there
Welcome, Jess.
the BS and just trying to just have something to talk about, just sit down, get out of our way because you're not helping us. You're distracting the truth. And we don't need that. We don't need that. 10 months later, we don't need that. And I've been trying to hold back, but they get me out of character, and I pray on it because that's not me. But I will defend myself and my family, and that's the bottom line. And if they don't see the truth and what's going on, then hey, we can't force nobody to pay attention. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys are doing, like, after all this time, people fade away. But I've seen that you guys, and you just mentioned it, that you're teaming together with other people that have missing children. You could have a whole army out here if you do that and help each other. That is beautiful. And it seemed like it was more people out there today, too. I've seen Sherry or Cherie. I'm sorry, I can't. I named her Sherry first. But,
let's call her Sherry until she corrected us. So,
but then when you told me, and I told her, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot, or whatever. And she's like, you can call me Sherry. Everybody call me that. I'm like, but that's not your name. So why would I correct that?
Right.
So, Keith, how you feeling?
I guess I'm okay. I just go with the flow. However God lead me to go, I just go. I'm in it to win, to basically get these kids justice. So, even though I got a health problem myself I'm battling, that's just my way for me to keep going, where I don't think about, because when you're going through something yourself, you can't just think about yourself. God don't bless like that. You got to think about other people too, So I just continue to pray for these boys because I feel something's going to happen, something's going to come up, and just can't nobody turn me from my mind frame of praying. That's all I know how to do. I mean, we can talk and all this, yeah, I'll talk with you, but at the end of the day, I'm still praying inside. At that moment when I'm talking to you, I'm still, when I walk out my door, these boys is on my gate. I don't have a choice but to. When I turn around in my yard, I don't have no choice but to say, Lord, help us, by all means, my kids say it now, because they know how much they'll get up and be like, what we gonna do for the boys today, Mom? I'm like, y'all, I'm tired today, so, they keep me going with them too, but we just gotta, we have to turn to God no matter what, because it's no way we can bring these are some giants, this is some stuff, some serious corruption that we can't do this. We can't do it by ourselves. We have all the help, everyone supporting, everyone digging, but at the end of the day, we need the mighty man up there to come down and just shake it. Show him what he made of, and that's what I keep praying for. God, I know you hear us. I know in your word it says certain things, and your word not supposed to come back void, but we need answers. So that's why I put the word on it, because when you put the word on it, it's not supposed to come back void. He has to do what he said he gonna do, but everything is his timing. But I just keep praying and letting them know we ready for whatever. However you gotta bring them to us, just bring them. Just bring them. I don't care. Somebody just speak up. Somebody just say something. It only take one person that might know something. They act like they're just scared, but you can't have fear and faith at the same time. It don't work. So I just try my hardest to just stay on faith, keep grow up, keep the family up, because all of us down, our emotions everywhere. Somebody gotta be strong to help the other person, and I do get weak sometimes when I'm praying, but it's okay. I'd rather get weak that way, because I'm praying to my God. So I just try to keep everybody, I might get out of character sometimes because I don't like some things that I hear or I see, so I will speak on it, but I have to keep praying no matter what. And I just feel like at the end of the day, something's gonna happen. I don't know.
As you're speaking, I'm getting chills. Like, you are a powerful woman, a God-fearing woman, and I thank God that you are here and praying for everybody because you believe. And I know Roro believes, and something got to break, man. Something got to break. Now, I wanted to ask you about the reward. It was 125, right? But I see it's 122 now, bro.
No, it's 125. We had got these banners made before it went to 125, so they were already printed out, and all of that. Keisha gonna make me cry because I try to stay strong even for the supporters and stuff.
I know.
I really think
we love you, Pete.
Yeah, because
I love you so much. You are a beautiful woman.
Going through so much just on her personal life, her health and stuff, and for others to go through it, to walk this with us, knowing that they are dealing with their own, issues and health issues and stuff. I mean, that's why I try to stay strong for everybody because I know what they talk to me. I know what they're going through, and I'm like, oh man, I gotta keep pushing. Like, I mean, without everybody's support, I mean, it'll be tough. We need it. You know what I mean? But when I look at them and just see the pain in their eyes and just, in their hearts and stuff, I mean, I have to stay strong because, like you just said, if we all break down, I mean, who's gonna be the voice? You know what I mean? And I just want to tell Keisha, we love you, and I always, from the beginning, I always told her, hey, come do an interview. Hey, can you lead us in prayer? And at first, she was like, she didn't say no, but it took a lot for her to get out there. As long as I stand next to her, she good. But now she won't even need me by her side because God got her. So I'm praying for Keisha and her health, and like I said, her children, her husband, they're so supportive. Everybody else that I deal with behind the scenes, I mean, their children and husbands are just, they're so supportive. So this has, affected a lot of people in many ways, and it's really like, I mean, it took over their lives, and I feel bad because, but they balanced it. Now their husbands and children are involved, so that makes it easier for them to support. You know what I mean? So I just want to.
Oh my God, there's something about those writers, man, and I know Keisha's a writer. Like, she is your number one, the way I see it.
Yeah. I mean, he always had my back for 10 months now. Like, I mean, it's been a tough.
It's a story behind it because even when, and I don't say names much, and I'm not, but Rodo, even when people try to, like, I was out there with other people, trying to find the boys, and even when confusion came, they tried to, tell me who to mess with. I shouldn't do this, I shouldn't do that. But I just thank God that I have my own mind. Because if you go off of other people and what other people think, you'll never know that person. So I just thank God that I have my own mind and I can judge, not judge, but get the feeling if a person is, because I'm going to be solid with you. You ask me to do something and I feel that, okay, I'm going to do it. You ask me to ask, I'm going to do it. I don't say no, but if it's something bad, I will. But anything pertaining to these boys or anything, you just can't turn me away from people, and that was how it was in the beginning. But I'm glad I was able to make my own decision on who I'm going to stand next to, because sometimes he got to show you this might not be the person you need to be. Besides,
now, did you know Ro before this?
I knew Ro because my kid's nanny and her are friends. So I wasn't ever the one to go over my kid's nanny house all the time, but my husband knew who she was, and my kid's nanny goes with my husband's brother. So I was like, he was like, Ro over here. I'm like, okay, So then I finally figured out, oh, okay, now this is Ro. Okay. So I knew of her, but we never was like always in the same state. You know what I'm saying? So I knew who she was. I knew her family, because of what I was told. And, I'm going to ask questions. Well, is this a good person? It was always, yeah, like Ro, So that's how we really, and then the voice just made me realize who she was because I was getting her figured with someone else that used to go over there. So, but then when I found out and I talked to my kid's nanny, and they was like, don't pay attention to so-and-so, you'll figure it out, Keisha, because I know who you are, So once I did, I was like, you can't listen to people. The people have you on. Yeah,
I promise you that. You gotta let that happen for itself. But I see it on YouTube where people follow the leader, and it's not okay. We grown. You can have a mind of your own. You don't know what that person might have did to her to make her be the way she was to them. You know what I'm saying? And I can't stand when people try to get you against somebody just because they don't like them. That's not okay.
One thing I can say is, when people don't like me for whatever reason, ask them, and they have no reason. You know what I mean? Because I don't go around intentionally hurting people or doing people wrong. I treat people how I want to be treated. You know what I mean? And one thing about me is I don't care how much dirt people try to throw on my name, my character speaks for itself. I get a lot of respect from those who know me. And like Keisha said in the beginning,
my fault, y'all moving this thing.
People that was throwing dirt on my name and stuff, but when Keisha seen the truth for her own eyes, I mean, it's spoke value. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I just thank Keisha for following her heart, and that's one thing. Follow your heart. Be true to yourself. Because, I mean, you can't be true to yourself and love yourself. I mean, nobody will. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
Well, were you saying something, Keisha?
I said I'm here for the end.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so happy to ride her. And I'm so happy that Cherie is, you guys put her in, too. And I want to, because there's a few people in here that might not know Cherie. She's in the chat. I'm not looking at your name right now. With love comes pain, and I think I got a little clip in here concerning her daughter, and she's also a part of Roro and Keish All Day's team.
Ooh, you know,
and I got your back too. If you want me to post anything, let people know, whatever. I'm here for y'all, okay? I'm getting emotional.
You know, the day I met Cherie at the candlelight in the first one in Cal City, you know, I heard her story about, you know, her daughter, Desiree, you know, being missing for over 10 years, but she was out there with us. And that day right there, I just felt like, man, like she needs to be, you know, she needs justice. She needs to be heard. She needs her awareness for her daughter. And so ever since then, you know, we all came together over time. And I just want Cherie to know that, you know, she knows this, but I just want everybody to know that when we speak the boys' names, you know, we're speaking Desiree's too. You know what I mean? Because both of them, you got to understand, both of them are missing from Cal City. Okay? Cal City. She's been going through this 10 years. We've been almost going through this a year. So she knows a lot more than what we even imagine. You know what I mean? So it's really important that we are connected because, you know, she could let us know what we don't know. And we have her back. Like, just like as hard as we're going to go for the boys, we're spreading the awareness at the same time with our daughter. So, you know, we both just want justice and answers, you know, and find our loved ones, you know what I mean? And just Cherie, just know that we got you. God got you. You know what I mean? God put us all here for a reason. And this reason is whatever purpose it is, I mean, we don't know, but it's going to happen, you know. The truth will come out, and on all levels, from the top to the bottom, you know, and we just got to keep our faith, you know, like Lisa said, you can't have fear and faith at the same time. And it's so funny because I had bought a book the other day, and it says just that, you know what I mean? And it's weird that Keisha says that because I had posted it. You guys see it right here. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me get out this glare. I have to get up and get the book. But, you know, I just bought it because, you know, I have faith and I don't fear nothing. You know what I mean? Because I know God got our back. God is on our side. He walks with us every step of the way. So, you know, when Keisha says that, it gave me chills because I'm like, maybe I'm on the right path or something. You know what I mean? Like, God speaking through her, because her prayer is powerful. I don't think she realized it in the beginning. But, you know, I thank God for her leading prayer every, you know, candlelight because we need that, you know.
Ain't nobody break what God put together. God put y'all together. I mean, y'all are a perfect team.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm even seeing that she's praying out, you know, live streams now, you know?
Oh, yeah, I mean, sorry. No matter who's live I'm on, and you know, it gets a little, I always want to end it in prayer. And I don't care if Keisha watching, I don't care if she's not on, I'll call her and I'll be like, hey, Keisha, can you get on this live and end it with prayer? And she'd be like, bro, and I'm like, hey, God wants you to, like, you can't stop what God wants, you know. So it's powerful because I feel like prayer is powerful, and we are getting somewhere. We don't know where, but we are getting more help. We're able to talk to, you know.
Even a detective, if you leave a message with the detective, he calls right back.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, hi, I gotta think about Cherie. Thank you for coming up. How you feeling today?
Hi, Cherie.
Hey guys, I love you.
I love you too.
I can tell you emotional. I'll give you a few minutes. Roro, can you tell us a little bit about EquiSearch? When did they come out and what did they do?
I believe they came out, it feels like a week, feels like a month. So I want to say they came out like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And we didn't mention that because, you know, I knew, some of the girls knew, but they know not to put it out there because, you know, we're not trying to have distractions. You know, they came out to do their job, not to give a show. It's not about that, but they came out and I just can't wait for, you know, to see what they got.
And it just gave us a little hope that to know that they came out because they have the equipment and the resources to really search areas with just miles at once with their drone. And if they don't find nothing on the boys, that gives us hope that they're still alive. So we're just trying to keep our hope alive, prayers and stuff. And like I said, Cherie, we're trying to get them to go out there to Cal City for her, as well, because to me that area is very important. Because if we understand that they might find other family loved ones out there. I mean, it's a lot that goes on out there that people don't even imagine. And it's silent. The energy is just, it gives you this bad feeling when you just drive through there. When I go through there, I look at all that desert, and I'm like, where do we start? It's like we touched 1% of that, that desert.
It's overwhelming.
Yeah, it is. It'll make you want to break down just looking at it. You know what I mean? So I can only imagine what Cherie has went through these past 2 years. And going through it by herself, it's like, dang, man, that's why we really stepped up and was like, no, you're not alone. We got your back.
Yes, I was seeing Cherie on Nina Boy's panel, and she would tell us how corrupt Cal City was, and with her going through it and knowing that they wasn't following up with her, and I'm so happy y'all got connected. I'm so happy about that.
That's why I started speaking out on those other platforms. I'd never been on YouTube, or I didn't even have a Facebook or anything else before all this was my daughter. And at this point, those are the only outlets, because the news wasn't contacting me back, the news stations. I couldn't get on any other platforms. Everybody I reached out to, I got nothing, absolutely nothing. So I started reaching out on these YouTube channels that were covering the boys. And I'm seeing things in the comments where people are really like I'm not going to say having high hopes in Cal City PD, but, at the same time, I'm looking at certain things, and it's drawing red flags for me, because even from the beginning, when everything happened with the boys from the beginning, and then the interview, which was sickening, it was disgusting. It made my skin crawl to watch that interview of these people standing up there with no emotion whatsoever for these children. I had to speak out, because CCPD was not doing anything in my daughter's case. There was red flags all over the place with my daughter's case. There still is, and for the fact that, I didn't want to see these two children end up being a cold case, like my daughter's case and like everybody else's case. There's other cases out there. Yeah. I've been informed that there's 13. I have knowledge of 7 other cases besides my daughter. So the other ones, I'm not sure about, but I've been told there's 13 cold cases out there. And I'm quite sure there's probably more if they get to digging a little bit more. But ultimately, if they go out there, if EchoSearch was to go out there with their drone covers a 100-mile radius. With that being said, God knows what they're going to find out there. Man. Because the Mojave Desert, Cal City, the outskirts of Lancaster, Palmdale, Little Rock, all of those areas out there, those remote areas out there, are nothing but dumping grounds. And the only way that they're going to be found is either EchoSearch or somebody is doing a search for somebody, or some random person is out there hiking or riding their horse or there's this or that and come across something. Right. Otherwise, they're not going to be found out there. It's going to go years and years and years before anything comes about.
Yeah, I heard in that Daniel case they found a skull too, a human skull, Right. And I've heard that there's dumping grounds for
we have mines out here too.
Mines?
There's mines out here too.
Wow.
That people have literally been dumped in. So, going out there searching, this is something that it takes people that have the best of the best experience or the best equipment, right, to do so. Because us as regular citizens going out there, me physically, I can't go out there and walk around and do this. My body's not going to allow me to do all of that. But going out there, you need these people because you don't really know. You go out and you can search. And it doesn't hurt to go out there and search, but ultimately the professionals know what to do, where to go, and how to do it. And have the equipment. Yeah, the equipment is major when it has to do with searching out there. And the equipment that EchoSearch has, it's $100,000 or something like that drone. You know what I mean? So they have the right equipment,
but we're gonna keep pushing for like the boys and Cherie at the same time. Like I said, we're gonna try to get them out there for Cherie, and ain't no telling whose family they might come across because it's dumping ground, you know. And I just wanna, cause I have to go, but I just want to tell, you know, all the ladies that's been there from day one with us searching in Bakersfield. I love y'all. Thank y'all. Everybody who behind the scenes with us, you know, doing their research, investigating their own investigation. I just want to say I love y'all and thank y'all because without y'all, I mean, it'd be, I don't know where we'll be at right now, honestly. And I just want to thank all the supporters and that's from, you know, East Coast to West Coast, like you said, North to South, and other countries. Thank all you guys for spreading the awareness. Keep spreading it. Keep praying. That's how y'all can help us. Prayer. And keep spreading the flyer, keep spreading their faces. We're still trying to get recent photos, but hey, you know, we're going to use what we got, you know. And just know behind the scenes, you know, we, like I said, like he said, I talk to the detective, you know. Keisha calls and then he'll call me. You know, I'll be at work and she'll be the one to call and leave a message. And then he call me. He probably think, why does she sound different on the message? You know what I mean? But, you know, we had recently asked him to come and stand with us on the 21st. The 21st is Thursday. I know, Christian, I thank him too for the 17 News. You know, I love the way he covers it, you know what I mean? He said it Tuesday, but it's actually Thursday, October 21st. We'll be, you know, right there on Potomac, you know. We're hitting every area, everywhere that, you know, to make noise.
Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you. Every 21st of the month, y'all go and pray at a different location usually?
Yep, because you never know, like, who might want to come out and just get it off their chest, you know what I mean? So the neighbors or somebody that's riding through, seeing us, might just pull over, you know, and be like, look, man, I know something. You know, that's why we go everywhere from Cal City to Potomac to Casa Loma, and then we go in front of the BPD just to let it's all peaceful. It's all spreading the awareness. And, you know, we haven't done no protest yet, but we're not trying to get to that point. You know what I mean? So
tell you, I'm pleased to hear you say this. What I heard you say is y'all got a detective that's calling. Yeah. The news is reporting correctly. And EquiSearch came out. That's major.
And then I'm gonna just put it out there, you know, Christian from the 17 News reached out to Jennifer Nobles and, you know, contacted us and all that. But we do have an interview Tuesday, like he said, Tuesday with National News Network. So, you know, that's major.
We watched that interview, guys.
We're trying to get them really news coverage. You know, yes, and that's what I'm saying.
We got it.
Man, we
pray so much in front of BPD, and we pray so much in front of BPD. I know they was watching us every 21st because all of a sudden the detective calls us back when that man seemed like he wasn't giving a damn. He was trying to his narrative, but I tell y'all can sit back and look and think it ain't working, but pay more attention because the things that we're asking for, and we was praying for coverage, and look what's gonna happen. It's gonna be nationwide. So God is answering prayers on his time. So that's why I'm like, we got to just keep praying, y'all. Keep praying. You know, people sitting back talking about this, that, and that, and it's confusion. That's all right, because God gonna move them out the way too. He already done shut one YouTuber down, so don't play. You know.
Love you, Roro. See you later.
I love y'all too. I was saying hi to Keisha's daughter behind her.
Oh, girl, I thought you was stepping up like.
The prayers is, I'm telling y'all, it's amazing. I just sit back and look, you know, I've been praying so hard. I'm like, God, do you hear me? You know, and when I sit back and look and he throw it in my face, like, look, my child, I just did this that you asked for in the prayer. Because I'm like, this detective ain't giving us, when we went in front of his face, it's like he didn't have no kind of emotions, did he, Rose? Like, y'all heard him start asking questions? But all of a sudden, he kept praying. I was like, bro, we just gotta keep praying. It's something gonna happen. That man returns calls. He returns calls and everything. And it don't take him a day or two. He returns them right back.
Well, is it a different detective or the original?
The same one.
Really? I'm telling you, man. When God is in it, can't nobody mess with it, man. This is amazing. That part. And Jennifer Nobles has been in it too, and yes, I seen Duty Ron did something yesterday. Or yeah, he talked about the prayer thing yesterday.
Oh yeah, okay.
And so I also want y'all to know, I put a couple links in the chat. One is Keisha All Day. Please subscribe to her channel. She has a voice and she's talking on her own channel. So to help her build that up. And then I dropped the link to Where Are the Boys? You can go on there and get printed out flyers. And then also the banner that you see behind Ro and Keisha. I have the honor. They're going to send me one. I'm so honored. I got a little teared up. Thank you so much. But I think they still have a few for sale or no?
A few, yeah.
Yeah, I still got probably 7 left. I still think I got like 7 months. I don't know. They over there behind the couch.
So if anybody is interested in getting one, you can post it to your wall just like they doing, and every time you go live, it'll be right there. And I think it's $20.
Yeah.
And you guys pay for the shipping.
Yeah, I pay for it.
$20. You cannot beat that. Now, what would you say, Ro?
I just want to say, like EquiSearch, man, they stuck to their word. Ron, is a part of that team, and we're really trying to get them back out here, to go to Cal City and with Cherie's daughter and the boys, because it ain't gonna hurt. But if everybody could go support them, they are really, the ones who we all need, all the missing, So if you find it in your heart, if you can, able to support them, no matter how big the donation is, it all adds up. Support them. I think Jen put in EquiSearch Midwest, and like I said, we're trying to get them back to the West Coast, and get out here in California. And
you know what? Yesterday, EquiSearch came up because they were doing a fundraiser for Summer Wells, which they raised $30,500 and some odd cents. And so they were saying, like, after that expires, they were trying to figure out where to donate. And somebody said EquiSearch, somebody said the boys, and then Q Carla, because I was with them on the whole marathon thing, and she said, I will do the same thing for the boys. Like what she did was she opened up her store and donated 100% of everything that somebody bought. She created a summer line for that or whatever, and then even her merch, she let it go 100%. And she said she would do that to help the boys. So
much respect to
yeah, so y'all need to link. I'm gonna get y'all linked or whatever if y'all don't know each other or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, I've been on Doc Q's live when she was on there. I like her. She's an awesome lady and
she's solid.
Yeah.
I just want to say this before I leave, because me and Robo got to be at the same place at the same time.
Yeah.
Y'all keep Lakeisha Webster. She was a day-one soldier, and she's still a fighter for these boys. Her son and her was in an accident journey. So if y'all can just lift them up in prayer, anytime you pray, just lift them up by all means, because she needed. He is doing better, but we want him out the hospital and back home to normal, So if y'all could just keep them in prayer. And she does have a cash app. I might have to put it in here where if someone can help her, she have a GoFundMe up, because she has to be at that hospital with her child. And she basically had on the same clothes. She has to buy food. She has nothing really. So we have been supporting her. And if anybody else out there wants to support her, if somebody can put her cash app in here, it's $Keisha Keish. Jennifer, if you can put it in here for me, please, I would appreciate that. And y'all just keep her in prayer, and anything that you can help her with, by all means, it'll be well worth it.
Amen.
Look at you, always thinking about somebody else, and that is a blessing. I'm telling you, they got the winning team. Thank y'all, ladies, for taking the time out to come up here. See y'all later. But I want, as far as Cherie, I wanted you guys to know I did an interview with Cherie, and it is a playlist of Cherie's story about her daughter Destiny, who just turned 40. Desiree, I'm sorry, who just turned. She just had a birthday, her 40th birthday, and she did a full interview with me. If you want to learn about her story, please watch that, and you can share any parts of this video. Spread the word. Let's talk about the boys. We need to.
Thank you so much for covering it and giving us your platform to speak on the boys.
Anytime.
All right. God bless everybody. Keep your faith and keep the boys in prayer.
Thank you, ladies. All right. Thank you, hon.
All right. Bye, baby.
I'm gonna end it with a. I'm gonna play the video that I came in here with. Okay. Now that was some good information that they gave us there, and I was happy to do that. Happy to hear that information, and they are making progress. So now I'm gonna go to the drive to see how that went, and we're gonna get out of here. But let me get to the video, because I seen Rayshawn 100. He's there, or he was there. I seen him stream. I seen Danny L. I seen Roro and Keisha Day. They all did a stream. Also, Matt from AV News Crew. I seen him out there. What? Okay. Yeah, anytime I go on Facebook, I get distracted with everything. So much stuff going on. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is one they just did 10 minutes ago. Oh, they packing up. We packing up. We gonna look at some. Shoot. They have fun. That's what's up. And all of this was done in the boy's name.
December 21st. Makes a year that the boys been missing. Big shots did a toy drive in honor of Classic and Sincere Orrin and Orson West. Today makes a year. It's a bittersweet moment. I just wanted to share with everyone, you know, can see. She stopped at the table for it. It's leathered in. Excuse me.
Santa, you want to make the next number? I sure do. All right. We have 2, 5, 2, 1, 6, 6.
Welcome, Marlena.
Yeah, Carol, that was freedom.
252-091. Looks like we have a winner in the corner. Please bring your tickets up to the stage and come claim your prize.
How awesome is this, y'all? All in the boy's name. So many families were blessed today. And that picture that I showed y'all earlier, it was from the raffle tickets that they were doing. That assisted with this. Keish comes up with all kind of things to keep their names and faces out there. A lot of people miss out on the purpose when they think that it's all about money. But it takes money to do this. So that's why they have raffles and things like that. Oh. Well, let me see if they made it then, if they left that quick. Let's see. Oh, well, we did see. This is the one of her packing up. Oh, this is they there. Okay. They're in front of the house in Cal City. Okay. Good to know you still here. Tracy's still here. I appreciate y'all. They are in front of the house that they allegedly moved to. Thank you, Maria. I can't hardly hear, bro. Hold on.
We won't stop. On the count of three. Okay? 1, 2, 3.
Poor babies, man. Oh. It's something about watching them balloons fly away, man. Wow. I just skipped to another one of her videos. Hold on, let's see if she posted anything else, because I thought well, it's more things going on because the news is supposed to be out there. And wait a minute, what's this? Yeah, the news is supposed to be out there. Let's see what Roro said here. Okay, so this is only like 1 minute. She's introducing the bio family. Let's see. Definitely want to get that.
This is the bio dad to one of the boys, but he is the father to both. This is the sister, the auntie to the boys. Kavika, Charles. So this is the parents and the painting. This is Keisha right here who makes the masks and the shirts and helping us with the awareness. I have my family, like all families here in the building. Thank you, I love y'all. Thank you to AB news crew for everything you do behind the scenes and out there. Thank you, Eddie Watchman, for thank you for putting that video up.
Oh, Amy watching with you?
Mm-hmm. What's going on? And then thank Danny L, Ray Sean, Cheyenne. I know I missed a few people, but everybody for your support around the world. Everybody at home, the ladies who have been helping us. I mean, it's so much, so just thank you everybody for supporting the boys and just keeping them prayers because change is coming. It's coming. Justice will be served.
Yes, ma'am. Duty Ryan will have the info.
To do the candlelight prayer, that's how we do every 21st in honor of the boys to keep their awareness alive. So if you guys want to join us, we're going to head to the Aspen House at Cal City, and you guys are more welcome to come and pray with us and get down with us. Thank y'all.
Yeah, shout out to Duty Ryan. I wish I could find the video of his short little, because they had him and of course Jennifer Nobles, and Duty Ryan has been very, very instrumental in keeping these billboards up. And he even said in that interview that he was inspired by Jennifer Nobles. Like, she's a stay-at-home mom, I think he said, and she was inspired by the story that she heard on the news, and she wanted to do something. So she put up a billboard on her own and has been very instrumental in keeping those billboards up. Her and Keisha Day has become really good friends. And I appreciate all of those ladies. He's still on to it. Yeah, Duty Ron, yeah, he's always posting about the boys, keeping their names out there and stuff. He really does. I know that he spoke about having the body language analysis people on his channel reading their body language, and yeah, Duty Ron been on it. And he hasn't let it go. And I wish, I see AV Watchman and AV News Crew, because she mentioned AV Watchman. I'm assuming he was there. I knew that Ray Sean 100 was there. I knew that Danny L was there. They both have YouTube channels and they both have coverage on there. Let's see what Rose is about. Let's see what she's saying here. Oh, they be playing that music, boy. Oh, this is a whole. Oh, she talking to AV.
Oh yeah, that is a fact. Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Anybody talk about
Why do y'all VOG people keep coming up in here? Out of here.
You don't even understand how. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Let me turn this back on. I guess every troll has a place, but your place is not here. Go away. Thank you.
Man, like, a motherfucker respect me. Like, honestly, you just don't know. So, everybody in my family, we thank you. For real, okay? And we will get justice. For real. So, I ain't gonna put you on camera, you know what I mean?
I don't know who she's talking to.
So, yeah, we got, got AB News Crew here. Thank you, Mad Baby, for everything.
Oh, that's Mad in a nice leather jacket.
God, right there. Okay, so, Sid, what you need help with? So, Keith, you want me to turn it off now and let them talk?
Okay, so this is the
Or what? You tell me.
full coverage at the home, I guess.
Who sang that song? Who sang this song? Who sang that one? Oh, are you guys ready to talk? William Murphy. Oh, you guys ready to talk now?
Who talking? Okay, I'm glad I've seen this.
Can I get everybody to come right here real quick? Especially the kids.
It bothers me when this is left
Hey,
side.
Matt, Ray Shot. Hey, Ray. Can I get you over here? Because, I mean, I want even your viewers, I want them to see what they're going to talk about. Yeah, no, you good. Sorry, y'all.
What's up, bro?
How you doing, y'all? How you doing? We're going to have this. I'll have to. Okay.
What does that mean? No, thank you.
Okay, look, we're going to do a prayer first because some people got to leave and they want to be here for that. But everybody else is going to, so. All right, if y'all can get y'all minds on to the first one. Yeah. Hey, y'all want to come over here or?
What is Roro doing?
Yeah, let's come over here.
Making us dizzy? Oh my goodness, Ro. What the hell? Technical difficulties. It's straight black right now. Hold on, y'all. She must have forgot and put her phone in her pocket or something. It's black. Ain't nothing to see here.
First, I want to say thank you all for coming out here and just supporting us and the boys. This whole year, you guys been here and supporting everyone else that has has children like Bree Missing, Desiree Thompson, and the family out here who lost their daughter and grandchild to a car accident. They're right there. Thank you all for just hanging with us and we will find the boys and we will get justice and we'll get justice to Desiree as well. Sorry, y'all, I put you in my pocket.
In the name of Lord, we thank you for the change that's being brought forth. In the name of Lord, I thank you, Lord, I thank you, Lord, I'm standing in the gap for this family, Lord. For this family, Lord, Cherie Smith, Lord. Her child is going on a 10 years next month, Lord. I ask you to give her strength, Lord. Lord, she needs a breakthrough, Lord. She needs a breakthrough, Lord. 10 years, Lord. And this woman has been going through this, Lord. She's crying out for your help, Lord. Just like we crying out, Lord. It's been a year for us, Lord. And we can imagine 10 years. 10 years, Lord, that she's been going through her child, Lord. Trying to find her child, Lord. Just ask her, Lord. Lord, I'm hallelujah. Thank you, Lord. Hallelujah. Lord, we need a breakthrough right now, Lord. We need a breakthrough, Lord. Lord, we need a breakthrough, Lord, right now. In the name of Jesus, Lord, wherever Trazelle has done, Lord, I ask you to be held accountable, Lord, because they were putting your in their hands, Lord, to protect, Lord, and they didn't do what they were supposed to do, Lord. They know something, Lord. Lord, I ask that they get interrogated. Whatever you see fit, Lord, do it. We need you to do it, Lord. Whatever West that needs to be interrogated, Lord, whatever, Lord, we ask that you do it, Lord. In the name of Jesus, Lord, I just thank you. Justice we need, Lord. Justice we need, Lord. Justice we need, Lord. We need these babies home, Lord. We need these babies found, Lord. Whatever had happened to them, Lord, they didn't deserve it. They didn't deserve it, Lord. We need you to be with your kids before they were dead, Lord. We need you to find these babies, Lord. We need answers, Lord. Stir them up at night, Lord.
Yes.
Stir them up where they can't sleep, Lord. They gotta tell somebody knows something. I don't care who it is. We need these babies home. And if anybody on this block that hear my voice, I ask that you just, if you see something, you know something, please stand and tell us, Lord. We need answers. We need answers, Lord. We can't call nobody but you, Lord. We do what we're supposed to. We call
It's my bedtime too.
calling on you, Lord. And I always say, we have not because we ask not.
Hey, Renegade Patriot.
Your word cannot come back forward. You are our protection, our provider, our healer, Lord. Lord, I just ask that you look on everybody out here. Lord, for their household, their family, their finances, their job, whatever they ask you for, Lord. I ask that you just bless them, Lord. In the name of Jesus, Lord. In the name of Jesus, I ask that you bless us all. Our bodies healed in the name of Jesus. Heal, Lord. Heal, Lord. In the name of Jesus.
Thank you, Maya.
In the name of Jesus, Lord. Heal their bodies, Lord. Lord, I'm just thankful. Oh, God. Oh, Lord, we need answers. We need answers, Lord. We need answers, Lord. Lord, give me the strength, Lord. Give me the strength, Lord. Lord, I need your strength, Lord. Help me, Lord. Help me, Lord. I'm just thanking you, Lord. We have to learn how to thank Him in advance. Even if we don't see it, Lord, but we got to learn how to thank Him in advance. We got to learn how to praise Him for the things that we don't see. You got to thank Him in advance. Even in spite of what you're going through. No matter what you're going through, we have to thank Him in advance. In the name of Jesus, Lord, I just thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for looking over my family, Lord. Looking over me, Lord. Looking over all my loved ones, Lord. I just thank you, Lord. I can't thank you enough, Lord. I can't thank you enough, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, we ask for protection for bringing us all to the next, Father God. We ask you to cover us all in your blood, Father God, and find these children, Father God. We ask you to cover us, Father God. Cover the parents that are lost and loved ones, Father God. To bring us together as one, Father God. Keep us together, Father God. You are in our storm, Father God. Let the storm down, Father God. You everything possible. Without you, nothing is possible. Bring everybody, Father God. Let your will be done over her life and over our life, Father God. We can Father God. In Jesus' name I pray, we pray. Amen.
Woo. Lord, Thank you for coming in, Randy.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. We need these babies, Lord. Help us. Help us, Lord. Don't worry. Hey, can I sit down? Hey, you want me to sit down? Let's step over there. We ain't in a hurry. Okay, if everybody could like stay where they're at, and Globe Life is gonna, do a little presentation to you all to talk about the safety kits they have for, with their life insurance and like everything else they got going on. It's very important because I know everybody have kids, grandchildren, something, so
my condolences, my deepest sympathy goes to the family and all of the family members that have had tragedy in their family with their children. I too have suffered the same as you all. So I feel what you feel today. My heart is heavy for each and every one of you today. But today we also have something that could perhaps help in difficult times like these. And we're going to let Ms. Ronnie explain what we have to offer. So just give us a few minutes. Again, to the families, everybody that's present, soul, mind, soul out. Everyone, this is why I'm so here. It means the world to me to be out here and to offer this to each and every one of you.
Thank you.
Yes. So I'm Ronnie, and my condolences to the entire family and all of you. I can't imagine. So it's an important day today, and all the more important for us to bring you.
Hold on, yeah.
Alright, so guys, so I'm back on Rosewood. I'm gonna just show you guys around. Before we wrap it up, it's pretty much a wrap right now. We'll just walk around for you guys. I don't know how she ends her live, so.
This is Rayshawn. 100. He has a YouTube channel.
What happened?
Anybody else need to fill out?
Okay.
Same thing. Rayshawn, that's that new phone. I was about to take out running.
This is a 700 phone. I should have a case on it.
Yeah, Rayshawn, I'm about to take out running. She said, how was it? Where Rayshawn at?
Oh shoot, I got stuff in my. There you go. There you go. There you go. Go ahead. So you feel it? Stand up in there. Place the spot. Pick it up one more time. 1, 2.
Okay, we're gonna wrap it up because they are.
You let go of the blue one. Oh, you know what?
It's a wrap, guys. It's a wrap. So I appreciate you guys for coming and spending time with me and listening to the boys' case and helping to keep their name alive. If you have any type of social media, you might not be able to share it on YouTube, but if you can share it on any of your other social medias, that would be greatly appreciated. You don't have to share this live. You can share any information from anywhere concerning the boys. I just want it to be shared. I want people to realize that they're still missing and they still need to be found. Peace and blessings to you too, Shay. Thank you for hanging out. Yes, God knows and hear our outcry. A change is coming. A change will come in the mighty name of Jesus. I pray that they are found. You know, one thing about me, I can't hear nobody else cry. I'm gonna cry with them. Whew. You know, this case is near and dear. But I'm gonna get off here. And thank you guys again. And this is or you can contact the Bakersfield Police Department. But the purpose for this, I played the video. They want everything in one place. They said it don't matter if you sent in tips 6 months ago, a couple months ago, a year ago. Send them again because they wasn't doing nothing with them. Basically, is what it sounded like to me. It was probably a little toss up between Bakersfield and Cal City on who was really going to take this case. So those tips got shuffled, and they need to be. People need to turn in more tips. That's all I can say. And anyway, it's been 3 hours and 2 minutes. I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you guys again, and let me close out. And I'll see you guys in the next video. And it's probably gonna be an upload. I uploaded like 4 or 5 videos today. Please go check those out. You know the other case that I'm on heavy is Jelani Day. Check those videos out. And like I said, see you in the next video. As soon as I can find the end to this one. Hold on. Good Lord.